I should have been the one to fill your dark soul with light.
Alrighty then, let's get the show on the road. Good morning, everyone. Hello, hello. Slywolf, thanks for the 16 months. Sorry, I accidentally deleted my only alert scene yesterday because they started going off at the start of the trailer, even though that the source was closed. So, I just ended up deleting it off the scene. I had to spend a quick amount of time getting that fixed. I didn't have the shutdown sound when not visible thing on, apparently, which I have now remedied. All right. Moobot's back on. Good morning, King. Azeroth. Again, thank you for the 16 months, Slywolf. Staccato, hello. Good morning. Yeah, I started working on some deep dungeon stuff off stream last night. Just trying to do it from scratch on a not so good job to do 1 to 50 for sake of a guide. I'm probably going to have to do 1 to 50 on a couple of different jobs from scratch if I really want a good accounting of it. But I decided I should work on that on stream before State of the Realm. So, I was on Sarg, I believe. And I think I was very... No, I wasn't on Sarg. Maybe I was. Because I don't think it's... Oh, no, I was on Gilgamesh. Here we go. I was on this character. Well, White Mage 1 to 50 would actually be really easy because you can heal yourself. I have a character, a Realm Reborn character with no progress had Black Mage, which is by far one of the worst jobs that you could try to do a first clear on. So I've been getting KO'd not infrequently just by Mimics. Mimics will like 3 or 4 tap me without much progress done. So I think, oh, I don't want to do matched. Nope. Hold on. I'm stupid. Ignore. That's exactly why I'm doing it. Reset progress. That's what I meant to do. And then I was going to do more solo fixed parties. Yeah, I was really excited about it too. Cool. It's one of the reasons why I want to get this guide done. Yeah, so I've been doing a few... low-level saves on Black Mage. To try and get a feel for what it is I want to do. But yeah, no, 21 to 30 on Black Mage is a disaster, so I can imagine how bad it would be for someone who's even less experienced. I'll definitely be recommending either... Because for 1 to 50, honestly, playing a support's probably your best bet. Overall. Playing a tank or a healer. Survivability and sustain. Goes a long, long way. What's going on, Urasef? Hello. Well, good luck. I'm not doing actual deep dive. I'm just trying to do 1 to 50 on a few different jobs with starting with 0 ether pool. Honestly, any of them would be fine. The fact that you can heal yourself without needing to have any potsherds or anything is honestly all that matters. Especially for only 1 to 50. No, I'm just trying to work on videos for people who haven't done 1 to 50 yet. Because everyone always says, oh, just solo the 50, it's easy. And so I was like, let me put that to the test. If you had no experience in a deep dungeon, how easy would it be? And the answer is not very. It's actually very bad to solo if you've never done it at all before and you're sitting at 0. No, 50 on Astro is probably perfectly fine. Like, yeah, you're going to have a good time? No, but it's probably perfectly fine. Yeah, dude, 21 to 30 has actually killed me several times at this point. Granted, I am playing arguably the worst job to start from scratch on. But the 430 boss is, yeah, the 430 boss just trucks if you don't have any potsherds tucked away. Die to a hidden trap. Yeah, so the idea is I want to make a video. The video is going to start with, please just go into the PF and literally just put a description that says, like, trying to unlock new deep dungeon, please send assistance. Probably your best bet in actuality is to do that. Just be honest, just open a PF and go, please, for the love of God, help. I don't think that's exactly what I want to recommend. So I want more up-to-date information about what 1 to 50 actually looks like if you were to start from scratch. Will that work on OC? Probably. PF on OC is the only way you'd get anything done. It's probably like Dynamis. Dynamis, everyone does everything in the PF because nothing else works. I'd assume it's a very similar ordeal there. Alright, have a good one. Thanks for popping in. Yeah, so I figured I'd multitask a little bit. I was working on this off stream and I was like, you know what? Why don't I just work on it on stream? They hop over to Ethan. No, I mean, when I went to Dynamis, I was educated very quickly about how Dynamis works. In that you have to PF effectively everything. Every, like, dungeon you want to do, like, you have to throw it in the PF pretty much immediately if you want to actually do it on Dynamis. So yeah, I have like 20 ether pool, and yeah, that boss still absolutely, with nothing at all, the 430 boss is disaster. I haven't even been able to get a potsherd. Well, keep in mind, if you go to ether, mind you that I'm referring to PFing, not raid. I'm referring to, like, I want to do, like, if I'm just saying if you wanted to stay on Dynamis, what most people do is they PF literally every activity in it. You wouldn't be PFing activities like that anywhere else. You would just duty finder the remaining ones. Deep Dungeon is the one exclusive where you'd probably just, no matter what, you're probably PFing if you're trying to do your floor 50 clear. Hello. Cookie, hello? Actually, let me do this. No more witching. Yeah, and that was even with a steal, I think the 430 boss was brutal. Well, I mean, you get potions. The max potion, regardless of which potions you have, that 430 boss is not going to help. Besides, all the enemies on the floors actually drop potions relevant to the level. Like, I have 15 mega potions tucked away from 21 to 30. Getting a Brighton's proc. You'll love to see it. We love seeing a Brighton's proc. I would prefer a Flares, but you know, or whatever the highest tier one is, and not a Flickers. Bro, I want armor. Yeah, my armor is at 20, and even then, 21 to 30 is unpleasant. Honestly, the mimics, as soon as you see a mimic on 21 to 30 with low ether pool, you pretty much have to use. It's honestly kind of like running into a mimic on like the last 20 floors of Heaven on High. You're like, and steal. On Black Mage, the mimic's like 3 tap me. On 21 to 30, maybe 4 tap. If anything else aggroes, it's effectively over. Especially on a job like Black Mage at that level. Definitely learning a lot about low ether pool 21 to 30. Learning a little more than I would otherwise really care to learn in the first place. Because under most normal circumstances, I wouldn't give a shit. But for sake of this video that I want to make, I kind of have to. Yeah, because I was going to actually do World vs. World and Guild Wars today, but I figured I should do some multitasking. I could always do it off stream, although I'll probably be working mostly this weekend off stream. Sophie's going to be out of town for a couple days. And I want to crank some stuff out and have it ready to upload over the weekend. Or not like upload this weekend, but I want to do that over the weekend. Before we go on vacation. I did finally get back into my MacBook. I forgot the Dude, I don't think I've ever hated my previous self so much in a moment. So I got a MacBook a few years back. I haven't really used it more than like once or twice because I haven't really had the need. But obviously I set a password on it, right? And I've used it once before, and then I never used it again. And so I went to use it a few months ago, or to at least log in to see if I could use it. And I couldn't get the password. And I was like, oh, what did I do? Like, what did I make this password? Because like, I normally have pretty well-rounded passwords that are like different on every platform. But for my own personal MacBook, I was like, normally I would use something that's like not as crucial to be secure, right? Because it's not like I live in a household where other people could use it. I don't really bring it anywhere. So what would I have done? Like, why isn't it one of the passwords that I think it is? So I'm like, oh, there's a password hint button. Well, clearly whatever I wrote is going to tell me, because like I know what all the hints I would write down are for like each password. And I'm like thinking, okay, yeah, this will be fine. I click the password hint. You know what it fucking says? Obvious. Clearly not. Because that didn't help me figure out the fucking password. Past haps not being diligent enough for current haps. That MacBook is quite a few years old. I got that when I was still living with Mel. So I think in December of 2022, I probably got that MacBook. But yeah, I hated me for that one. Definitely hated me for that one. I just ended up going into the terminal in safety, and I did a safe boot up, went into the terminal and reset it there. But like, hate me for that. I just hate me for it. Obvious. What a fucking asshole. Not obvious enough. Fucking past haps, man. Hate that guy. Everyone always wonders why I hate that guy. Now you understand. Because he does shit like that. How can I not hate him? Is the real question. Yeah, it's my previous self. Past haps. Good morning, Valtis. I may still do a bit of Guild Wars 2 today. We'll see how this is going for a bit. What if the password... I tried that. Don't worry. I thought to try the password is obvious. There's a lot of passwords that I tried when it said obvious, because over the years I've had at least enough. This doesn't need to be that secure passwords for like personal devices. Good morning, South. So I just figured it was one of them, and when it wasn't, crash out. Yeah, it's too bad that the odds of me actually getting increases for the first 10 floors is pretty low. Yeah, no, I tried obvious. I also tried obvious with a 0 instead of an O. I tried a lot of things. Did I unlock it? Yeah. I just went into the terminal and reset the password manually. A part of me knew I could have done that the entire time, but I also didn't want to let the hint of obvious beat me. So I put off that solution for quite some time. It's not like I really needed it. No, like I said, it's only 3 years old, so it's not like it would have been anything out of like my current standard of password. I tried 1227. I thought that one obvious. I thought that one too. Because obvious is what I would usually describe my PFs as. I'd be like, or like on like when I'm being ironic, I'd be like, you know, it's 1227 because, you know, obviously I'm so smart and unique. Oh, I tried that. Trust me, all the things that made the most sense I tried. Especially for the hint obvious. I mean, I tried most of those ones even before seeing the hint was obvious. Because, like, those just are the passwords that I would have used for a device that is just doesn't really have much risk. I will say this. I don't have a single device where I use the password 1227, so it's actually obvious. Like, it's actually not obvious. The Party Finder is the only place where I use that password, because otherwise, yeah, no, that's just begging for shit to get broken into. Even on personal devices that are at no risk, I still don't do it. Because I'm like, I don't want to get in the habit of using this. How about I come up with a better solution? Yeah, I want to save all my affluence for like the later part of 11 to 20. I did try password. I sure did. I tried several different variations of password as well. Do I tab target a lot? Well, it is the primary way that I target, so yeah. I'll click a target if I really need to for something, though. Yeah, the only thing I don't do is use like auto generators for passwords, where they like give you those like super long strings that like they're absolutely safe because they're nonsense. Like they have no rhyme or reason or anything. They're not memorable in any conceivable fashion. Although then again, I'm good at remembering shit like that. Because when I was a kid, my parents made my first AIM account. They made it for me because I was like 7. And I still remember that name to this day. And that name was literally Razor12271570780. But I still remember that. Because it was so stupid. Even as like a 7-year-old, I'm like, Mom, this is stupid. I should go the other way and check for more silvers. Actually, no, I should just go up because the odds of me even getting upgrades on these floors are really low. Although the extra health certainly never hurts. Yeah, even they started me with the 1227 trend. I'm trying to even think of what the point of those passwords were. Because those aren't any of my other... Like, why did they use my birthday, but none of the other relatives? Like, none of their birthdays are a part of it. But they made my birthday part of it. Yeah, they wouldn't have known what a Sephiroth was. Also, I hadn't played Final Fantasy at that point in my life, so they definitely wouldn't have known what it was. Boop. Alright, yeah. Those are the easy floors. We don't care about those. 1 to 20 is really easy solo. It's funny just how much worse it gets at 21. Good morning, Jeremiah. Hello, Freezing. A lot of Phoenix down. Good morning, Marion. Oh, sorry. I'm getting Gamescom emails. Not going, but I still get the emails for some reason. Nor have I ever expressed interest in going. Good morning, Ball. Yeah, too bad I can't start holding above the amount that I'm going to be able to hold later. Like, right now, I still am stuck with only holding 1 Phoenix down. Floor 180 with me. I'm not doing anything in regards to floor 200 right now. None of this has anything to do with the floor 200 climb. Also, I'm not doing floor 180. I'm not going up there on Black Mage. When I do go back and actually get my Necromancer for real, which I will do at some point in the near future, I'm doing it on Machinist or Warrior. Like that's the only two it's having it on. I mean, they've never mentioned those before, though. They didn't tell us the Sabotender was going to be a new mount from that. We just found out. They don't tell us that kind of stuff. They just show us new mounts and stuff occasionally and then go, hey. Then the patch comes out and we find out then. Man, so I shared some Pokemon lore about me on socials yesterday. And for those who don't have Twitter, first of all, good for you, because, you know, save yourself. Number 2, the story is that when I was like, I don't know if I was 6. I was just kind of guessing because I don't really remember what year it was or how old I was. But I had a copy of Pokemon Red, and I was at 149 out of 151. And I woke up one day and my file was gone. You know, old cartridge tech, it just wasn't there anymore. Cartridge was damaged, shaken, who knows, right? So I tried blowing in it, didn't work. And I was like, maybe if I clean the cartridge. Now, when you clean cartridge, someone might think like, a Q-tip with alcohol wipes or something like that, or like with like a little bit of alcohol on the side. I was 6. I didn't understand why I couldn't just run it under water. So I ran it under, not a lot of water, but like a little stream of water in my sink. And then I let it dry for a bit. I like put like little paper towels in it. Like I like broke off like little piece of paper towels. And when I plugged it back in, my save file was back. I did get the save file back that way. It did work. So I put that on socials yesterday. Because it's pretty funny, so, you know, 6-year-old, just fucking the 6-year-old logic actually working out in such a ridiculous way when we know, like, now as an adult, you know there's no reason that had, like, you know that had nothing to do with it, right? Like, you know the water didn't do it. But when you're a kid and it somehow resulted in what you wanted, it's pretty hilarious. I had a quote retweet that said, "This is a blatant lie." And I was like, it's a weird thing to just outright claim. What's the logic? And the logic was, I don't see how anyone would think that I don't know. It was something about like cleaning the copper heads of a cartridge. I was like, did you miss the part where I said it was 6? I just tried some shit, man. Apparently it wasn't the logistics of it working, as in like water on that would never revive it. It was the fact that as a 6-year-old, I didn't understand that I was cleaning the copper head of a cartridge and thus it wouldn't do actually anything at all. It was the fact that I thought of it that made it a blatant lie, apparently. Which is a really weird way to pull that entire story apart. No. Relics will never go in the glam dresser. As long as they have custom stats on them, they'll never go in the glam dresser. If we get relics without custom stats, there's a chance. But given that's a staple of relics, as long as relics have custom stats, they're never going in the glam dresser. Well, the good news is if you already made the relics and you don't actually give a shit about the stats on them, you just toss them and buy the replicas. And then the replicas can go in the glam dresser. What's the reason? Because you need to beat Palace of the Dead floor 1 to 50 in order to even do any of the other deep dungeons. Is there an actual variation? I mean, in theory, no, because everyone who's making them, in theory, knows what stats are best. But we do have the option of customizing them. Or they were born as a 23-year-old and were never a kid. One of the two. And I did indeed see a comment under one of my videos that said, you can just solo 1 to 50. It's super easy. And I'm like, I don't think that's true. It's easy when you already have a bunch of ether pool, but not when you don't. It's why I think they should get rid of the floor 50 requirement. There's really no reason to need floor 50 Palace of the Dead to do the other ones. I get that it's meant to be the tutorial, but if you're not gonna somewhat streamline the 1 to 50 experience, it's kind of just a miserable thing for most new people. Well, there will be soon. I mean, they did tell us that at the start of Dawn Trail. They told us that before Dawn Trail came out. Well, actually, that's not true. They said they had plans. Plans don't always go through. It's easy to solo the 50 if you know how to do it, have ether pool, and then do it on a job that's a bit tankier. Yeah, doing it on black... I'm going to do it again on another... I'm going to do it on, like, an easier job. I'm going to do it on, like, a tank or something. Even doing this on, like, a melee, which you think would be worse, would probably be a lot better than doing it on black mage right now. Yeah, but the only people who have to consider relic stats that are oddly spread for low-level content are almost always unironically Ultimate Raiders. It's rare that anyone else has that, because most people just want to put it in their dresser. Yeah, having Bloodbath, Second Wind, and a potion, I have Mana Ward. Let me tell you, that's not good enough. If you are a player who has never done any deep dungeon and you're like, oh, I'm gonna solo to 50 with no starting with no ether pool, Black Mage is probably the single worst option. I've noticed that a lot of things on these lower floors even resist sleep, which was a surprise to me. I thought for certain sleep would work on almost everything, especially in these lower floors. So yeah, I'm hoping with this video series to help people. It's not series. Well, I mean, it could be more than one, but we'll see. This video, it's one video for the time being. Or it will be when I'm done recording this. Once I have all the footage, it should be really easy. I'll probably need, like, a little bit more. But yeah, Sobi's going to be away for the weekend, so I'm going to get a bunch of work done. Yeah, Feint was the pull tool for monks. I mean, it's that and sight aggro if you can. Sound aggro is fine, but like sight aggro if you really need to like just get one dude. If you're in like a room full of things that aggro by sight, and you can pull that off. Definitely works okay. There's another dude going around this side, wasn't there? Oh, yeah. Stop. Did you drop one? There's one in... Oh, it's a witching. Never mind. I was like, where is the one that I don't have? Alright, I'll use the steel in a second. Let me just clear the other ones out. Yeah, I could use it now. At least I've already jumped up a decent bit. Looks like there's another room at least. Oh, I leveled. Give me my MP. Yeah, I suspect I'll probably be doing a decent number of videos on less known features. I already did my big fishing one. I enjoyed making the big fishing one. I decided to go with, as the colorblind guy, Warden of the Seven Hues as my example. I figure that if I'm going to use a fish as an example, one that is the polar opposite of anything I should ever remotely have interest in is probably one that's due to be at the top of the list. It's like me making a shiny Pokemon video. It's like, I can't see colors, but I'm going to tell you all about these different pixels. Let me tell you about all of this. I also wanted to make an 11 video. I'll probably make that one maybe Sunday. It's not really new news, but it's still something a lot of people probably don't know, the Asura thing. I do actually want to go take a peek at Limbus. and get an idea of how it's changed. Just as like in Final Fantasy 11 Old Head. Might make a quick video about that at some point too. It is completely different now, after all. I had an idea of how it was different pretty immediately, because I logged into Final Fantasy 11 to get footage for the raid video I released, the boss prediction video. And I saw people shouting for capacity point groups in Temenos, and I was like, so it sounds like it was dynamicified is what it sounds like to me, where there's like areas of it that are, it sounds like they turn them into zones more than anything else. But maybe you can just spam it for capacity points or something, and that's what people are doing. I don't know. I couldn't fully tell. But I'm sure that's something that would interest the old heads to see what changed on that front. I have to start saving these. I'm 24, 23. I'm not really getting all this stuff. What's going on, J-Light? I do actually plan on doing another. So I've done 50 to 200. I got tired of doing 1 to 50, and I don't plan on using the Necromancer title anyway. So I'm only a Necromancer in spirit. Because realistically, I've soloed the last several floors, right? Like, I've done the part that's actually tough. I just didn't do the part that's tedious as all fuck. But the fact of the matter is, I don't have the title. So I do plan on doing that ahead of the new deep dungeon unlocking. Haven't decided when. And that's an important question I need to answer for myself at some point. The Mr. Happy strat, what, fucking praying? Getting to 199, getting to 198 and popping a fucking alteration on the last floor and just praying? Gotta love it. Hey, I won. That's all that matters. I don't know if I had another path to success on that particular set. I was down so much time that gambling seemed the only logical way that I was actually going to make it in time. Unideal in most circumstances, but I genuinely don't think I would have made it if I didn't actually do that. In the exact case of the final floor, I would have. Because I could, no matter, if it was Mimics, I was dead no matter what. Whereas I actually managed. In the previous few sets of floors, I don't know how I would have come out on top in any other way. Oh, this thing could fucking murder me. These things hit really hard, don't they? Oh, no, I thought that the... Oh, no. They do in like 180 plus. Here, they're fine. But no, these things... I remember these things wrecking in like 180 plus. They're worth a lot of points. What's going on, K-Brown? Yeah, sometimes you just got to do some outlandish shit to clear. Dude, 421 a Mimic like 3-tap me. I got warnings for people about 421 up if they're trying to do this from scratch, as the point of the video will be. Kill the Mimic and Knight without steal with a Gloom debuff. Yup. I have to go back and watch because I don't remember what else really happened on my 191 to 199 plus. I only remember the last floor. Like 199. I remember being like 4 floors in with only 30 minutes left. That's the other thing I remember. I was like so far. I needed like 11 kills on like every floor. Except for like 2. I remember it being really bad. Love to see that. Yeah, opening bronze chests on 21 to 30 when you're new is honestly fucking terrifying. I don't even remember if you can get potsherds in these early floors. I mean, I'm sure you can, but the odds are like insanely low. Because having no sustaining potions has been absolutely awful. Oh, this is definitely a fortune room, by the way. This is a fortune room if I've ever seen one. Give me the 35 for the love of God so I can have my actual abilities back. Sir, I'm already not looking at you. Yeah, still not really at a high enough floor for this to matter. But yeah, I really want... I don't like the Palace of the Dead 50 requirement for all the other deep dungeons, so I wanted to do something. If it is what it is, then I feel like I should at least make something that's not 7, 8 years old at this point. I can't wait to do my final verse 40 guide. Oh yeah, I had no idea about that. In fact, I had forgotten that until just now. So I just relearned it again, as far as I'm concerned. I am Frog, and I am dead. Puts on Frog Glam. Sees unwinnable situation with a bunch of snakes. Puts Frog Glam on. Take me. I have a feeling we'll probably see a decent uptick of people at least doing 1 to 50 in some capacity. Well, the idea... I mean, I don't think they even program... I think they make the conscious decision to do that. It's one of two things. Either they really want people to do Palace of the Dead because it's a very simple, deep dungeon, and they consider it the tutorial, or what I think is actually the more likely scenario, which would mean that it's programmed that way, is that when they reuse the code from 51 to 100 for all the other deep dungeons, because that code has the Accursed Horde in it. So it would make sense that, or that was when the Accursed Horde was introduced. I'm pretty sure it was in 51 to 100. Although they did backwards program, because there is Accursed Horde 1 to 50, so they did backwards program. I don't know. That would have been my thought, is that they just thought to use that code instead, because that code it was more complete, I suppose. But they also programmed that initially to require Palace of the Dead floor 50. Wouldn't be surprised. Neither would I. That's why I suggested it. Yeah, what's interesting is for Pilgrim's Traverse, you can actually get to Endwalker's finale, and then you can get to 100 pretty much right after that. You don't even, like, you could just go right to a level 100 at that point. Yeah, I guess I'll be saving these affluences for 21 to 30 and hoping I get enough to actually beat the floor 30 boss this time. Speaking of which, Yeah, I mean, I don't really like that. I haven't gotten a single lust either. Ugh. Brother, ugh. Hello, lass. Alright, something else I want to do just in case I get silenced. Hate that, but whatever. If I get silenced, the real answer is I should bring echo drops with me, but... Nothing quite like a life-saving echo drop. Yeah, at least the first several floors are a lot easier than they were before. Tempted to use an affluence going into the next floor. I'm pretty sure that for the first 30 floors, it's pretty close to 1-to-1 on, like, armor expectation. Like, I'm pretty sure by 50, they expect you to be at 50, and it's balanced around being 50. Been a while, so I don't really remember how it actually scales up. There's a chart out there that just has them all. Please just get me to 35 so I can have Fire 3 and Blizzard 3. Good morning, Sam. New Deep Dungeon is 7.35. That is correct. That's most likely October 7th, if I had to put a predicted date on it. Well, never mind. I have no choice. Affluence the next floor. Oh. Yeah, when to book your leave. It could be the week before, and it could even be the week after. Honestly, if it's October 14th, that kind of fucks me. But it most likely would be October 7th. The October 7th is in pattern. So I'm definitely hoping for October 7th. I already have a group together for it. Although I didn't check to see if they asked me what day it would likely be. I should probably tell them. They just asked if I was interested, and I said yes. Listen, when some of us see difficult content, we just instantly reach out to all of our friends and go, yo. Content? At which point should you use the Lust Pomander? That's the succubus one. Generally, you pop like a shield or something going into a boss. You like make sure you're full on health. Maybe give yourself a shield. Like I would mana ward before turning into that. I just got a Lust Pomander. Bosses. Almost always bosses. Whoops, Keo Biff. Wouldn't have it any other way. Content? Well, because our static is not doing anything in 7.3, obviously, so... we know we're all free. I have Umbral Soul now. I forgot Umbral Soul was even at this level. That's nice. Yeah, I mean, I remember making a big deal about Umbral Soul being moved to an earlier level. Had forgotten that it was, though. Nah, Whoops is gonna lock the fuck in. Because he wants to get to final verse 40 ASAP. Firestarter's not at 35. So no Firestarter procs yet for me. Yeah, it's just Fire 3 and Blizzard 3 at this level. I think that's at 45 Firestarter? It's been a while since I've had to care. Job for Necromancer. Honestly, there's a lot of good ones. Depends on what you want to play, but like Warrior is kind of fucking goated. Some jobs are just naturally better, though. Like, honestly, Viper and Picto are both really, really good. None of the heal. I wouldn't say none of... Astro's the worst, but I personally wouldn't recommend soloing on a healer. Soloing on a healer is like what you do after you've already beaten one. But Warrior feels really safe. 42. Okay. Well, I'm at 25 at least. Yeah, Machinist is my go-to. I thought Machinist was really, really smooth. Makes Viper good. Just shits on everything. Yeah, its scaling is nutty. $42 will be a nice level then. Well, that's not good, Valtis. Yeah, I didn't like Machinist for Heaven on High, personally. I found the upper floors way too fucking scary. Way too fucking frightening as Machinist. Just for my own... compared to Palace of the Dead. One thing that I hope Deep Dungeoners took to heart immediately is that today we saw that there is a room layout where the center is occupied, which should mean we can kite around the center, which is one of my favorite things about the deeper floors of Palace of the Dead. Heaven on High doesn't really have that. It's basically just all open, and you kind of just gotta kite around. But there is effectively a donut-esque room confirmed. I love donut rooms. I love kiting around the middle. Who doesn't like a good donut? Worms don't. Listen, I don't care what the worms think. Fuck the worms. I have no sympathy for the worms. Every time I'm looking through the Palace of the Dead documents for, like, the ranking of each enemy, like, you know, oh, is it safe to kill with steel, avoid at all costs. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of How to Train Your Dragon when Hiccup's looking through the dragon manual. It's like kill on sight, kill on sight, kill on sight. I knew it, dude. I'm just gonna pop a steal. I've had so many issues with mimics on these floors. Look at how healthy that thing is, man. I'm gonna witching this thing too, I think. Oh, good. I got an imp. That's the deep dungeon I remember. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, man. This shit's scary down here. The imps are the worst, too, because they retain their auto attack damage. Oh, yeah, no. If you just kill everything on your run through, you're gonna die. If you attack with it with impunity... that shit will bite you back. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, by doing this on Black Mage, I've made this much harder. Because I'm capped on my ether pool also, mind you. Like, it's really just without sustaining potions. Sustaining potion would have done the trick there, but still. I don't know why I did that. I have fire 3 now. A lot of it has to do also with on floor 21, you are also a very low level relative to the rest of the floors in here. Which also really doesn't fucking help. Warriors are very good. I mean, I would say that Warriors... Personally, I think Warrior is the safest. But if you have some degree of confidence, Machinist for Palace kind of takes over as my go-to option. Yeah, 21 to 30 is definitely the set of floors where the level difference between you and the enemies on the early floor can feel the worst. Because Mimics, I think, are like in their 40s at this point, so I think you can miss them even. Even if you're not blinded, you'll miss them. Best level. I mean, it depends. Your ether pool values go up with every floor. $21 to $30 is where you gotta get so much done. Like, at this point, I just need to affluence every floor. I should have saved that for the next floor, but it's fine. I can already tell that the floor 30 boss is going to eat my asshole. Not in the fun way either. Like on this particular attempt. Like he's probably going to kill me. On Black Mage. Without any sustaining potions. I might just say don't do this on Black Mage. And make that part of my recommendation very simple. Because I think, honestly, I think every other job can probably do the 430 boss with this ether pool pretty reliably. Without sustaining potions. Any job that can kite more effectively can probably do it. Like, maybe if I just run around the room and try to get away from auto attacks as best as possible while, like, constantly transposing with Thunder or Scathe or something, maybe. But it's a brutal ask to do this as a black mage at this point. All right, I'm going to double back and check. I need to check for more silvers. Now my ether pool's not capped anymore. It's pretty important. Bard is the worst for 1 to 50. I mean, at least they have second wind. And they can kite. I don't see how that could be that much worse. Like, on these early floors, I don't really have the tools to do the things I want to do on Black Mage. Maybe for up to 200, it's not that good, especially because Machinist exists. Just to 50, though? No, because Black Mage, once you get comfortable with what you can do on Black Mage, it's a pretty different ball game to, like, being a fresh player doing 1 to 50. Yeah, that's really literally most of the Palace of the Dead rankings is how hard is the 180 boss. Deep Dungeon is 7.35, which based on pattern would be most likely October 7th. It is a most likely, however, and not a it will be. But, like, if somebody was on Bard for just doing their first 1 to 50, as long as they're kiting a lot, in theory, that should be fine. In all honesty. I don't see how a 1 to 50 solo on Bard would be worse. Don't yell at me. I have feelings, I think. I was very pleased with the Deep Dungeon statements. Anyone who is displeased with the Deep Dungeon statements at this point, like, I don't know how to help you. I could understand being cautious, because who cares what they say? It matters how it turns out. That's pretty valid. But if you listen to that entire sequence and go, nope, I'm dooming, it's like, bro, there's no helping you. You know? I don't know. I don't know how to assist you at this point. Mimics are pretty easy to outrange their autos too. I guess I should really be abusing that. I, however, do not have a silence at this level. Wait, I just realized something went horribly wrong. I didn't mean to do that. Unfortunately, I don't have a means of fixing that at the moment. I might want to witching this. Classic Mr. Happy alteration play not working out. Well, at least I don't have to worry about it. That's almost like a self-fulfilling nightmare. What happened? Ah, I can take a second. Respawn was not going to murk me. It was going to be fine. Oh, there's another Mimic. That might have murked me, on the other hand. Especially because... Oh, well, this kind of sucks. Yeah, I can kill him fast enough. Yeah, I have Firestarter now, so... Little bit safer. Flares! There's a chance. There's actually a chance. It's gonna suck when I die to the floor 30 boss and I lose that flares. We love seeing a flares. I mean, we didn't see what it did, but we did see the icon for one of the new... Wow, another Purity. It's like the game was watching me. We did see the icon for the new one. The one right next to the... I think there were two or three new ones. Fortune Commander doing its job. But yeah, it was like basically everything we needed to know was a potential concern was pretty much at the very least stated, but it's still a matter of actions over words. You can say something and then your attempt to fix it can be poorly executed. I can still be excited for what's promised, but like if the new deep dungeon is just not fun, then it won't change anything. Like at the end of the day, we got to get to that. Everything I saw just it made it look more like Heaven on High, which is what they said they were aiming for anyway. Oh, don't worry. I'm probably dead on the floor 30 boss here. Well, I'm well aware of that. But that's actually, I mean, the whole point of the video is going to be like, if a new player wants to do it, I tell them what to do, what not to do. And very likely what not to do is going to be Black Mage. What I'm going to tell, the first thing I'm going to tell them to do is to go into the PF and be like, need to unlock new deep dungeon, please send help. Yeah, Warrior would be my recommended for most anyone, but I figured if I could do this on a job that it's actually really a bad idea, it helps get a little bit more clarity about where a player might actually experience difficulties. If I go on Warrior, I go, I don't know, dude, just kill everything, go to the next floor. I can put that in the video, but that probably shouldn't be the whole video. I should probably have some feeling of what it's like to not be unkillable. Yeah, it's 450 in Palace to unlock all the other deep dungeons. Every deep dungeon has that requirement. The only place that doesn't require Palace of the Dead floor 50 is Palace of the Dead floor 1. Believe it or not, you don't need Palace of the Dead floor 50 to get to Palace of the Dead floor 1. Although, quite frankly, it wouldn't shock me if you did, somehow. Yeah, like, going in as a melee, not the end of the world. Like, Monk is really the only one I think I would actively advise against. Just because a Monk play... The only reason why I hate recommending a melee is player... Because here's... The real thing that happens is most players who have never done it before, it's not that they even go in on a hard job. That's not really what happens. It's that they just walk through the middle of all the rooms and get fucking murdered. That's probably the worst of it. Do you have to do all the floors? You don't have to do all 200 floors specifically, no. Generally, you have to do... I'd say Eureka Orthos is probably the first place that gives you a very good story-related reason to do all 100 floors. It still doesn't technically require it, but the amount that you learn about Phlegathon by fighting Excalibur is, I'd say, more relevant than getting to the top of the other ones. And that will probably be the case here, too. Hello, EO. Yeah, if the safety's not on, the middle is lava. Heck, sometimes the sides are lava too. I'll be completely fair with you. It sometimes outright does not matter. Well, I mean, yeah, it's going to wrap up at 30 for the initial quest. But I'm saying that that same thing is how Eureka Orthos works. But if you've actually done your, like, when you've done Eureka to 100, you understand you didn't finish the story at 30, in a sense. Like, you did, but you really didn't. Darn. We don't know. I'm actually assuming it won't use Ether Pool gear for FV40. I'm assuming that'll just use your regular gear, to be honest. There's nothing to support that. That's just how I'm interpreting. Waka, thanks for the 29 months. Is there a time where the floor is lava? Technically always if you don't have a sight or a safety. Actually, let me do that. Alright, I've got one more affluence here. I love blind. Got a spare steel. I'm gonna need that soon. We love the blind shades. Luckily, I kill so many enemies in here when I do the first 50 floors. I like to try to rush to, like... Gaining actual levels in early Palace of the Dead makes the early floors so much fucking easier. Like, especially when your ether pool's actually low, the one bit of power you can actually get is gaining actual levels. Yeah, I would usually recommend trying a PF of some kind. With Matched Party, it's really just because it's old content, so there's not many people directly matching into the old deep dungeons. Which is the biggest problem for making Palace of the Dead Floor 50 required, which is why I don't like that they keep doing it. Just doesn't make sense to me. Made up their mind. I mean, it's not available in any serious content. They're just making it so that in 4-player content, if your healer dies and you didn't happen to have a summoner or a red mage, you're not instantly fucking doomed. You can actually do something about it now. And job balance in 4-player content is not a concern at all. They address that concern and criteria, but like, yeah, if you're a job without enough support tools, you'll just do more damage now. When the healer dies to the first mechanic on a dungeon boss, and you're like, well, sure hope our tank is that good. That's the main reason why I went healer in dungeons. So I could be the one way for me to be sure the healer will not die to the first mechanic in a dungeon boss is if I'm the healer. That's my favorite way of making sure it never happens. Now I don't really care. I'll have Phoenix Downs with me all the time. Oh my god, a potsherd. I finally can get sustaining potions after this. It's my first potsherd. Oh yeah, the Sky Deep Cenote is the one dungeon where I've had plenty of experiences where I've needed to 3-man it, and the tank actually has to be a Giga Gamer. Because the tank actually needs to keep the 2 DPS alive, and the 2 DPS need to be, like, spamming their actual heals. I've used, like, health pots and shit on it, too, and it's been a time before. Had that experience plenty. I forgot if chirp was just line of sight. Yeah, it is. Because I know chirp can still hit you from pretty far away. Not that it matters here, unless you're being swarmed already. Chirp is not going to be a threat at this level, but at the later levels, yeah. The EO Skatines. We love Skatines in EO. Yeah, trusts do that. You're not wrong. I'm probably not killing this before Infatuation because it aggroed me first. Maybe. Yeah, I got it. Oh, yeah, no, I'm good. I kind of forgot that I altered again. I could fortune on the next floor. I don't like flighting. That's one thing I probably will tell people is not to flight until you're max level and you like just don't have a reason. Even then, I would just hold on to them, but... Yeah, it helps having actual ether pool. I have got one more floor where I can use a fortune too. I'm just trying to make sure I think of the things that I can suggest. I still think I'm going to get rolled by the 430 boss, though. Genuine concern without capped ether pool and no sustaining potions. Because that boss on Black Mage is just going to fucking roll me. It's funny because I got a Gelmoran Potsherd from this set of floors. Yeah, I'm going to have to lead with, like, Mana Ward Lust, or I'm going to get chunked. Like, I'm almost going to lose all my health in one Lust window if I'm not careful. Actually, I'm going to do this. It helps that I got... Here's the thing. If I fail to beat the boss, that's a flare lost on my Ether Pool arm. Which is really unfortunate. When you're new, if you can get flares on your Ether Pool arm or armor, oh, you do not want to fail the floors and lose those. Where do you acquire them? You use the potsherds to buy them from the vendor outside. And... I would say not having them. It's not suicide to not have them. People have cleared on like Red Mage without them. I would say it's unwise to do it without sustaining potions. Watching the floor 190 boss without sustaining potions might be one of the single most infuriating experiences of my life. Yeah, it's one potsherd for 20 potions. You son of a bitch. I love Gloom. I love Rage. I actually might want to Rage this floor with my Fortune. I'm definitely going to Fortune this floor. It's a good Rage candidate for early on. Ah, no, it's not. I was just seeing if it was even a big floor. If it was a big floor, I would have considered Raging the Gloom. Worth having that information before I do it, thankfully. I was going to say, I'm still definitely in line of sight of this thing. Why, hello there, Respawn. Blue Mage has been 0.15 and 0.45 in pretty much every update other than its initial release. I remember because I thought it was hilarious that they raised Blue Mage's level cap to 60 like 4 weeks after T came out. I was like, you sickos. Like, the last thing I wanted to do is Alexander again after doing T. Those sickos. It's still pretty unfortunate that this is. I wonder if it's worth recommending to a player if they have a fortune up and they're not capped before like the next boss that they fight. Wonder if it's worth recommending they just run around with the fortune active and just get respawns until they're like close to done. All right, well that's a steal for later. That's nice. Since they're not trying to score or anything. Hello, Macross. Oh, is it? Yeah, but don't you have to still finish before 30 minutes on the low level floors to get a time bonus or something? Or does it outweigh itself? Play with little? What does that mean? I am Lil Happy. Do you mean play that character? I haven't touched Lil Happy in some time. Giggity, by the way. Giggity. No, I haven't touched a Lil Happy character in like 15 years. I think there's 2 steals here. Yeah, because the early floors have really quick respawns, which is one of the reasons why EO feels awful, because you have those crazy quick respawns. And they were so fucking tanky, my dudes. Why? Slap him. Boop. Since I played Little Happy in Final Fantasy 11, yeah. Since I actually used him for anything, yeah. Maybe he's used in like a Pandemonium Warden video I uploaded ages ago. Maybe that's about it. Well, they didn't bring it up. Instead, they just showed us them actually killing the mobs with 0 ether pool, and I think we were able to figure the rest out. Then when they said they were aiming for... Because they specifically said that it was really easy to die on the early floors. And they said they were taking that away. I'm like, well, that's half of the equation. The other half is that it just sucks to kill those things because they live for so long. That's a landmine, yeah. I was looking to see if there was a luring trap. That's a luring trap. I don't know that I really want to pop a luring trap, but I think with a donut room right here, it's probably fine. And I have 57 mega potions. Yo, can you guys drop some treasure chests? I could also just witching if I see something I don't like. Nah, it's still early enough. Even if it had been 3 centaurs, I don't think it would have been a problem. I'm also getting good auto attack skips here. Well, I didn't get it that time. I got a bunch of really good auto attack skips. Alright, have a good one, Urasef. By the way, no fucking chests. The levels are still really nice, however. I didn't make a new character. This character I've had for ages. I did make this new character for an old video. Some may remember, based on the name, what video it's from. I heckin' love a spare strength. That's actually fine, because I'll use that. I was hoping for some more silvers. Sir? Firestarter procs? Sir? Thank you. What's your confidence levels 1 to 10 for killing the boss? I just know how hard it hits. It's not very high. I actually think he's going to kill me. I think it's what? It's like autos and triumvirate. And then it's what? Fire, ice, and then donut AoE, and then repeat. Make sure you use that discount code, Valtis. This is for when they did... This character was for when they did A Realm Reborn's remake, basically. Like when they redid all the quests. This was for before they did that. 5% off. Love to see it. There's another steel in one of these. I think it's in that one. Yeah. Fortune is a scam. Give me silvers. I was just hoping to get one more, like, chest for Etherpool armor in particular. Yeah, I just the big thing is that the next boss just literally does so many auto cleaves. It's like I think it's 2 autos cleave. I'm pretty sure it's 1 cleave per every 2 autos or something like that. Fortune's a scam! At least a level 52. That's pretty good for this boss. Oh, respawns. Hello. Yeah, unless the Deep Dungeon comes out the day of Tactics, which is actually very possible. It's looking to come out almost exactly the same time as Tactics. It's like, ideally, they're a week apart. That's what the schedule would suggest, is that they'll be a week apart, the new Deep Dungeon and Tactics. A week to play Tactics is still not a lot of time, but still. Why is it a scam? No, 52 squashing the boss. I don't think squash is the right word. It's gonna help, but that boss at low ether pool is just, he's a monster. I'll be steeled. I'll be strength. I'll be lusting. I love lusting. Too bad I can't rage him to death. Just fucking slap him. That would be great. Just fucking... Yeah, I got a pot shirt on this set, thankfully. Unfortunately, I just got it, so I don't... If I had those sustaining potions, the 430 boss would be a joke. Nope. Oh, I dodged. Smile. Not that I like, dodged it. I actually dodged. Didn't even line of sight it. Just actually dodged it. Hi, Sausage. I'm the cat sitter for the weekend. I got 7 cats to take care of. And one of them has already come to find me. Sausage, while we're waiting on respawns. 7. Well, our roommate has 2 upstairs as well. I'm not going to see any more chests from this fortune, am I? I'm going to kill one more mob, and then I'm just going to go up. Because this is just not happening. Yeah, Sausage, a big girl. She big fluff. No, I think Sausage is bigger than Aloha is. Aloha was a very large cat, though. When he was at his ideal weight, meaning like what the vet wanted him at, he was at 7. He was just, the thing is that he was just a big cat. Sausage looks like she's got a little chunk. Aloha was just a big cat, but he didn't have a lot of chunk. Alright. Anyway, let's pop that strength. What's in this one? That's an intuition. Neighbors, they're in their own separate room. They get along with Sausage, actually. That's like the one cat they get along with. You know what else I can do? I got like random foodstuffs in here. Yeah, funnily enough, the one cat they do get along with is Sausage. Ivy gets along fine with them too, but she doesn't spend time with them at all. Yeah, they have the whole upstairs to themselves. Dissever being dodged is actually so clutch. That makes it a lot easier when you can actually dodge Dissever. I also have ley lines now, so that's nice. I should have actually ley lines the lust. I forgot that I have ley lines at this level even. Oh, it disappears? Unfortunate. Alright. That wasn't too bad. I should probably do another 21 to 30, though. Would probably be ideal. The boss is getting squashed. I have another save file at 21 to 30. My general idea is always have 2 save files running simultaneously. When, especially for a new person, like that, I feel like they have to. Like, you have to try to keep... Oh, hey, what's up, Etta? What's up? Hello, Etta. Hello, Avir. Them 2 motherfuckers I never forgot. It's Palace of the Dead. Neos. Yeah, you take one look at Etta. That's all it takes to remember. Yeah, she haunted you. In the cities. If you went to the cities at night, you could find her haunting you. You'd have to catch her at just the right time, though. Like, you'd have to have your camera facing at her at just the right time. I probably should have... Actually, you know what I should do? I should exit and grab those sustaining potions. Just to make sure this 21 to 30 actually sticks. Since all I did was kill 2 monsters. Let me go out and do that. Sustaining potion. Yeah, we still get that with, what's-his-face? We still get that with, Alpha and Omega popping up all over the place. Also, Alzal and, Prish could be found in a bunch of locations as well, which was pretty nice. Think they should be easier? Yeah. I don't see any reason why sustaining, like, why they should be harder to obtain, or they shouldn't be more readily accessible. I like that they want you to get something from inside in order to exchange for them. I do like that kind of sustainability of it. Pun intended. But for newer players, their accessibility is actually a really big deal. When do I get this? Right now. What did I even have here? I'll wait till the higher floors before I start fortuning. The strategy I normally recommend is 1 to 20. You can just kind of run in tandem. You can do like 1 to 2 1 to 10s and 2 11 to 20s. Unfortunately, 21 to 30 is kind of a toss-up, so much so to the point where you practically want to repeat 1 to 20 again. Bare minimum. Once again. I think you really need at least 3 times through 1 to 20 to be ready for 21 to 30. Depends on the job. I'd say on Black Mage that's the case. Maybe on Warrior I wouldn't need to do that. Unfortunately, beating 21 to 30, because that's where you can start getting sustaining potions. I probably would recommend a new player not open bronze chests until floor 24. Because if you open a mimic chest on floor 21, it's bad. It's really bad. And I think it's better to avoid the risk. I don't see any reason to take on that risk. Yeah, not free, but I mean, better than Black Mage. Yeah, don't open till the 4th floor of every set is probably the better way to do it. Oh, that was annoying. Just because the level difference between you and the Mimic is just such a... It's a huge concern. It just is. There's no way around how bad it can be. Like, me opening that right now... Yeah, I'm capped on Ether Pool, but honestly, it's a risk not worth taking because I can't even get a potsherd from it. And I think... What is it? It's bronze 1 to 50 in Palace of the Dead? Bronze's Mimic? I don't remember the breakpoints. I remember in Heaven on High, I think it's 1 to... I think it's like 1 to 30, 31 to 50, and then 51 up is when it becomes gold. Silver is 30. That's a weird fucking jump, but I guess it made sense at the time. I guess that's true. When they made the first 50 floors, they probably wanted to scale it, and then at that point, it's already scaled, so it's like you can't unscale it for 51 to 200, or I guess there's more so there's no point in unscaling it. I don't think they should do this, just to be clear. I actually kind of, in some ways, preferred Palace of the Dead's release to be in 2 separate patches. I don't think that's a good idea, necessarily. But there's a part of it that just kind of made... When a deep dungeon comes out now, it comes out and then that's it. Right? It's never something you can look forward to something new from while it's still relevant. So the idea of it being updatable just kind of goes away. And when the first Palace of the Dead 1 to 50 came out, I really enjoyed it. And when they said they were continuing it and doing 51 to 200, that was actually exciting. So but here's obviously that has come with so many fucking problems. You're so beautiful. What do you ask for at the barbershop? I show him a picture of me from a year ago and go, just make me that again. If you're beautiful, why not just use yourself as the example, of course. I am the example. Oh, yeah, no, don't worry. The silver chest reminder is always present. Hello, Hunter. Hello, Neko. Extra to avoid traps. No, you just kind of hug walls. Hug walls and don't pull anything until you're standing still. Like, really experienced players may know the potential, like, spots to look out for, and they might feel a little more comfortable doing it. But you should A, be standing still by the time you pull, and B, only ever run back the way you came without diverting at all. Ideally, you pull mobs, if you're really concerned, back to the room you started in. And hallways are always safe. If you need a lot of kiting room, the room you came from at the very start is the ideal room. Oh, it's a max HP, max MP floor. I love max MP floors on Black Mage. Just makes Mana Font even better. Dude, you know what's... I'm glad they're finally adding a new icon to the fucking map for Deep Dungeon, man. And it's one that for casual players just doing the lower level floors, it's going to feel so good on leveling floors to get incense. I'm really optimistic about Deep Dungeon as a leveling option also. That's another thing I want to add. Heaven on High was actually a great leveling option. So was Palace of the Dead 51 to 60. It's only EO that was fucking awful. But with incense built in, and incense always being positive, so incense gives you a buff on the following floor after you activate it. The only buff we saw during the live letter was life leech, life steal. But they gave some other examples of what it can do also. It can also turn you into like I guess the equivalent, it could turn you into a manticore. I'm sorry. You're right. I meant to say the Vidoves or whatever they're called, the lamps. You're right. Yeah, those are what I meant. There's a lot of I have a lot of optimism after what they showed, because Deep Dungeon needed something that wasn't just Deep Dungeon again. And it's very interesting to see Deep Dungeon be the place where they go, we need to put we need a philosophical check about our content development. Yeah, Vodivs, yeah. And also, if you're gonna make a roguelike mode, include more roguelike mechanics. Yeah, and here's the thing. As long as I think there's only one thing that I really need to see. I really think they need to preserve the title for soloing to be 1 to 100 flawlessly. That's like one thing I really want them to make sure they keep. I think just soloing to 100 outright without it, that can be like, I mean, there will be like a 400 achievement clear. But other than just the scoring, I really do think the title, Necromancer, you know, Lone Hero, all that stuff equivalent, needs to be 1 to 100 flawlessly without dying. Candle is good. Yeah. It's, I don't know. I expected, okay, another deep dungeon with this little bonus boss, and I got so much more than that. It doesn't really... Here's the thing. I like being positive about that. It doesn't really undo a lot of what people have been saying up to this point, but it's got to start somewhere, right? I'm not going to be pissy and moany about a deep dungeon bringing me something new now, and just, I'm not going to be like, where's my friends list update? Personally. Remember, I made a fucking 8-minute long video bitching about all the game's social features near the start of Dawn Trail. Because that shit's inexcusable at this point. I know you're working on some other things, but like, you got to do something about that shit, alright? Well, no, what I'm saying is, when you die solo in the new deep dungeon, you just go back to floor 70. Like, if you die on 99, you're just going to go back to 70 now. You don't have to go back to 1 in theory. So you could solo the new deep dungeon without, you know, with KOs, without going all the way back to 1 in theory. But for the title, I really hope they preserve the whole 1 to 100 without a duty fail as the bit. Because right now it just is solo from floors 1 to 100 or 1 to 200. But the precedent is you're not even allowed past floor 30 or floor 100 without being flawless. Now you don't have to be flawless to get to those higher floors. They're eliminating the whole, if you die, that's it, the file is wiped kind of thing. Like, you're just kind of done. Oh, yeah, no, there's going to be great, like, horde farming on the higher floors for offerings is going to be, like, you're just literally going to get a safe. You're going to do the horde. Honestly, the whole 20,000 horde achievement is not even going to be that. Like, people who are working on that are about to flood the market board with offerings. Motherfucker's just gonna sell offerings while working on the 20,000 horde achievement now. Because people are just gonna sit on like 71 to 80 with a bunch of shit, like with just an intuition in their inventory, and they're just gonna do that. Well, no, all they said was that the scoring runs. The only thing they commented on was the scoring runs, requiring you to start from floor 1. Because here's the thing. As soon as you wipe, your score is registered. So if you want to score, your run has to start from floor 1. All they mentioned was scoring. I don't seem to recall them mentioning the achievement in any capacity. But I assume that, yeah, you need zero white flags. I'm going to save that affluence for the last few floors. New 30k achievement. I don't know, dude. I feel like... How do I put this? People laugh at achievement hunting as a form of content because you're basically just taking the old and trying to extend its lifespan. But has it not proven useful time and time again? One of the things I always did during downtime in WoW was achievement hunt. Hell, I was 3 out of 4 on the Insane in the Membrane achievement. I just didn't finish the lock boxes. Sometimes all you need is to give people goals. Like, it so artificially extends the life of things that you should always heavily consider it. So whenever there's all of these achievements to work on, I don't even achievement hunt as hardcore as other people, but it does genuinely expand the life of a game to me. So it's weird when people scoff at it as, like, not a thing. Like, big fishing is one giant achievement hunt. Effectively. Yeah, I mean, we've been playing Guild Wars this week. I might even play a little bit later. I'm enjoying going through this, but I did want to make use of the World vs. World rush. I do also want to go through the personal story. I want to go through Living World Season 1, Heart of Thorns story, and then after that, I think. By then, I'll be on vacation, but I'm not going to be done with Guild Wars 2 after I go on vacation. Yeah, I made a video on big fishing, and a lot of people seem to like it. But it's also important to note that big fishing is not in any way, hey, you said there's nothing to do, but have you done big fishing? Because honestly, I wouldn't wish big fishing upon so many people. I'm kind of a sicko, so, like, it's kind of tailored to people like me. But it's important to have things like that in your game that just kind of subtly sit there and just pull people in a little bit. It's just got to nudge a little bit. Well, yeah, Guild Wars 2 added fishing in Janther? Right, Light Earth? Was it Janther? It's a more recent edition. Oh, it's EOD. I thought it was after that. EOD. Okay. Yeah, like, I did fate farming for vouchers. I don't know, it's just like, I guess maybe this is kind of where the Final Fantasy XI player in me kind of comes in handy. I'm used to the idea of seeing something I want to do and trying to put people together for it, or to at least try to quickly position myself in such a way that I can be involved in it. I remember, good example in Final Fantasy XI, when Wings of the Goddess came out, I immediately went exploring for new bosses to see what the new drops were. I would quickly hit them to see if they could be soloed, how hard they hit, what their mechanics were. And so I was the one who was regularly gathering people for new super bosses around the world. The Fomors, nobody had any idea what the Fomors were. So in Wings of the Goddess, there are 5 bosses called the Fomor Kings. I'm not going to lie. some of the dumbest bosses 11 ever made. I honestly think they're terrible. They're all terribly designed. I don't know why they thought that was okay. They're so stupid. I genuinely don't understand what they were thinking. But, like, nobody knew about them yet because the expansion had just come out. So, like, I went around and I was like, ooh, what is this Fomor that just fucking murdered me? And then I was like, hey, I found this boss that, like, absolutely trucked me. So I want to get some people together, see if we can kill it. And then we found out that 6 people got absolutely trucked because those things are fucking stupid. So I brought 18 people, found out 18 people could still get absolutely fucked by them. And so it became a whole huge thing that we needed to do. So, like, when I have a goal in mind, I'm pretty quick to, like, try to get to the, like, the meat of what it is and why I should do it. Or why I would want to do it, in a sense. And so when there's something like big fishing, I'm just like, okay, let me be a part of this and see what I need to, like, what do I need to understand or do to be a part of this? Ocean fishing was the same way for me. And honestly, like, fate farming. Like, when I would log in on any given day and be like, hey, I'm going to farm fates. In my case nowadays, it's more like I get chat to do it. But, I mean, it's not much different than what I would do back in the day. I'd be like, here's this incredibly mundane task that if I do it for a long period of time, I'm going to reap a reward of some kind. So it's kind of the same prospect. Where when I have a goal, I just try to get people around me to also participate. Of course. No, especially not in old zones. I've tried for years to ask them questions about doing things in old zones, and they've always been very not interested in updating old zones versus focusing on new zones. Knowing that effectively telling people, hey, there's some shit to do in the old world is not as good as, hey, there's new shit to do for this expansion. I get it. But, like, I've tried that in interview questions for years to express some interest in that, and it just hasn't worked. I've asked them to update the old hunts health-wise so that they don't just insta-fucking melt, because in reality, it doesn't matter if they are level 50 content. They are current content with the way people treat them. New with open world fates. I won't be surprised if the high risk idea comes from 14 Mobile, but honestly, I don't really like the high risk idea from 14 Mobile. I think it's poorly executed. It's just like, if you're not doing like a dedicated fate party that is meant to complete the high risk versions, it basically just eliminates that fate from the map. So it actually creates more problems than anything else. I hope you made lots of spaghetti. That's the thing. That's why it's weird to me when people say I don't criticize 14. We have discussions like this a lot. I'm just not frothing at the mouth about it. Which, I mean, I guess means it's a softball criticism nowadays. I don't know. Even in my big fishing video, I'm like, hey, this literally won't solve the issues that you're having. But the idea of it is something that's pretty good for MMOs, so maybe we should learn a thing or two. That's what I want to do. I want to learn. I like learning from... That's why I hate past Haps. Yeah, he teaches me things, but like, fuck that guy. He should have known, idiot. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the hunts, too, are kind of like their own thing. It's just like, when your interests are wider, it's easier to find more communities of people to interact with. That's... Oh, for fuck's sake. Well, I'm about to have 2 Skatines on me. Thank you, Chirp. Not like it matters, but these things aren't that hard. Are you... Alright. Sure. Yeah, the battle content in Dawn Trail has been really good. It's been the only... Dude, if we had, like, Abyssos and shit going on right now, like, even M6 is, like, kind of close to Abyssos in terms of, like, disruption, I suppose. Dude, it would be a fucking nightmare. Because I'd have nothing good to say at that point. Yeah, that's why sometimes I just like playing 14. Because it's, in terms of, like, streaming. Because at the very least, it's a place where even if I want to get a little hyperbolic about something, generally, it's... Everything that's happening discussion-wise is within reason. Dodge. Yeah, because I don't make content for the game because it's my livelihood. I make content for the game because I actually enjoy it. And when I don't enjoy it, I make sure to say something. And then I play some other games for a while. I've gone months without making a 14 video other than, like, basic, like, 1 or 2 basic news. I think in, November of 2023, I think it was specifically. I made 4 videos, I think. 5 videos maybe that month. Because there was nothing to talk about in 14. There was nothing to do in 14, so I just literally didn't make content. I played Pokemon and shiny hunted the entire month. That month was the most dead 14 has ever felt to me. I'm almost certain that that's when it was. It was like November of 2023. I think that was the most dead Final Fantasy 14 ever did that. It was bad, man. That's why the recent bit has been a little weird, because I felt way less motivated to do things in Final Fantasy XIV during other periods of time than recently. This hasn't been the worst feeling, in my opinion. There have been far worse times of feeling for me. What kind of crazy this expansion is. Yeah, I'm not even positive. I'm like... There are just some things I enjoy and some things I fucking hate. I just enjoy some things is all. Yeah, that would have been the Endwalker end times specifically. I'm not even that positive. I talk shit about shit all the time in this game. I just don't doom over it. I just want to come up with solutions. Solutions that aren't, like, trying to make this EverQuest 3. All of Endwalker was so... And a lot of it nowadays is, like... It's kind of just, like... Endwalker tested your patience. And Dawn Trail is when you run out of it. Because I had a lot to do in Endwalker. I just only ever did any of it once. And then also... Top. Yeah, maybe. A little bit of projection of, like, good times onto that. It's possible, but I don't think that's it, really. They may have squashed some of the emotion during that time, but I wouldn't say that it's wholly responsible, because it's not like anything that's being said is that outlandish. It's just, some of it's just not very well put together. You're enjoying the content? Thanks. Endwalker burned a lot of people out, man. Endwalker was rough. Like, Heavensward was when I felt things were actually, like, so bad the game could fail again. So for me, outside of story, Heavensward is by far, though, as someone who was there on expansion and was trying to do everything on content and watched the Diadem fail fucking twice in one expansion. Imagine that. Just imagine one of the most major updates in your expansion fails twice. It gets released, then it gets remade, and then it fails again within the same expansion. That's Heavensward. Next trial is going to be a Necron equivalent. Almost undoubtedly. That's rough. That's a rough fucking expansion. Endwalker, if Heavensward wasn't that bad, Endwalker would be the second worst expansion. Endwalker has some pretty peak trials, and the Criterion fights are cool, but there are so many missteps in Endwalker. So many. That just make Dawn Trail. Dawn Trail's kind of, it's an extension of Endwalker in both the issues it actually has, and in... How do I put it? And in the consequence of their actions. Diadem, my favorite place to relax. Stop. I mean, do whatever you want, but stop. I don't know. I just say the things I don't like, and then I move on. I can play a bit of Guild Wars 2 if I just don't feel like logging into 14 a day, or I'm just in a different mood. I felt like playing Guild Wars 2 today. But I also just realized I really needed to get working on getting through Deep Dungeon here for this video, and I'd rather spend the time doing that on stream than off stream, because off stream I can work on other things. Hello, KP. a solo play. No, it does. I mean, almost all the updates to Endwalker that weren't a raid that people could do was Island Sanctuary or reworking the game to be more solo. Like, that was it. That was all Endwalker was. Oh, yeah, no. Criterion made me very sad. Hey, at least we know when Criterion is coming. What was the thing that failed twice? The Diadem. And then they remade it a third time. And the third time, it technically worked. That was for Ishgard Rest, though. Cairo, welcome back for the 29 months.
Cairo52 just subscribed.
Hello. All right, sweet. Island Sanctuary. Okay, calling it not the worst is not the same as it being what people wanted or being good. That's an important distinction to make.
Chlora just
Because it was
subscribed for 11 months.
not even for like a farming game Redux, it wasn't very good. Cairo, thank you, and Cloara, thank you as well. Thank you for the 11 months. I love resubs. Yeah, Heaven's Word is a really bad expansion. Again, if Final Fantasy 14 that, I guess maybe that's why I'm not as doom and gloom, because I've seen what it looks like at its actual worst. I've been there for 1.0 and I've been there for Heaven's Word on content. I've seen some shit in my days. I was like, well, they came back from that. Well, I survived that, so fingers crossed. Yeah, speaking of which, I gotta go into my island today. Yeah, no, Island Sanctuary. That wasn't it, fam. That's my... What would you rate Island Sanctuary? I'd rate it a that isn't it, fam, out of 10. Good morning, anime. Yeah, because I watched Heaven's Ward be a fucking disaster. And them take a lot of time very specifically targeting certain pieces of feedback. And then Stormblood, which, well, people will talk about in the story, best expansion we ever had. Unfortunately, it takes a while to see the fruits of that labor, which is never something you really want to hear as a subscriber. So I guess I always think back to that. The last time they had a major inflection point. Yeah, the problem is that the relic in there... One second. Yeah, it's good for cordials and dyes. Dyes, don't mind if I do. Alright, let me remind myself what this chest was and then go up. I'll just go do the next floor. I have sustaining potions now anyway, so the 430 boss won't be a problem. Yeah, that's how I feel too. I just don't want to do something in game, I just don't do it. And then I say, I don't think this is good. And then I move on. Man, I don't know. If I can somehow avoid Final Fantasy XIV being my entire personality, I feel like it can be done. I feel like it's possible. Yeah, but what color sad would you be? That's the real question. Oh, I didn't manage to hit 52 this time. Damn. I also got a few more ether pool armors this time, and now he's barely hurting me to boot. I mean, I don't know what the reason is. I mean, listen, I've been passionate about stuff in the past. I'm sure if you go back to even just like 12, 13 years ago, you can get kind of a similar vibe from me. I just didn't want to be that. I worry about things from time to time. It's not like I don't have my own concerns as a creator, especially. I just know that it just... I don't know. I'd rather work at something myself than leave it in the hands of somebody else. Oh no, I did 21 to 30 again. Doesn't matter. If I get exploded, it doesn't matter. I'm still just going to go back and do it again. Because I need more arm and armor. Now, the big question is 31 to 40. Yeah, needing... When you have no ether pool, arm and armor, it gets very important to, like, redo floors fairly frequently. I also only have 20 sustaining potions, and I kinda gotta make those last. Yeah, mimics are going to continue to be sketched. Mimics are now silvers, too, which is the worst, because those are the ones you need most. Well, again, it's not even about being okay with taking a break. It's... You shouldn't not say something, ever. Feedback-wise. And nobody should tell you you can't. But you should always try to consider how your message comes across. Because you want people to want to listen to you. That's like, otherwise feedback is just kind of noise. I mean, that's quite literally the definition. But you know what I mean. Yeah, it's just kind of important. Dude, you guys sometimes hear me go off about things? How many, when we gotta start talking about, I gotta make a video about the duty recorder. People want a rage video from me, just throw me in a fucking room with the duty recorder for 5 minutes. Holy Jesus. Every time it's in the patch notes, I get upset. Visibly upset. Bait the clip farmers. I love it. I'll crash out over some duty recorder. It'll be great. Yeah, that shit's wild to me, Brandon. Bro, I actively hate liking Final Fantasy VII Remake. Because the people are so insufferable. I hate liking it. Yeah, I don't like the original 7 all that much. After disc 1, honestly, I don't really care for Final Fantasy 7. But it's like super middle of the pack for me. Mm-hmm. I would hate it if it had Blitzball. I would record a video of me burning the disc and put it on social media. Blitz D's balls. You love petty happy? Nah, bitch, I ain't being petty. You just said nah, bitch. Sorry, Brooklyn 99 quote. I love it, Catherine. I also love Queen's Blood. Everyone keeps asking me what I think of Final Fantasy IX Remake, and I was like, number 1, probably not happening. Number 2, I kind of hope it does, because now Final Fantasy IX might actually get made into a good game. Yeah, we're about 16 weeks into the 9 remake announcement being a week away. Gamescom is the next actual, like, it's gonna happen moment, you know? What Final Fantasy games would have good prequels? Final Fantasy X. And that's it. Technically, Final Fantasy VII has several prequels, so I can't even put it on the list. 8? No. 6, no. 4, no. 5, no. 3, no. 2, no. 1, no. 12 technically has a prequel game. They're unrelated, but Tactics is technically a prequel game. Yeah, Braska's Pilgrimage would be the only thing I would want. Yeah, literally they're so far apart timeline-wise that it's complete. And technically one has a prequel. It's Stranger of Paradise, yeah. I don't miss most of the PS1 era of Final Fantasy, to be fair. This floor took a really long time. Didn't get a lot done. It was just a big floor. The good news is I'm 54 and some change now, so... I wouldn't want a Final Fantasy VI game set in the War of the Magi, to be honest. I just don't think it's valuable. That's because this isn't the new tower. I'm working on a new video. Nowhere to say this is a new deep dungeon. New deep dungeon video. Does not imply new deep dungeon video. It's a video about deep dungeon. About context. There is a new deep dungeon coming. Just not yet. Alright, time to run around a fucking circle while I wait for this to wear off. Even Scathe is a spell? Come on. No, I'm just working on a video. My Ether Pole arm and armor are uncapped. Ain't no way this is a fucking Necro run. I've sold the floor 200 before. Although I don't have Necro because it wasn't from floor 1. Because fuck that back at the time. I need some fucking affluences, man. Yeah, I have a legally distinct necromancer experience. Hello, Ethelum. Timu Necromancer. Yeah, that person, you know what? Can't hate a dreamer, Banks. You mean I'm worth listening now? Worth listening back then, too. Just because you pop one motherfucking bad Pomander does not undo everything else. I still cleared. I didn't help myself, but I still did it. You don't have to do it on PS5 anymore, Eds. You can just do it and then go log into your PS5. No one would listen to me even if I clear anyway, because I do it on Machinist, and everyone just mutes Fizz ranged anyway. On the PS4, that's true, but not on PS5. On PS5, and let me rephrase. In Dawn Trail specifically, they made it so that you just need to, I think, open the achievement menu. That doesn't work on PS4, and it didn't work that way before Dawn Trail. But it's been that way since 7.0. My PS5 Platinum trophy that I got it in all of about 5 minutes. I simply logged in. No, nobody listens to Fizz range. There doesn't need to be a reason. That's just how it is. Everybody mutes Fizz ranged. That's just the life I live. Yeah, so yeah, bards couldn't even listen to themselves. They were muted so bad. Like, I don't want to hear it, man. But it's you talking. I don't want to hear it. Though, of course, relatable. I also don't want to hear myself talk. Be like, Baby Driver, I have headphones and nonstop. Bell bottoms! Bell bottoms! Bell bottoms! Monks can be their own brother. Listen. Sometimes it's the only way you'll have a brother. I don't think that hurts that bad on these floors, but I'd rather line of sight it. I hate doing reduced damage. Oh, eyes on me last I checked. It's not a gaze AoE. That wasn't the usual one. Eyes on me is just a raid wide. At some point while Sophie's away, she doesn't really watch Dexter, so I haven't watched Dexter Resurrection yet. Might do that a little bit tonight before bed. I've heard Dexter Resurrection has been quite good so far. I thought original said, yeah, let me see how much damage. Okay, Eyes on Me doesn't do a lot here. I think Eyes on Me kills you later, but I don't think it kills you here. Yeah, I never finished watching Original Sin. They put the first episode up on YouTube for free, and I thought it was really good. I mean, they do be working with Square now, so maybe it is a Jobstone. I mean, it makes sense. You add a co-pilot AI, make it a Jobstone, and it's just a reminder of the jobs that no longer exist because of it. It's perfect. It's like, look, we gave the AI a Jobstone, just so you'd know. -1 job. Why am I spitting facts? That's just because I'm Italian. We just spit when we talk in general. That sounds likely. Tack. Give me a potsherd. Yay! It was listening! Oh, nope. I was ready in fire. Yeah, you keep Gilmore and Potsherds because they fall into your actual inventory. It's Pomanders and upgrades that you don't keep. They can't like take something back out of your inventory. That'd be fucked up. Like, no, I'm taking that one back. Influenced by pop culture. I don't know what any of that last half you even said is. So I'm gonna say no. I mean, quest names are always, you know, pop culture-y in some capacity. That's about it, really. Yeah, media generally inspires other media. I mean, I played Terraria religiously when it first came out. Rimworld now, though. Right. There's silvers on this floor. I have 3 purities. Damn, I should have just laid one of these down immediately so I didn't even have to use the purity, but it's fine. Oh, good. Well, the good news is I can get a rematch against it right now. Never mind. I was certain I was going to get another one. I mean, you can't... Your gear is useless in here. Your gear doesn't do anything in here. You can be naked, and it's like the same thing. You know what's better than mimics into mimics? Mimics into mimics into more mimics. Followed by getting an item that's useless into another mimic. Yeah, you can use food. I don't know if I would use food for the speed in particular. Oh, yeah, no, the mimic into landmine. There you go. That's the real classic. Where you get the silver at the end and it's a landmine. Listen, I prefer my strat where I use alteration and then I win. That's definitely my preferred strat. I love knockback being disabled. I mean, the Accursed Horde spawning a trap, that's a classic also. They put those things right on top of traps on purpose. Something on this floor sucking? Well, the monks suck. Literally. So maybe that's what you were thinking. I'll kill them before that happens, but they do suck. They do go for a little... You know? Actually, there's so many other rooms. Let me go the other ways first. Oh, hey, alteration. We were just talking about you. Wait, why are you giving me that look? I've done nothing to deserve that look. Black Mage. Black Mage gets, Fire for. Oh, that's right. I actually do have Blizzard 4 now. Good reminder. I have Umbral Hearts. And I'll get Fire 4 soon, too. In fact, let me do that. That was how my keybinds were originally. Yeah, it's no knockbacks, and so they actually can't suck. Just effectively the remaining parts of its kit, yeah. So I can stay in fire a good bit longer. I'll be getting Fire 4 soon, though. Damn, there were, like, no chests on this floor. That's wild. At least I can stop using Blizzard 1. I have to take a quick restroom break after this one, too. One more level. Hopefully I don't die. The mobs themselves, it's weird how much the mobs have not scaled up. I think it's because you actually approach 60 on these floors, and the mobs don't yet get to that level. Because technically, you're not supposed to hit 60 on 40. You're supposed to hit 60 on your way to 50. So by being 60 already, I'm kind of like, these mobs are in their like mid to upper 50s. But like, I'd say I'm ahead of the intended level curve. See, they suck. Unsuccessfully, but he tried. Wow, that floor was awful. There was literally nothing. Hey, they've given low-level Black Mage a lot better stuff. It's still not. It's still with Fire 4 not being until Heaven's Ward a bit bad, but like Black Mage having Umbral Soul and Aspect Mastery early has helped tremendously. I'll at least give them credit. Oh, good. No auto healing. I fucking love that. Honestly, I'm just going to Serenity that. I can start skipping mobs soonish, too. Oh, good. To crush your enemies 4. You can tell how much I've done on this character. The only problem is these mobs are actually so low level that getting to 60 in these last few floors kind of sucks. Well, I'm doing it on Black Mage to start, at the very least. Because if you can, like, Black Mage is by far one of the worst jobs a brand new Deep Dungeoner could have picked to have done it. I think, arguably, even, I would honestly even rather be Astro or something. just for a floor 50. So if you can heal yourself, who gives a shit? It's not like you're gonna run out of fucking time. You just need to live. Wow, not a single fire starter, huh? I fucking got poxed. I hate this. Well, might as well not do this until then. If I had gotten a single fire starter proc, I wouldn't have gotten infatuation there. Jesus, dude. Where'd my fire starters go? Alright, well, there's 60, so... Now I have fire 4. I'm gonna go back and get that silver after I look around. Time to never fire one again. Zero timer Black Mage means I fire 4 now. I mean, yeah, that's a fair assessment. The one that they use for the example with Shantoto's stuff, you mean? Yeah, Deep Dungeon would also be a likely place to put it, mind you. Fuck you. And the horse you rode in on. This time I have fire 4, so you're fucking dead. Alright? Time to never... Yeah, no, I'll paradox a little. Too bad I won't be on level 100. Blinded and no sprint. AKA the I hate fun floors. We love I hate fun floors. Good thing Fire 4 hits like a fucking truck, dude. And you basically never need to spend time in ice. I heard that motherfucker spawn behind me. Yeah, that potency creep, man. It's really just 21 to 30 that sucks. Alright, there it is. Sure. I'll look for... Oh, look, there it is. Alright, I'm leaving. Yeah, I don't think I missed a single spell while I was blind there. I'm actually... I actually don't think I missed any at all. Which is wild, given how often you can miss with blind. Wow, lust and intuition. Cool, man. By the way, sustaining potion should also maybe be an option from bronze hordes. Maybe not the higher hordes. Unless they're gonna... Here's the thing, I wouldn't want sustaining potions in hordes at all, unless you could get sustaining plus an actual item. Like, if every single horde came with a couple of sustaining potions, but also had its normal loot in there, that would probably be fine. But, man, otherwise... that shit's toxic. Yeah, Aloha plush always gets knocked over because the cats are always running all over the bed. Oh, good. Another lust, bro. Oh, good. Another lust. Bro, I think these floors are horny. Granted, I guess Edda's, like, you know, in the first 50 floors, and the way she acts with the Veer, I mean... clearly something, you know. Edda with this amount of ether flow is not going to be great. She actually does a lot of damage. All I remember about Edda is looking away to not get sucked. I don't remember how the like wedding mechanic works. I just remember it can do a shit ton. I don't remember if it's like people get hit by an AoE and that empowers it. Yeah, the in and out's the only thing that matters, really. But, like, I don't remember what the... Because I'm thinking about what the damage from her room wide would be like with low ether pool. This isn't the floor 50 set, but I'm already thinking about it. Yeah, that's what it is. Failing any of the mechanics. That's what I thought. I thought it was something like that, but... either way, I don't even remember who the floor 40 boss is, but I'll remember in a second. Oh, you, right. I remember how the high-level version of this fight works. I don't remember if the low-level version... The high-level version has, like, a bit of a check on it. I just remember the room-wide. I don't remember... Did you have to get away from him during it? When he does Scream? Because Scream in whatever in the other one is, like, fucking brutal. Scream is the one thing that is, like, actually dangerous here. Oh, well, I guess I just have to remember. Alright, fuck you too, pal. I should have stood on the side of it. Because the only thing I really remember is Scream. But if I don't see Scream, it doesn't matter. So, Jesus Christ. Black Mage cooked his ass. Black Mage kind of... Now that Black Mage 60, Black Mage kind of strong for the rest of this. I had to do 31 to 40 one more time just to be safe. Yeah, dude, 21 to 30, it's just wild how much harder it is than everything else. feels like something's wrong. What if it feels so right, though? Right, I don't have Fire 4 again. I went back down to do the other save file to get more silvers. Completely forgot. Bro, stop giving me lust, witching, and intuitions. For the love of God, dude. You know what? Instead of making it so that hordes could give sustaining potions, I would have been fine with the alternative of you can choose to open it for a random item or just give it to them for sustaining potions. I mean, it made me feel like I want to use my intuitions at this point. Yeah, that's true. Less than Ice 3 is pretty good just for general use as long as you're sure you'll survive. If you're at no threat. Me trying to remember immediately what skills I have and what skills I don't have after just playing this set of floors. No, I don't want flight. These are all the useless ones. Firestarter? Hello? Okay, guess not. Alright. Wait, can I frog attack him? Really? You can't even auto attack frog? Just go back this way. What was this? Oh, a steel. Hey, I'll take that. Level range to go in and fast farm some ether pool. Honestly, machinist run and gun is so useful for farming ether pool. I don't know if that's the best one, but man, being able to just fucking blast through everything feels so good. Come on, sir. I'll take a +2. Thank you very much. It's just, man, it's just wild to me how much more difficult 21 to 30 is. Anything specifically? I mean, Behemoth, there's going to be strats for Behemoth no matter what. You're never just going to walk into Behemoth and be like, well, didn't care, killed the boss. He's always going to be a special case, even if it's easier or harder on some jobs. Like, it was pretty easy on Machinist. Yeah, but doing it without strength is not the same as, like, not actually trying to do a decent push. Like, you still want, like, oh, go into 15% with, you know, an idea of what you're going to do. You're never just going to be like, well, I don't know, he pushed to 15 and then I just killed him. Maybe Viper, I don't know. You're still probably at least waiting for the whole Twister thing to happen. Tell me a secret. Well, it's not a secret if I tell you, then. I don't even fucking know you. Why would I owe you a secret? You tell me a secret. God damn it. Always somewhere. Yeah, that's still not willy-nilly. Nor would somebody who has never done it before really opt into that decision. You also really want to remember not to get auto-attack during meteors. I heckin' love being auto-attacked. He didn't wash his hands on the way out. I can see that. Busy man. Hardly a secret. Anyone else in there could have known, though. Damn. Got me, Tack. Wild how well it worked. Yeah, it's got a pair of bear fangs. How could that possibly be misconstrued? No, the duty recorder isn't that bad. It's worse. For some reason, that made me think of the log song. You don't know what the duty recorder is? Yeah, that's for the better. You can't be upset about something you're not aware of. I did have to go to the bathroom, that's true. And then I got into the game too much. Ow. Didn't I alter this floor? No, I altered the next floor. Fucking duty recorder, man. I don't fucking... Yeah, I think it still has the mother crystal. I don't think they ever removed the mother crystal from the list of raids in the duty recorder. I think they just leave. I think it's just there permanently now. The duty recorder is the main reason why the raid planner is a genuine concern. Or it was until they started saying what they wanted to do with it. And even then it still is. Because I've been excited for features before, man. I've also learned not to be. It's like, wow, this is gonna be great. Comes out, this fucking sucks. Every time a new live letter comes out, every time a new patch note comes out and I see the duty recorder on there, I get upset. M4S, Juno, and Valagarmanda normal. Yeah, what a great fucking lineup that is. I yawned as the moment Snowcloak came on. Well, the reason why it's normal is because you can use the duty support in there. They want it for people who want to take pictures with the characters or want to record things with the characters. Snorcloak. So every time when she came to bed last night, me and one of the cats, Cinnamon, we were just like back to back against each other, just fucking snoring, out cold. I was so tired from being up so early the day before. I slept like a fucking brick last night. I mean, you don't need a static to do Deep Dungeon. You just PF it. You need to PF with the same group through and through that effectively becomes that static, but people PF 4-player climbs all the time. A Realm Reborn. Bro, the number of intuitions that I've seen in these chests is wild. I've seen like 11 intuitions in the last like 4 floors. This ogre is a big L. I don't want to find these hordes. These are the wrong hordes. I want my golden blessed hordes. Give me a level 58, please. Wish Blizzard 4 was not 58. Oh my god. Don't worry, surely this one won't explode. I was right. Yeah, make the sustaining potion like an Estus flask. Smile. And then they add another new thing, a cairn of Estus. It's making me so sleepy. Yeah, they could just do that too. Just sell pot shirts. Just let me sell them online. On the market board. Let me tell you, drinking that coffee is not going to help me with the fact that I didn't go to the bathroom before the set of floors. How many X potions did I get? 62. Alright. Figured I might as well upgrade. Yeah, you don't even need to get to Dawn Trail for it. Just Endwalker. They're still at 2 different level ranges, but in theory, you could deep dungeon from 81 to 100 without ever going to Dawn Trail. Serenity now! Rage. Flicker. Using that rage. I guess I was going to open that, but... Let me go slap. 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 Insanity later. No, I did Insanity when I was in college. That was good times. I had the t-shirt and everything. Oh, hey, an affluence. I will use that immediately. Thank you very much. Chests galore. I'm a toad. Time to make wet toad noises. I'm gonna go check the silver first. Let me through. I should be able to do a floor 50 clear. Give me a good idea, because whatever ether pool I have on Black Mage, honestly, is probably more than enough ether pool for like any other. I haven't used any of the sustaining potions yet, so I'm going to assume my ether pool when I beat 50 on Black Mage is realistically all anyone would need on any job. If even that much. Oh, I love Blind. I'm honestly tempted to Serenity it, just for not needing to give a shit. 30-30 for a solo? That seems a bit odd. Given that 30-30 almost gets you fucking killed on the floor 30 boss. Granted, that is the hardest hitting boss of the batch. I understand why the 30-30 recommendation. It's largely because back in the day, 30-30 is what you needed for the first weapon. I don't know how much that actually tracks in regards to the recommendation for what to do when you're trying to solo just 1 to 50. I'll come back for that. Yeah, because the first tier of the weapon was a 30-30 exchange. Good thing we don't have to do that type of exchange for this anymore. Now you can actually just break it up into groups of 10. I was actually going to reduce my main character's ether pool down to 0 by just buying a bunch of grips. Glad I didn't do that. It would have been tough because I would have needed to have like spent 10, get a +1 to each weapon and armor, and then spend 10 again. Spend the rest at that point, because otherwise I would end up with 9. I mean, I guess not the end of the world to bring yourself down to 9 and then figure it out from there, but... Why Black Mage? Because that was all this character had leveled. That was usable. I know you don't really need a high level, but I was like, well, I already have Black Mage, and this has no sustain with no sustaining potions. For a fresh with 0 ether pool arm and armor solo from 1 to 50. Probably a decent example point for what people should maybe expect. It kind of just was like a perfect storm of... I had not used this character for anything. I've cleared Palace of the Dead solo, yeah. I did it from floor 50 because I didn't care about the title, but I have done it. I'll go back and get my actual title before the next one comes out. +5 to Schwag. To Schwag. Oh, I didn't actually use the affluence. I'll use it now. Hey, look, another one. Yeah, when you're not prepared, it goes awry very quickly. Oh yeah, that's why I didn't want to start over from 1 again. It only took me 5 tries, but 4 tries at that was enough for me to be like, I'm good. I'm just going to start from 50. Fuck the title. Alright, let's see. I don't have a fortune, so... Can I get to this bronze easily enough? More potsherds never hurt. Might just kill this thing just to get to it. Alright, proximity aggro. Got it. Couldn't remember the aggro type for these, if it was sound or proximity. Got my answer. God damn it. Hello, Sidetreks. Blizzard one. Well, I mean, at your first few levels, yeah, that's going to be what you do. You realistically want to be in fire as often as possible. Items unavailable. That's not fun. Not like I'll need that for later. As fire is much stronger. Black Mage is literally all about using fire to do most of their damage. Ice is something you usually only cast. At the low levels, you have to cast it a few extra times because you need to get the MP back. But you are going to be using fire a lot. As is evidenced by me blowing these things the fuck up. I guess I'll use the fortune on the next floor. Fire is big boom. Boom. Jesus Christ, that fire 4 does so much in here. Well, I mean, my rotation is fire 3, then fire 4 6 times. It's ultimately, you're going to mostly be using fire. Like, that's going to be the purpose of the job. Like, yeah, you'll have some other things to do in between there, like Blizzard 4s with Blizzard 3s and whatnot. You won't be transposing either. I mean, there still are some reasons to transpose at the later levels. Less, but still some of them. Yeah, this very specifically is level 60. But you're still going to be using a lot of fire. It's just going to be fire 4 instead of fire 1. Fire 4! Fire 4! Fire 4! Fire 4! Fire 4! Fire 4! And that's Black Mage. Lightning Bolt! Lightning Bolt! Old meme still checks out. Let me affluence the next floor. Wow, this file only has one lust? What the hell? Just noticed. No, lightning bolt. Lightning bolt. You son of a... There's so many intuitions. Cloud of daggers. No, the meme is lightning bolt. We've been over this. Well, I mean, I'm only at level 60, but even then, Black Mage still just mostly uses Fire 4. Like, in between fights, I'll go into Ice and Umbral Soul. So I can Fire 4 some more without having to cast actual Blizzard spells. Just because I'm out of combat. Fire 4! Alright, I'll come back in this room. Let me go the other way first. Thunder! Fire. 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 Thunder! Fire. 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 Ice! Ice. Fire! Baby. Hello, Ark. Make it a certain length. That fucking video is as long as it is, Ark. That's like an hour-long video. How do you get much longer than that? Oh, right. I was going to fortune this floor. It doesn't matter. I already know that the floor 40 boss is going to fall over. And they're going to fall over even faster this time. You know, sometimes as Black Mage, I still just do this nonstop. It's kind of hard not to. Old habits die hard. Old habits and me die hard. Yeah, I'm leyline maxing. Look at all that real estate. What's a fish's favorite profession? Real estate. You're a realm reborn. I sure am. Hello, Kiri. Oh, that felt good. Alright, let's see what this amount of ether pool looks like for 41 to 50. Oh, good, a rage. Rage. Oh, I actually have a, I have a fortune on me. Oh my god. I guess I go down this way. And then fortune and walk my way back up. Hello, hello. It's content time. Don't know why I wouldn't stand closer before doing that, but that's fine. Do. I'll have to run all the way back. I should have done it the other way. I should have gone up and then run down. Since now I'm going to have to run down and back up again to check everything. Oh, that one definitely dropped a gold. Alright, well, if I need to pop another rage on the way down, at least I have the option. Something respawns. I love when I use a rage because I have a spare rage and I get another spare rage. It's all the rage. Hello, Vivi. There's the spare right there. I'll have to check one more room anyway. I see a respawn in the far side. Oh, here we go. I got my fortune and my rage back. Great. What did I used a fortune and a rage to get a fortune and a rage. It's like the self-consuming snake. I still didn't use the restroom, by the way. Sitting here trying to pee. Just my brain just wants to pee so bad. Got that brain pee. Bottle. No. I'm on diuretics. That's not gonna be enough. Pea brain. No, not pea brain. Brain pea. All right. Let's just do this. Just looking for silvers at this point. Silvers and golds. All right, come on now. Well, I'm on the internet enough. That's the equivalent of soaking my brain in piss. No potsherd. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to try to get Necromancer on the Ether Pool, like... What am I? Ether Pool 39, 38. Black Mage. Alright. 3 site commanders is not what I wanted. These commanders suck. Haste is great. What's my cast time? I'll take it. What's going on, Jack? Jason Reborn. That would have been another good name for this character. I'll keep that in mind the next time they decide to remake a Realm Reborn. That's a good one. Black Mage just kind of cooks all this shit now, huh? That 21 to 30 stretch where Black Mage feels really bad just gets completely undone even with low Ether Pool. I mean, to be fair, of course I'm cooking. I'm just spamming fire, but like... Whoa, that actually hurt a lot. Almost died there. That's probably like 100 health. They're like, we heard you talking shit. How about we put a landmine along the wall? I would have at least liked if that landmine had hit the fucking guy. I'm actually shocked that it didn't. Spare strength. Love to see it. I would really like more silvers, though. Where are all the silvers? There we go. Now that's a theme. Potsherd. We love seeing those. Yeah, this will be good. This will help me with my video later. I don't know if I'm working on this video today. I might kind of want to work on some other ones, but I want the footage for this one done. Summon ads? Only if I can summon 3 minutes worth of them. I'll never be tired of Pharaoh serious music. It's serious business. Oh, hello there, both of you. What? All right, that can't be LOS. Got it. Little surprised by that, but no biggie. Definitely wouldn't have expected that to not be possible. What's this? Spare lust. Spare potions. Alright, this whole not peeing thing is actually starting to bite me in the back. See, the problem is that if you could just adjust the music, then what would be the point of them having all the different music in the first place? I just want to get better. If I could just get rid of Snowcloak, that would be great. That'd be the only thing I would do. Every time I think of, like, adjusting a soundtrack, I always think of Twisted Metal 4. And Twisted Metal 4, which had a fantastic soundtrack that there was no reason to change, you could take the disc out of the disc tray and then put an audio CD in the disc tray and then close it, and then you could just play Twisted Metal 4 with whatever audio was on the CD that you put into your PlayStation. I used to put Eminem CDs in there. To be fair, my favorite song in Twisted Metal 4 is Dragula, and I just, listen to that one a lot. Oh, you know what? I don't need to kill enemies now, so I can actually start using flights. Use Winamp to play music in-game. That's so funny. Yeah, but didn't Monster Rancher... Was Monster Rancher the one where you got new monsters for doing the disc swapping? Didn't you, like, get something in Monster Rancher for disc swapping? That was... Yeah, I was gonna say. That's definitely more... A little more reasonable of a switch to be making. Yeah, mine was like taking the really great Twisted Metal 4 soundtrack and putting something else in. Which I did because, honestly, I kind of just did it because it was cool to do. I was like, wow, this works. Technology is amazing. Who figures this shit out? Hello, Mimic D. Goodbye, Mimic D. I was about to be like, hello, Mimic E. I was ready for it. At least we're getting a decent flow of silvers this time. Should make Edda a little bit more manageable. Alright, no reason to kill anything there. Yeah, disc swapping was great. When I think of disc swapping, it reminds me of Twisted Metal, and it reminds me of my swap magic. Played a lot of JP games with my swap magic. Oh, I don't know what the longest mimic chain is, but there are mimic chains. We have documented mimic chains. They're there. They're real. I don't know what the record is. 3 or 4 deep. Well, that's at least a personal accounting. It's good enough for me. Honestly, since I'm only planning on going to 50, I should just be going nuts. Oh, there's a no knockback floor. Never mind. I may have just made an oopsie. I need to untransform. Do that. Do that. When you don't notice that you got the no knockback floor. And now you've got 5 monsters on you. Normally this would be a witching play, but I'll be fine with the sustaining pot. Also, Black Mage. I didn't even look at the thing. Alright, everything's fine. Fire 4 has solved the issue. The good news is, I did still get rid of every trap, so... Oh yeah, Black Mage is pretty... It really sucks fresh from 21 to 30. Like, most jobs suck from 21 to 30. Black Mage was exceptionally bad for 21 to 30. As soon as I made it past 21 to 30, it was a monster. Yeah, for some reason I saw this and I was thinking, motherfucker. Well, that's what I should have been thinking. I was thinking that I had no regen. My brain just, like, didn't actually pay attention to what it was I had gotten. Fuck you, game. Blowing up in my face. Excuse me. That's a lot of fucking dragons. Why does there have to be no knockback on this floor of all floors? At least it was also a haste floor. So I could just fucking roll on through all these dragons. Dude, how many monsters? Like, I got like 6 monsters in the other room. I got like, what is this, 4, 5? 4. Got some busy rooms here. Yeah, not even monster rooms. Just busy rooms. And also, fortune is a scam. Yeah, they're called monster rooms. Alright, this time it's not a no knockback floor. I mean, I'll come back and check these golds anyway. Yeah, I can't wait for the new deep dungeon. Ow. Alright, alright, alright. Hold on, hold on. Too many mobs. A little too risky there. Looking for silvers, please. Well, I mean, I don't expect the 2-minute meta to go anywhere. The 2-minute meta was born of feedback that people gave. Even if the feedback is a little different now, I don't expect it to change too much. More like designed around than anything else. I'll take a potsherd. Well, once again, fortune's a scam. You mother... Stop doing that. Nope. Oh, he's dead. And he didn't drop anything. Fortune's a scam. Set of floors has been incredibly underwhelming for my silvers. These mimics do love me today. That's a big floor. Well, fortunately, it's no sprint, not no knockback. Stop. Slap. Slap. I'll double back and grab those other ones. Fortune's looking like a scam again. Why is fortune always a scam? At least that's a good strength get. Doesn't matter because technically, for the sake of this, floor 50 is the only thing that matters. Well, a single floor 50 is the only thing that matters. You know what? I'll take a flares on the floor before the boss. That makes life easier. A weapon flare at that. And let me just go get another, check for another Galmoran. I'm being motivated by how badly I need to pee. Very, very motivated. Oh. Let's see how this is with this amount of ether pool. Dark Harvest. I was gonna say, should be in health next. Oh yeah, she is so unbelievably cooked. I couldn't remember which it was going to be first this time. Yeah, she does like nothing. Ma'am, I have sustaining potions. Goodbye, ma'am. Well, I mean, yeah, there's no reason you shouldn't have a steal up. All right, so yeah, it looks like anything like 30 plus for Ether Pool is probably manageable. Because in Black Mage, it's really just 430. After 430, it gets super easy. All right, so I know how to direct that video series in a sense. Well, Warrior doesn't have raw intuition on the floors where it needs it most, is the big thing. Would that Avir could see me now. I don't think he would want to be honest. And a robed figure. Don't worry, I know that guy. He's from Tactics Ogre. 21 to 30, the mimics are basically suicide until at least floor 24. You can't have any sustaining potions before that floor because the earliest floor they drop is on floor 24. And, yeah, if you don't have a steal, you just kind of eat shit. And then the boss also hits a massive amount of damage compared to, like, all the other bosses. The floor 30 boss does so much damage at low ether pool. With a steal, mostly fine. And then, of course, beating floor 50 gives you a free double flicker and a Gelmoran potsherd. No, the Weaverays weren't that bad. They were probably the second most annoying enemy at that point. But even then, it was really just mimics that were really, really bad. See, but now I have a ton of sustaining potions. I have 98 sustaining potions. All right, give me 1 second. I gotta use the fucking rest. All right. Sorry, I also decided to grab something to eat and check on the cats. I'm cat sitting for the weekend. And then Sophie and I go on vacation next week. Thanks. Yeah, she had tickets to a Blackpink concert this weekend. So she's going on a little excursion with our other roommate, so I'm here to watch everything. I wanted to make sure I knew where all the cats were. All the cats are all spread out, sleeping all throughout the house. Sausage is here. Ivy is here. Bacon is in like a shopping bag. like a really nice shopping bag. He's just sleeping in it in our bedroom. Cinnamon's on the chair downstairs. Temmie is on the the beanbag chair downstairs, and I didn't check on the upstairs cats. It's not even paper. It's like a cloth shopping bag. But it's like... It's from like a really nice place. Where their shopping bags are like... Even their shopping bags are high-end. Right? Yes, Temmie is named after Undertale. Yeah, but it's not even a tote. But it's similar in texture to a tote, but it is their straight up, this is, you bought one thing from us. This is our thank you for shopping with us bag. Not your like, oh, I'm going to bring this around and go grocery shopping with it kind of tote. Well, yeah. If he was in a plastic bag, I wouldn't be letting him sleep in it. Come on now, I've been a cat owner for a decade. You think I've just let them sleep in plastic bags? I'm just having a little bit of food. We do have Stay the Realm in about 45 minutes. Yeah, but most dumb cat owners, they make the dumb mistake like much quicker. I also wouldn't be talking about it on stream if I was that kind of person, I feel. Okay. Yeah, Temmie got the oversized beanbag to himself. Exactly. The cats very rarely share it unless they're sharing it with a person. God. All right. So, important takeaways for this. 21 to 30 fucking sucks. If you can do that, you're probably fine to solo it. How do I think Aloha would have gotten along? I don't know, because he's a big cat. Ivy's really small, so she kind of has to stand up for herself. Aloha's a big cat. So I feel like if Bacon tried to play with him, Aloha would just beat the shit out of him. But here's the bigger thing. Aloha's a boy. I think he would have messed with Sausage. Because he messed with Ivy a bunch when we first got her, and then they both mellowed out. And then they actually got along decently well. I have plenty of pictures of them cuddling together, sleeping together. They actually look like brother and sister in a sense. And that the way they actually did get along most of the time. None of Sophie's cats are innately like that. They all prefer the company of people. So they end up just competing for people attention. And when we have guests over, when we have guests over, that's when they you know, they all come out and they all just like go to the people. So it's tough to say. Yeah, I was going to say, maybe I should try this. Maybe I should spend those ether pool and try this on a different class set. I mean, I can do that, but going to have to unlock something. As you can see, I would otherwise be ill-prepared to do so. But other cats, there is no alpha in this house. Like, Bacon is the most aggressive cat because he really, like, he's young. He's only 2 years old and he has so much energy, so he likes to play. But he makes enemies. He wants to spend time with them. He's actually just trying to be playful. He doesn't actually want to establish any amount of dominance. He's just like a kid. He's like a young boy. So there's really no alpha in this house. Cinnamon just wants to cuddle with people. Ivy just wants to cuddle with people. Sausage wants to sleep back there and occasionally get pets. Temmie wants to be left the fuck alone unless he wants a little bit of attention from one of us. And Bacon doesn't really care for affection from people, but he wants our approval. Yeah, maybe I'm the alpha. I don't know, with the way Sophie keeps sicking fucking robot assassins on me in Dokapon, she must be the alpha. Let's see. Let's see. Alright. Hello, good news? No pets, but give approval. Yeah, he doesn't like being pet. Whenever I pet Bacon, he's just kind of like, now stop. That's how I would generally describe it. This was just for a 1 to 50 guide. I am going to do a Necro run before the new Deep Dungeon comes out, though. I've soloed to 200. I just didn't bother starting from the first floor. I think the big thing for my recommendation is I'm going to recommend redoing 1 to 20 until you're close-ish to 30-30. No, I already did it. Oh, you mean for the Necro? Probably Machinist again. I've already done it on Machinist. I might as well just do it properly this time. Because since I've already done it on Machinist, I already know how to do 180 on Machinist. Not that it would be hard to learn on Warrior, I don't think. Warrior is like, yeah, I'm gonna roll. What is it? You raw intuition like the first one. You like home gang the next 3, and then you like self heal up for another, and then I think you can raw intuition. Like, I don't know. You can fucking survive so many of them as Warrior. Did I not want Necro? No, I just wanted to solo floor 200. And if I had to solo floors 1 to 50 one more time, I was gonna Necro myself. You catch my drift. I couldn't do it. 1 to 150, it's not 1 to 150. It's just 1 to it's just 1 to regular 50. I can put up with 51 to 150. It's the extra like 2 or 3 hours lugged on at the beginning. Yeah, the only one I never actually really did attempts on was Orthos, and that's because the early floors are so boring. So boring. Let me see it. Did Whoops or any of them ask me about the release date? They did say when it... well, no, somebody else asked when it is, and someone said September, probably. I'm going to throw out the most likely October 7th follow-up. God, yeah, they're so tanky in early Orthos. Oh, it's so annoying. The good news is, with Orthos, you're very unlikely to take more than a couple of attempts to get to 100. I mean, the first planet for Cosmic was 0.21. Or am I misremembering that? No, it was. I remember, because then I waited 4 more weeks for Occult Crescent. Attempt 3. Yeah, I'll probably do my Ortho solo as well. I only have the Heaven on High title, and I've soloed to floor 200. Just not from floor 1. So, like, I've done all the things that are actually required of Necro except the first 50 floors, which is like cool, right? I'll do it eventually. But yeah, I think just the footage with Black Mage is probably enough. I mean, I could theoretically come in and do like Monk. I suppose Monk is probably the other most annoying 1 to 50. It's not bad, it's just it has no range, so pulling is annoying. Oh, no, I didn't die on the first 50 floors ever. It was just boring. It took me 5 runs to solo floor 200, and they were all the wipes were in the last 50 floors somewhere. I don't remember. I think it was like there was a 191, I think a 192, a 198, and a 180, I think. I think I only died to Behemoth one time. Something like that. I only game overed to that one time, is what I should say. Heaven on High, on the other hand, took me 9 tries. That shit. Heaven on High is like the weirdest. Because for like 60 floors, you're like, yeah, I mean, I'm a little scared, but this isn't so bad. And then you get to the last like 30 floors and you're like, save me. The last 30 floors, you're like, please give me a spare Magicite. Please give me a spare Magicite. Please give me a spare. Every spare Magicite in the last 30 floors is a fucking blessing. Floor 90 boss, you're like, just let me have an Odin for the floor 90 boss, please. Hey, what's going on, Roth? More Palace. We were doing Palace all day. We've actually got State of the Realm in half an hour. I sure do enjoy being one auto attack from away from death every single pull. I remember the first time I took Machinist to 91 plus. The very first mob with a steal chunked me for 60% of my health on the first auto. I sustained back up, took the second auto, and then took the third auto, and then I died. I was kiting, I just wasn't canceling out any autos. I was like, alright, well, I guess I just won't cancel a single auto, and I will just fucking die. Got it. That was my general experience. That's why I swapped to Gunbreaker for Heaven on High. I was like, I'm gonna not do this on Machinist. Did not enjoy the Machinist experience on 91 plus. It was like, yeah, this one's pretty common. I was like, I'm gonna not do that. Yeah, I want to do some Guild Wars 2 this weekend, or I would actually start my Necro run tomorrow. I'm kind of in the mood for it now. Oh. Bro, the early level floors that they did look so good. I'm so excited. The Red Mage Insta-Dead Steel Life. Yup. Yeah, because so after I do FV40, I am planning on soloing the new Deep Dungeon as well. Since they're aiming for Heaven on High, I was immediately like, okay. I'm definitely down to, because like Orthos, I got tired of the idea of soloing. And Palace that I've already said, like doing floor 1 to 50 again was just getting on my mental. But this one's supposed to be like Heaven on High too. I'll take it. Yeah, it's probably October 7th. If I had to predict a date, I would predict October 7th. Stormblood stays winning. Yeah, but Stormblood, Heaven on High in isolation is really good, but Stormblood's actual leveling now is still terrible. The main thing that I'm really hoping for with this Deep Dungeon is that it is a decent leveling 91 to 100 experience. Like, it's something that survives. If that makes sense. Because, like, Heaven on High and Palace of the Dead leveling did not survive. They just simply have not survived. And Eureka Orthos was DOA when it came to being leveling content. No, what made Stormblood leveling back then better was the fact that people were in Stormblood. So leveling in Stormblood was like something people were doing. Job design had nothing to do with it. The problem was that the main method of leveling was Heaven on High. So when Stormblood wasn't recent anymore, Heaven on High, it just... what option did you have? Even now, like, even if Heaven on High was active, I'd probably still just roulette my way through it. That has nothing to do with leveling, though. Leveling through Stormblood now versus leveling through Stormblood back then has absolutely nothing to do with job design. It's a completely irrelevant conversation. It's bad because there's no way to level through Stormblood. Dunskate spam. Well, Dunskate would have been heavens. Oh, I get what you're saying. Yeah, no, you got it. I get it, yeah. Yeah, it's because they had no leveling alternative. Like, I mean, look at Bozia. Everyone used it. Bozia like, fuck it, I'll just do another 10 levels. I don't give a shit. What? It's only supposed to be for 10 levels? I'm going to do it for 20. Yeah, dude, it's hilarious that Bozia just became 71 to 90. Listen, I'd like to remind everyone that Stormblood Machinist existed. That's not a reminder because it was good. That's a reminder because even at Machinists now, I'd still rather play Machinist now than Machinist and Stormblood. There's only like... Monk is the only job I really even have any sort of feeling about the Stormblood design for. That's the only one for me. I don't feel any... Because the Bard is still Stormblood Bard. It like hasn't changed. They changed the way that the priority of your skills work, but they left it pretty much identical otherwise. Wasn't Monk broken? Monk was very strong in Stormblood. Stormblood Machinist was good. It was... People played it a little bit. Definitely wouldn't call it good. It was still pretty much the, if you were a Machinist main, that was the only reason. Let me put it this way. At the Shadowbringers media tour, after playing Machinist, I turned to Mary and went, I think they actually made Machinist fun. Machinist was cracked in Heaven's Ward after the first few patches. That was still my reaction to Machinist and Shadowbringers, and I was technically right. They just kept not giving it enough potency. Yeah, Machinist doesn't hit hard enough, and their AoE is, I don't know what the fuck's going on with the AoE. They got the single target Machinist right now, in all essence, is actually a pretty fun job. But it doesn't do enough for me in terms of damage. I think it should do more. And the AoE is clearly designed by a completely different person. I'm not going to lie. The filler AoE nerf was funny because to me it says, well, clearly people enjoy doing the other thing more. And they're not wrong. Because unless you're going to make the filler AoE for if you're not gonna make auto crossbow reset my cooldowns, then yeah, I'm honestly just gonna do, I'm just gonna do the other one because it's more fun. I don't even care if it does more damage. I didn't care. Now I do, but it's funny. Yeah, it's just that the AoE is clearly designed by... You can leave the single target almost entirely as is and just give it more AoE synergy, and honestly, I have no issue with Machinist. I actually think it's a lot of fun. It just doesn't perform good enough for me personally. I love... Hey, Flamethrower is still my coffee button. I'll use Flamethrower in any dungeon. You line up 6 mobs for me, I'm fucking putting it there, and that's it. I think crossbow requires 7 targets now. That sounds right to me. Oh, I actually kind of want to get a little bit more coffee before we start State of the Realms in like 23 minutes, by the way. That's why I didn't start up anything else with the deep dungeon after I finished. We only need to beat floor 50 once for me to have everything that I needed. But let me put it this way also. It actually doesn't matter how many targets auto crossbow is better on. It actually is completely irrelevant. All that actually matters is people would much rather do the whole heat blast. It's not heat blast anymore, but you know, the GCD filler back and forth. So if auto crossbow had that would remedy it. If auto crossbow, they could fucking tank auto crossbow's potency. But if I get to do checkmate and double check in between one of each, I'll do that instead. If they made auto crossbow like 60 potency, that'd be fine. I don't know what it is right now. I think it's 110 or something. Well, not 60. I think it would have to be like 80. I don't remember the potencies well enough. They can make it like really not a lot. But if it could trigger double check checkmate, that would be it. That would be fine because it's honestly just that play pattern that I like. It is. I don't give a shit. Like people are like, "Oh, this is better at 6 targets." I'd be like, "Yeah, but you know what's more fun? This." It's 160 in blazing shot. Yeah, they would have to nerf it, I think, to 90 potency to give it the other effect. That's the potency I think they'd have to take it down to. So yeah, if you took auto crossbow down to 90 and just add it, that's good enough for me. Bioblaster? I don't mind Bioblaster. If Bioblaster just didn't share a cooldown with Drill, honestly, it would probably be fine. I'd prefer if Flamethrower blew it the fuck up, because that would be cool. But, you know. You know what else would be really cool? If Wildfire... So, 2 things. Wildfire being AoE, that should have happened ages ago. It's even like that in PvP. But if every Flamethrower hit triggered a stack of Wildfire for AoEing, 10 ticks of Wildfire... I'll fucking blow shit up like that. I'll be excited about Wildfire exploding if that happened. I guarantee you if that happened, though, there would be a really weird min-max in Raid, which I don't even think Machinists would entirely hate, where you would try to see what you might want to Flamethrower on single target just to get stacks on Wildfire at that point before swapping over to doing a hypercharge combo, which I don't even think Machinists would mind necessarily, because it'd be like maybe you could afford like 3 ticks of Flamethrower before you started hypercharge or something like that. Might end up being how the math works out, because you would end up with more than 6 ticks on the Wildfire, so it'd be each tick of the Flamethrower would honestly be going up pretty decently in potency. So that would probably require... They'd have to have planned for it, the thing is. So that would mean the Wildfire ticks would be less, which means the explosions would be about the same. So it would create a play pattern change without really changing an output, which maybe they're okay with. That wouldn't surprise me. All right, let me get some coffee real quick, and then I got to get ready for State of the Realm. Ugh. All right. Let's get ready for Stay the Realm. I am going to have to swap my scene collection here. So things... It might... Apologies. That's on purpose. Hopefully it's not breaking. Jesus Christ. All right. There we go. I should be mostly all set. No. All right. What the hell? Oh, never mind. My feed was a little messed up on Twitter. To no one's surprise. Made a live one. Well, you'll be here for this one. Yeah, I should mostly be. Okay, let me update the titles and everything. Let's see. State of the Realm. Live letter 88 discussion. Let's see. All right, that should be good. Hi, Cinnamon. Cinnamon just walked in here and just yawned directly. He looked me dead in the eye and yawned. He's like, you're boring. All right, let me call up Sly. Oh, actually, I got to do one last thing on OBS before that. Where is... Here it is. Deactivate the camera on OBS. Silly Cinnamon. He's a lot of things. I don't know if Silly is one of them. I might need to restart my camera in Discord. Let's see. Hello, sir. Don't worry, my camera is... There it is. Yeah, hi, and I can hear you just fine. Good. I always have impeccable timing. I'm an expert at this point. Cinnamon, what? What do you want, dude? I'm not feeding you right now. I just fed me. Your turn is not till after I'm done. Cats be wild. I have 7 cats to myself for the next 3 days. Yeah. I'm sure they will not drive me insane. Come on up. There you go. 3 of them are in here right now, and I know where the other 2 are. And I'm sure that they are going to be all over me soon enough. All right, let's see. Window capture. Discord. That's not entirely right. Let me see about this one. Discord. Yeah, I need to turn you up on my end, but that's it. There we go.
Okay. All right.
Now you should be fine.
While you do that, I'm gonna go get some Wawa.
Get some Wawa, sir. All right. Oh, there we go. Now that's all set too. All right. Let's see. Let me do that. Okay. Well, we're all set, and now it's back to just being me and all of you. Hydration, beauty's best kept secret. I prefer coffee. Although I drink a lot less coffee nowadays than I used to. A considerable amount less. And then let me just check our outro. Yep. All right, everything's looking good. I just need the music now. Music. Where do I keep these? Why do I keep forgetting? I really need to stop putting this. I really need to remember where. Oh, there it is. I found the folder. Excellent. Whoop! Cinnamon. Cinnamon was patting me in the armpit to get my attention this time. Scared the crap out of me. He just reached up and just started poking me in the armpit. He's a poker. When he wants attention, he pokes and pats. What, dude? Why don't you just come on up? You can just jump on my lap. You don't need to poke me in the armpit, my dude. Yeah, well, Ivy's napping, so Cinnamon's lucky, because if Ivy was awake, she would be the one demanding my attention. Well, he just pokes me, and because my arm is up, like I have one arm on like WASD and one arm on the mouse, my arms are raised, so he just kind of pats me on the side. But when he doesn't get my attention, he just starts patting higher and higher until he's effectively poking my armpits. He'll also just poke, like when I'm asleep, he'll poke me on the shoulder to wake me up when he wants food. Special guest Cinnamon. No guessing. I know. Shoulder poked and the nose swat. Ivy used to give me the nose swat. When we first got Ivy, I was sleeping with my head like a little bit under the sheets, and I guess her like instincts kicked in, and she just slapped me directly in the face. Cinnamon. He's such a big cat too. He's not like Aloha big, but he's pretty big. So when he wants to be someplace, he takes up a lot of space. Yeah, when Cinnamon knows I'm awake, he just pats me on the shoulder. I've also told this story like 3 times over the last 3 days. He also pulls my phone off the bed and throws it to the floor. I like plug it in and stick it underneath my pillow so it doesn't fall off the bed when I'm sleeping. And he just fucking pulls it out from under the pillow and throws it on the floor. I have to like leave a shirt or something from the night before right next to where my phone is so it lands on something. We were snore pals last night, weren't we? Weren't we, buddy? Yeah, you're looking up at me because you know I'm right. His tail is just slapping me in the leg, too. Do. Hey, buddy. Seeing if you have games on your phone. Not very many. Some, but not very many. He's not going to get very much out of it, I can promise you that. The radiation is killing. Yeah, he's trying to save me from the radiation. Yeah, that's what he's doing. Why didn't I think of that? That definitely sounds like the cinnamon I know. Most assuredly. Yeah, I mean, even I said it when it came out. It's like, it's fine, but it doesn't even feel like it's a gotcha in a sense. Listen, we all know that Persona 5 has a curse when it comes to mobile games. That curse just extends to the mobile game that's actually about Persona 5. No mobile game is safe from the curse, even when that mobile game is Persona 5. Hello, Sly. Can't hear you again.
Oh,
I can hear you now, sir.
good.
Yeah, P5 also has the horse game to compete with now. So everyone's talking about horse games, so why the fuck would they talk about P5? I have not played, nor do I intend to.
Unless sponsored.
Oh, yeah, if they pay me, sure. But, like, that's it. Why the fuck would they pay me? They got no reason to pay me.
You say that.
I mean, no, they really don't. Like, sure, if I see the opportunity, I'll fucking take it.
Oh no, GameSite usually picks pretty much anybody. They like money.
I mean, there has to be a marketing reason for it.
But I doubt GameSite would even touch that with a 10-foot pole.
Wait, what would happen? Who wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole?
GameSite, who usually does like a lot of sponsorships anyway.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think they reached out to me for Guild Wars 2 like a month ago, and I didn't do it because I hadn't played it in a while. Now I'm just playing it anyway, so.
God damn it. Hold on 1 second. Package.
Okay. You got 5 minutes anyway. Chocobo racing. Yeah, what if we just got the Final Fantasy equivalent, but instead of horse girls, they were horse bird girls. Chocobo is a horse bird. They could be horse girls with feathers. Exactly. They'd be like, no, she's not really horsey enough. She's really more birdie. God damn it. I put the estimated date for the new Deep Dungeon in my in the Discord with my raid group, and I see the Oracle has spoken. Yes, Mr. Happy. They all say in unison. I was just gonna pull up the Final Fantasy XIV Discord on my phone. I mean, probably. I have names that aren't my friends turned off, and I can't see their Chocobo names for that same reason. All right, let's see. Oh, went back too far. That's 620. 719. Here we go.
Excuse me.
You're excused. We got a little bit over 2 minutes before we up. Now we have 2 minutes exactly. Cinnamon, stop slapping me in the face with your tail, my dude. I was pulling it up on my pahone. I had to finish playing my pahone games first.
Your Fajone games?
My pahone games, yeah. Mm-hmm. As a reminder, we're not doing a show next week, even though there's patch notes. I will be I'll be in the Caribbean.
Look at you.
Getting the sun.
Going to the
It's funny.
islands.
I might still bring my MacBook to do a patch note recording at the very least, though.
Oh my god. Yeah.
It's not like I'm going to be busy the whole time. I figure somewhere I'll probably have an hour.
Sure you will. I said that when I went to Kentucky, and I did not have the fucking time.
I'm gonna be,
really
dude,
didn't.
the sun's gonna make me tired at some point. Like, I'm just gonna be up and moving around a whole bunch. I won't even be here for patch day. I'll be on my way back patch day. Mm-hmm.
I heard, yeah.
I technically I'd be back in the evening patch day, but like it doesn't matter.
Nobody can get their Mr. Happy fix on patch day.
Nope, no Mr. Happy fix on patch day.
Oh,
I'll just crank out my videos after I get back. Hard work. Go right from vacation to lots of video making. I was just working on a video today on stream. To an hour of work while on vacation, right off vacation as a trip expense. I'll be honest, other than making sure I have clothes for the Caribbean, I'm not paying for any of this trip. So, I can't really write much else off because these outfits, the clothes I got, I will also use at like, some of it I'll just use. Some of it is probably only being used on vacation.
At least when I take like a Kentucky vacation, I can write it off because I actually use it in content.
Exactly. I'm not planning on making 1 billion social posts showing off everything I'm doing. I'll have some, just not 1 billion. All right, sir. Yeah. It's top of the hour. Are you ready?
Let's do this.
Okay. Hello, everyone, and welcome to State of the Realm. We're back because, hey, there's something to talk about. We had the latest letter from the producer live, which everyone came into pretty tepidly, and some of us came out with a little bit more excitement than we normally would from a Part 2 live letter. It really depends on your outlook on everything overall, but we're going to break it all down here and talk about our feelings. I'm one of your hosts, Mr. Happy, and of course, joining me is my boy Blue, Sly. Hello.
Hello. Hi.
Hi. How you doing?
I'm good. How you bees?
I'm doing good. I've had a lot of stuff on my hands as of late. I've been getting some videos. I've been putting in some work. Doing some time. Yeah. I got a house all to myself for a few days, which means I'm responsible for 7 cats. That'll be fun.
Yeah, I can tell by the shirt. You are definitely full of cat hair on your shirt.
Oh, that's just my eternal state of being. I mean, there's already 2 cats in here. One of them was in here and just left. And yeah, no, I have an eternal state of cat fur. So there's no escaping that at all, no matter what. No, that's completely irrelevant to the point. But yeah, and then I'll be on vacation on Wednesday.
Let's go. Vacations are awesome.
I'll be out in the Caribbean for the first time ever. I won't say where, but I will be in the Caribbean. And I'll come back a little.
Yeah, you'll definitely have a tan. I can never really get down with Caribbean vacations. My mom, my dad, my parents, like, they love it. All my family loves to go to the Caribbean. I'm like, yeah, just give me either Alaska or Kentucky. That's
Alaska is a wild play. But like, yeah, you know what? If I'm not Kentucky, I'll go to Alaska.
Yeah, go fishing.
That is, yeah, sure. That's one of the things you can do there. But, you know, you also could fucking freeze.
I'm cold natured. I can't stand summer. I'm a summer baby, and I can't stand the summer. I fucking hate summers, especially around here since it storms and takes out my power like every other weekend.
Yeah, no, I've been getting used to that myself. It hasn't been taking out the power, but we've been getting, you know, I'm getting used to them southern storms. Every afternoon, I'm like, and downpour.
Yep.
Got it. All right. Perfect.
Yep. Thor is a regular here.
Oh, yeah. He's a regular for me now, too. All right. Well, we do have a live letter to talk about. Before we do, shout out to the sponsors on Patreon for supporting. Nobody has to. It's optional. We don't have any content locked behind Patreon, behind a paywall. We just don't do that. But if you enjoy the channel, it's always an option. Of course, Steel Series supporting as well. They do have a link. If you have any, by the way, I don't ever say this, but if you ever have issues loading the link, because the link itself is an affiliate link, it means that some browsers will pretty naturally just kind of filter it out because it treats it as something that it doesn't want to open. It doesn't see it as safe. It's fairly normal. I have no issue with it in Edge. So if you're struggling, you might want to try that. An incognito window, I think, also works. There's like one other thing you can do. But that's pretty normal. I know a lot of people sometimes struggle with that link because it's an affiliate link, and then their browser goes, whoa, no, I'm not opening that because there's a tracking. It's got like tracking on it, for example. So, yeah, bear that in mind. But they also sponsor the stream, so always consider using the link and using the discount code whenever you can. So... that's pretty much the right way to start it. So yeah.
Before we even get to the actual live letter, this week has been a week.
It's been a week.
It has been a week.
It's been a fun one.
It has been a week. That's a word.
Fun.
Yeah. Going into the live letter, there was a bit of controversy in terms of opinions. Let's say that. And so I kind of knew, like, the live letter wasn't going to really sway anyone. It wasn't going to really, like, whether you really had a positive opinion about the game so far, or, negative or really fucking negative. It really wasn't going to assuade anyone, or pull anyone from the cliff, metaphorically. It was all in all, it was a solid live letter. I'll say that. It was definitely a solid live letter. It still shows glaring issues with, the whole content cadence and a few other things.
Yeah.
But all in all, I'm still gonna enjoy the content for what it is. Mm-hmm. It will, in between waiting on content, I will have a chance to get back to 11 and, kind of finish shit on 11. I know. Right now I'm at wings. I have to do wings. I have to do, what else? Was that the wings? They told me the wings, something else, chains, and then voracious resurgence. And, so I'll definitely have time to do that. But yeah, that's between, Cosmic and waiting on Deep Dungeon, which we will talk about. But again, really, really solid live letter.
Yeah, I was pretty pleased with the live letter overall. Mostly because I feel like we'll get into it a little bit, but the last time I saw the dev team actually acknowledge issues was Heaven's War. Like, actually say what the problems were and be
like
right.
deep-seated issues. Yeah.
And be correct about it. Like at least in some level or capacity. And Heaven's Word went really poorly at first, and then by the time it swung around at the end, it was kind of just it was recovering. And then Stormblood, while people always go through the story, Stormblood was a pretty nice bounce back. Nobody wants to wait that long, so I was pretty pleased with the live letter, less for what we saw and more for what the implication
Potential?
of the things we saw. Yeah. Which means that there's no reason to blindly just be like, oh, that means it's going to be great. But it means like, okay, I've got at least a reason to think that this could be good going forward at the very least. But it's
I'm
still a
hopefully
matter
optimistic.
It's optimistic. Like I'm usually fairly optimistic. I just say if I don't like something, I just kind of point it out, but I just gotta be like, hopefully they learn X and Y. Oh God. Oh, Cinnamon, he jumped on my leg and just dug into my fucking that was very not good. Ow. Fucking tore my leg up. Oh, good thing it's not bleeding. Oh God. He decided to jump, didn't jump all the way and climbed using my leg as the ladder. And now he's looking at me like, yes, you're going to pet me, right? Asshole. Cinnamon and Sausage both do this. They both just like don't jump correctly. And then they just have to use my leg to, I'm falling. Better grab on to something. Oh man. Oh, anyway. Yeah, the messaging was what I wanted to hear, and then I'll need to see the execution because 7.3 is still going to be it's going to be fairly rough, even after seeing some of the things I like. 7.3 is going to be a rough one if things don't land properly. Even if they do, it's still. Let me tell you this: I'll definitely still be doing some MMO jumping around during the 7.3 to 7.4 wait. I have no doubt about that in my mind. Fortunately, there'll be tactics. There will be Pokemon Legends ZA. There'll be a handful of other things popping up in there. Trails in the Sky, first chapter remake. You know, I could think of a few things. So I'll definitely be occupied somewhere else, at least for portions of 7.3x. There's no denying that. But the live letter overall, mostly better than expected, minus a few hiccups somewhere, especially towards the very, very end.
Yep.
So, without further ado, let us get into that. So first we started with the trailer. I don't even know how we incorporate trailer discussion into State of the Realm anymore, because at this point, it's literally like yep, that's a trailer.
That's a trailer.
The trailer
classic misdirection.
Yeah, there's always misdirection. They look kind of cool. You know we don't really know everything properly from it. So it's like, did I like the music? Did we see anything that was surprising? Anything that like makes us feel confident about something that we were kind of speculating before?
And it's not more so the trailer. It's more so because, one, this is the part 2. And usually anything we have seen in the trailer, they go into much more detail within the live letter. We'll get like, actual gameplay out of it. So we don't have to really speculate. We can speculate on like the rest of the content. But for other things, it's like, oh, there's that. I mean, it was partially in the trailer, but yeah. Oh, sure. So yeah, it's kind of, it's not like it used to be where it's like, we used to really go through the trailer with a fine tooth comb. Now it's just like, yeah, it's a trailer.
Yeah.
It did what trailers supposed to do. Good job.
Yeah. Sometimes we have more or less to say. It really depends. Because like I could think of, for example, seeing the bosses in Asphodelos and Abyssos and, Anabasios, like getting peeks of the bosses and just seeing if we can discern. Like I like to pick out those little microscopic pieces of it. But there's you can only do that in certain ones, and even then it only makes so much sense, but it's still usually just a matter of like launching you into another discussion about something else. We do know that this is the finale of Dawn Trail's actual story, 7.3. We've been told that for a very long time, so that's not news, but we do know that. And it looks to be a bit of a romp, Calyx definitely going through some things with this one, but there's not really too much we can pull from it. If anything, I'm most interested in the finale because this is the first finale we've had that's part of the second arc of the story. So the discussion I would like to have about it, I don't really know how to have it until after we've actually seen it, because we know the Endwalker like post story bit is not really the start of the new arc. We know this like Dawn Trail really is.
So where you're alluding to is I can kind of see where you're going with this, because the last time, well, I guess the arc we just had started with ARR, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The arc we just finished.
You could argue 1.0 too, but I would really argue it's mostly a Realm Reborn, yeah.
Yeah. And really, and ARR shit really didn't hit the fan until 2.5. That was when we had those what the fuck moments kind of setting up for Heaven's Ward, and you know, all the scions kind of get split up and yada yada yada. So we don't have that expectation just yet. But we're kind of curious, where do we go after our big summer vacation? What do now?
It's less that and more like, if Calyx survives this patch, that gives us a really big idea of his direction going forward. Is he surviving this patch is question one. I'm not convinced he is. I don't think Calyx survives this patch.
No.
But then the question then becomes, so is the big bad the Preservation? Any other members of the Preservation? There's still the question about Pastorat and whether she has anything to do with the Preservation's creation or if it's ongoing. And then there's the other big elephant in the room that people are curious about is Ultima the High Seraph, who a lot of people are sure is behind something else that we just really haven't fully uncovered. We've never, people would say, well, we killed her in Ivalice. That's not the same as dealing with the threat, because Ultima the High Seraph, it has been iterated again and again, is not something we even remotely understand, other than the fact that they kind of exist at this point. So it's about trying to figure out the direction, because it makes the discussion about what's happening next a little bit easier to have. Back in A Realm Reborn, in Heaven's Ward, when we constantly had Ascians kind of playing their roles across different places, you started to be able to maybe extrapolate where things may go or how. We were never right, but the discussion was easier to have. Right now, it's still a big question mark. Right now, we can only have discussions about where we're going for 7.3. But after 7.3 is done, we start to be able to have the discussion about 8.0, which then leads, how does that tie into the bigger picture? I'm almost wondering if the key is just the first of many relics that were left behind, and a lot of it comes down to these interdimensional relics that are kind of scattered throughout the shards that all have these extraordinary powers. But I think that key is quite literally the key for the story going forward. And I really want to see that unfold. Yeah, we're at the throwing stuff at a dartboard era of the story. And while Dawn Trail's initial 7.0 like divisiveness didn't get us in any direction other than the little tiara scene at the end, 7.1 and 7.2 start to lean into like an actual like finished story. And I just want to get past that so I know what to, I have an idea of things going forward. I need dialogue. I need the Asmgers. Like the Avengers. I'm just reading chat. That's what chat said, all right? So yeah, that's my excitement. And that's honestly the biggest takeaway for me from the story is just seeing the trailer, is hearing as many dialogue pieces as I can, since everything else is going to get talked about during the live letter itself.
Yeah.
So we go through the trailer. They do their little follow-up with the trailer afterwards, where they watch it again and they do some commentary over it. And then we actually get started with things proper. New main scenario quest first thing. We just spent a whole bunch of time talking about it. New trial staying a secret. One thing to glean from the trailer is that I'm even more convinced it's Necron than I was before.
We all are.
Yeah. A big other thing is later, they show a bunch of mounts. They didn't show the wings. I feel like they knew the wings were a dead giveaway. I think it's the music on the way. Because so for Zelenia, they accidentally played the BGM for the Wings, and we could hear it was Roses of May. So like we knew it was Beatrix. Like we weren't stupid, but like I think they knew if we heard Necron's theme, then everything was going out the window for that one.
Yeah.
So I'm even more convinced after seeing the trailer that it's Necron. That's definitely a big one, but we don't know. We'll have to find out in a couple weeks. They say the story's a bit longer, no surprise. 0.3 patch, that's to be expected. Duty support for it, no surprise. New dungeon, new trial, extreme mode for the trial. But then an interesting thing finally happens. Now I'm going to read what this unofficial translation says, but I've gone ahead and read some other ones, so we have a better idea of what's actually being stated here.
Okay.
So first they start by saying the fight's 30 seconds longer-ish than usual, so they're doing 2 totems. First of all, that's all it takes is 30. Just make them all 30 seconds longer. What? What? Don't ever release just one totem.
Slowly anymore. But surely, like sequentially, each fight will be 30 seconds longer than the previous one. Sure. Okay. I'm down for that.
Yeah. But that's not the important bit. The important bit is actually more so that when it comes to so the unofficial translation from the Final Fantasy XIV Reddit Discord, which is largely what we're referring to here, says that they want to reevaluate how many totems they're giving out as a reward. Now, when I first read that unofficial translation, I'm like, oh, are they going to go up to 3 totems? But what the translation more accurately states is they need to reevaluate the totems, the totem costs altogether. Effectively, they're like, why do we bother giving out 2 totems and requiring 99 when we can just make it 50 totems for the thing, or make it 5 totems for the weapon and then just give 1. So it's like, why do we even bother doing this whole, do we do 1 or 2 totems thing? Why don't we just reconsider what the actual costs of things are? Seems to be the more accurate trend. So we may actually be seeing the adjustment to just 1 totem, but 50 totems max sometime in the near future.
That would be nice.
Yeah, it's one of those like logic. It's reason why in school they say that for fractions you could have 5 over 100, but why would you not just say 1 over 20? It's the same idea. There's just no point in doing it in these like higher numerical numbers. And this doesn't make it easier. This is just making it so the number is not as high. It's the same exact thing.
I don't say it doesn't make it easier. It's just less time involved. I mean, I know you're not one to.
It's 50 runs all the same. How is it any different? If it's 1 totem per run and 50 runs, they're not saying 2 totems and reduce the cost to 50. They're saying that instead of doing 2 totems, if they're going to keep doing 2 totems, they might as well just drop the cost to 50 and then make it 1 totem. There's no reason to make it 99. Like, even to make it 49. I don't care. Make it. It doesn't matter. It's just like, you might as well just make it drop 1 and only cost 50. There's no reason for that. Just division, fractions,
numbers,
exactly. All right, so there's that. We may be seeing an adjustment to the actual. It doesn't affect anything, but just visually may confuse people.
No.
They re-went over the Occult Crescent updates. I've forgotten what we already have and what we don't have. Apparently everything that they showed on screen is what we don't have yet. So right now you can do the pre-made, but it doesn't give you that exclusive access to an instance. That's what I was told. And I've had people go back and forth whether that's the case. But effectively, the new exclusive instance that then immediately spawns the raid is, that's going to be a thing. The huge quality of life to making Fork Tower way better. I know people have already been making incredible use of the Fork Tower change. They've done their 100 runs for their achievement, for the 100 run achievement already. They just started blasting through runs after this change, and, they were like, okay, yeah, great. We'll just go and do Fort Tower because that's what we wanted to do. We just effectively it makes it as if you had queued into Deliber Regine Savage. It's the same thing, but just in the instance, which is the best middle ground for something like that. So yeah, there's that. But yeah, now they're gonna have the exclusive instance. Right now, it just makes a new instance, but it's not exclusive. Now this one's gonna be exclusive until people enter Fork Tower. Then it unexclusives it, so more people can actually join in. What was that?
Nice word. Unexclusives it.
Oh yeah, it unexclusives it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it gives you the Fork Tower spawn almost immediately. Then they added a whole bunch of quality of life with, the sanguine ciphers, seeing whether or not you've entered one, requiring one for entry. And we got a little bit more clarification about the magic pot and the bunnies, the reward upgrades. They are going to give enlightenment pieces, silver or gold. I said,
thank God.
Yeah, it doesn't really address the actual issue of the reward. Like doing a magic pot and getting materia is not going to feel better, but you're more likely to actually look for the magic pot's final destination if you don't care if you're missing another fate or a CE or something.
That wasn't the issue. Like the issue is if I knew knowing what I knew about the loot table at the time, that made me not even want to do the fucking pots. Like I just gave it up. I'd just go to the fate or CE and call it a day. Like I just wouldn't do it. Even if it was on the way too.
Yeah, for me, obviously, I wanted the achievement for helping a certain number of I want to be the pot friend, I want to be the pot pal. That being said, this is a band-aid on top of kind of just the mismanagement of the rewards. I agree.
Yep.
But at the very least, if you are someone who is going to do the magic pot, you may not have to worry about missing the next thing because you are going to get gold or silver pieces afterwards. I think it should have just only been gold. I don't see well, I'm sorry, let me rephrase. It should have only been silver because that's what other fates and CEs gave. People like it giving gold because not everyone joins parties to farm gold, so they like it a little bit more. So I guess it doesn't really matter, but I would have preferred it just be silvers no matter what, because golds are pretty easy to farm overall. Even if you're solo, they're pretty easy to farm overall. So that's my personal take on that. But yeah, no, for North Horn, they really need to reevaluate the actual reward and not just, gold or silver. Right now, I don't see
honestly,
yeah.
Go ahead.
I was going to say right now, I didn't expect them to drastically overhaul the loot table for these specifically, but make sure you don't do that next time.
Yeah, for the North, I would definitely do that. I'd definitely just shake up the entire loot table. Just make sure. I mean, yes, I understand there needs to be a booby prize, quote unquote, but
I love boobies.
We all do. How
That's
you doing?
A sound clip.
I understand there needs to be a lower tier prize, but I guess just maybe mess with the rates, I guess, because getting ribbons and materia 90% of the time is that's some horrible gacha. That is some really horrible gacha. And I've been playing some gacha. I've been playing some decent gacha. Those are some horrible gacha rates. So yeah, really just kind of tweak the loot tables, please.
Where's the SSR in this loot table?
Carrots, I guess.
No, you don't get carrots from those. You get it's the emote.
No, not the carrots. Yeah.
That's the SSR is the emote. Because I made 10 million gills selling that emote. I'm feeling all right.
But even then, because of the loot table, it kind of made it less worth it to go after it because everybody had everything pretty much first day, and then
that was the problem with Cosmic even more than this. Here's the thing: I can still sell the umbrellas for 500 to 800K. I actually don't mind some of the loot stuff in there. It's All right, sure. I get a white or a black umbrella. Absolutely. I'll sell that shit instantly. But then like when I think of running around the map, I get pure white dyes off of the map too, like just running around doing the regular shit.
But the thing with Cosmic again is like if you wanted to maximize profits, you had to be on the cutting floor the day of.
Yeah, and then because everything fell off other than the dyes. Even the dyes fell off, but like, you know. What's nice about Cosmic though is when Cosmic is like it's completely out of the picture for the majority of people, anyone's still going in there and getting dyes that come only from Cosmic for the time. That's still making money. That's gonna be really nice in the future. Like even right now, I was about to say even right now, some of the things shot back up in price. Gabriel Mark II or Gabriel Mark III that I was getting from what's it called? From Occult jumped back up too. So like I said, I actually started making decent gil as things like took a bit of a dip, and so that might work out okay in the future. It's just not gonna be. It's not gonna be Eureka. Definitely not gonna make the kind of gil I made in Eureka. That's also because there's just Eureka had logograms. Like I always made tons of gil off of logograms.
Everybody made money off of logograms, and I still think you can make a decent amount of change off of logograms. You can. Too.
So the protection ones, I think those are worth like 55K each. Every single one of them is worth that much because they're used for a lot of really important things, and a lot of people who run BA frequently use a lot of them. So they can never get enough. So if you get a gold chest, even though Elthers isn't worth nearly as much anymore, sometimes that's fine. You just get protection logograms and you'll get, you may not get Elthers, but you're guaranteed to get logograms. So if you get that, you might still be making some decent money. Eureka does stay winning. Yeah, we love it. Thank you, Stormblood. Then some other things here, they're just kind of rattling off stuff we already knew. And they really did rattle it off, which I appreciated that they actually just went,
went through it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They're like, listen, we got to
get of like, and you notice that they didn't do it like on isolated sheets. They just included it on like multiple on one sheets.
Yeah.
They really wanted to get through it.
Finally, right? They were like, we're gonna have in-game footage of Sandoria. We'll have in-game footage of the Bayside Battleground. We'll have in-game footage of the Treasure Dungeon. Saryu's back. You know, there's going to be chat bubbles. We'll show you that. Duty support for Cutter's Cry. New headgear support. The ability to hide the Vieira ears and the Hrothgar ears. Bangs display. Like, yeah. We're done with all that. Yeah, Cosmic will be there. Geralt is also, he's back with the new weapon stuff. Now, we have a very good idea of what's going to happen now for the Relic. And Sly.
Okay.
That was my first downside for the live letter.
You're displeased? I had to catch myself.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, my mild displeasure. So it starts by basically telling us this is probably a light farm. We now have screenshots from the special website that also help affirm that. If you're in a rush, you'll need to do a lot. If you're more relaxed, dailies will get you through the upgrade step. That is almost certainly light farms because that's exactly what I would describe roulettes as. The roulettes are dailies for this,
So why was this a downside for you?
Because once again, it's only one time, which means it's going to be tomes after that. Let's admit it. It says right there, and you're doing it once will be
enough again.
Yeah. And I don't have confidence that there will be an option that isn't just tomes. As a reminder, I like tomes being an option for every step. I just don't like them being the only option.
Well, again, we'll just have to see how long
it's going to be tomes. Slide has nothing to do with how long that.
No, not the tome step, but like the step leading up to tomes. Like how much light you'll need.
To me, that's irrelevant.
How much data will encompass.
That's because also as a reminder for the first step, doing the Atma grind didn't give you the weapon. You then had to do 1,500 tomes. But that kind of upset me too. I was like, you should have just given me the weapon for the Atmas and then made it 1,500 tomes after for the even that still would have been slightly better because it annoyed me that I had to get the Atmas and then they still asked me for 1,500. It's like, fuck you, asshole. Give me the goddamn weapon. You don't need to charge me 1,500 tomes for that.
It's more of a non-issue because, like, again, with the Atma, you were already banging your head against the content anyway, so you were already going to have the tomes to begin with.
I don't care because now it's 1,500 tomes that isn't going towards the second weapon. So you've just annoyed me right off the bat.
Okay.
Yeah. The second thing is, again, it's just tomes being the only option is just not fun. It just isn't. Old relics used to ask you to do specific contents, which would reinvigorate those contents in terms of their livelihood. Give them a little more purpose. Make it so people were forming parties to do more types of content. You could just be doing your daily roulettes. You could do your daily roulettes and then grind it. You could only do your daily roulettes for the day. You could go do PvP. I get that tomes effectively achieve that by being such a generic currency, but I'd rather have the ability to do something that is progressing the relic that tomes can then be used to fall back on. Great example of this is the first anima step, and I will never say the first anima step other than the Atmas. I guess technically the second step. I'll never say that's a good example for anything. But effectively, you had the option of farming a bunch of different instances. One of them was Alexander Gordius normal mode. And for every 10 runs of that, you got one item. But you could also just buy the items with tomes. I wouldn't mind if they said, hey, you can farm. Even if they just said you can exchange the swords from M8 normal. Like, what if they just said, oh, you could just, if you don't want to use it for the tome weapon, you could exchange this sword for one of the materials, per week. And then later down the line, when it's completely unlocked, it would be nice. I'd be perfectly okay with that. And then you still have tomes. I want the tomes there. The tomes are great because when you then grind, the tomes speed it up. Like, all you're doing is adding stuff to, limit the amount of tomes you need. That's it. All you're doing is making it so you need less tomes. You're still going to use tomes. There's no reason not to use the tomes. Tome options there. Just push it forward.
So, the tome option and then the like you said, the normal raids option. Basic. So, if I'm mapping this out right, the option, yes, giving the option, gives you,
options.
I feel like it gives you options, but yeah, you can basically increase the rate at which you get relics. The time factor, because again, you have the option of versus, I guess, normal mode pieces or whatever the currency is off of normal mode. So you do enough of normal, you get a relic, and then you probably 9 out of 10 will have
then you'll get the tomes from doing normal mode and then buy another relic. So effectively, all it does is make it so that if you're doing things
you're speeding
the normal modes, you're that's all. Everything I want actually just makes it faster. I don't want the main thing is I don't want them to slow relic progress to make it so if you're only doing tomes, you're fucked. I don't want that. That when you have 20 jobs in the game, that would be fucking stupid. Do not deliberately make the relic slower just because you have an option that isn't tomes. Don't do that. That's bad. Hell, I'll even take what chat just said. If I could convert the sword into tomes, knowing full well it's going towards the relic, I would even take that. That as a system is just not even a bad idea as a whole. If I don't have any use for it, fuck that. That guy's a genius right there. Let me exchange the M8 sword and the M4 sword and the P12. All those fucking normal mode items I don't give a fuck about. Let me just exchange them shits. I will collect those fucking things for an entire patch cycle if it means I can skip some of my relic farm when the time comes around. My man's a genius right there. I'm doing fucking normal modes weekly if you do that shit. You just got me to log into the game every week. Mod that guy, all right? Mod him, ban him, unban him, and then mod him again. Then VIP.
Just fucking VIP him. Don't go through the extra steps.
No, go through the whole thing. That dude just honestly added, that's a smart person right there. Because I've never said anything like that. That's a smart person right there. Hell, I'll take that. Honestly, if you're going to make me do all these fucking tomes, just let me convert shit to tomes. Let me convert wolf marks and collars to tomes. I'll fucking go and do competitive PvP if it speeds up my goddamn route.
No. Don't get crazy. Don't get crazy. Don't get crazy with PvP currency. Do not get crazy.
I don't give a fuck.
No. Oh, well, fuck. Okay, cool. Great.
Also, let me buy items with bicolor gemstones. Or let me turn bicolor gemstones into tomes. Fuck it. Let me turn hunt currency. Fuck it. If you're going to make me need 1 billion tomes, let me turn everything into tomes.
Want to turn
Get goofy with it.
Turn nuts into tomes too?
Yeah, fuck it. I don't care. What the hell else am I using them for? I can't use them for teleport tickets. I just stock up on 1 billion materia and sell those. As far as I'm concerned, chat, we just fixed it. We just fixed the whole thing. And we left it. We left the entire relic step as tomes, and we fixed it. All right? I think we just solved the entire fucking problem. Everyone who wants it to be tomes only can keep it, and we just added a whole bunch of shit that fixes the problem. Everybody gets what they want.
Now, how many years until they implement this?
Never.
Damn.
Never,
yeah,
ever.
We fixed it. We fixed it. We have the idea. We have the technology. How many years? Never. Okay. Cool.
Add
Great.
tomes to the Gamba boxes from the fucking Grand Company. Just add them. Just throw tomes in those too. Fuck it. Get rid of the fireworks and put tomes in them. Let me turn fireworks into tomes.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. I'm okay with getting rid of fireworks. I'm on board with that. I'm on board. You have me on board now.
Hey, Rowena, give me my tomes, bitch. I'll take it.
Oh man,
solve the goddamn problem. Okay, so yeah, like they said, it's probably a light farm.
Yeah.
Oh man. Hildebrand, the Yaqui, back on topic.
Yeah. Back on topic. Hildebrand, Yaqui, Pilgrim's Traverse, which we will be getting into in great detail in a little while. And then of course, we start with Tandoria. The entrance cutscene to Sandoria. Really good BGM. Really good BGM for Sandoria.
Sly.
Okay.
I have to
All
know.
right.
We got the Ronflower BGM here. Were you hoping for bagpipes?
Yes. I kind of missed it. I was like, I'm thinking like maybe it's the second part. No, because you kind of leave Sandoria proper after
go to Ronflower. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So yeah, I was kind of hoping for the bagpipes, man.
I don't like those bagpipes.
I love them,
but I also expected them. So I'll say that. Mm-hmm. I definitely expected the bagpipes. I didn't expect them to jump right to Ronflower's BGM. Mm-hmm. Then you have the first trash pull, and it looks like they're going pretty heavy with the NM references here. We've already seen they did this with the first tier, so it's not too surprising. Basically, every trash pull has a notorious monster from Final Fantasy XI in it. This one is Poison Hand Gnadbad. If I recall correctly, it's been a while. This was the Jujutsu-G notorious monster from Davoy. So seeing him in Sandoria, pretty funny. But that is a very popular one amongst the Davoy NMs. Poison Hand, and there's one other one in there that was pretty popular, but he was definitely among the most popular NMs in Davoy. So in terms of Sandoria, probably for the better. There are some in Gelsva Outpost nearby that are really popular, but The only other one that's nearby is in King Ramper's tomb. And it's not even a notorious monster. It's just a monster that spawns at night and people could kill it. True story. I saw somebody buy an account for like $600 to bot the level 10 monster in King Ramper's tomb. And they got banned 3 days later.
Oh.
Yeah, because they bought somebody who I knew quit and their account got bought. And then they botted with it and then it got banned to camp a level 10 monster for $600. And then they bought another account and went back and did it again. People were crazy about botting level 10 shit in Final Fantasy 11, man. There were bots at pretty much every like level 10 notorious monster. Speaking of which, Ron Fowler had Jaggedy Eared Jack, one of the most popular NMs in the lower levels as well.
This again makes me think of all the ridiculous fucking NM names in Final Fantasy 11. I still want them to add a NM called Son of a Bitch Sam, because
there's probably one that's not that far off, Sly. You could I'll still never forget, because you gotta remember all the Moblin names and like a lot of the Goblin names are all inspired from 11 also. So like Rat Finks Twinkle Dinks is never gonna not be one of my favorites. But yeah, Jaggedy Ear Jack was the Rabbit Charm NM. Really low level one, very rare. He had one of the lowest drop rates, I think, also of the low level NMs. So incredibly valuable item. It increased your rate of stealing. I think it was steal +1. This item particularly useful for thieves looking to break the level cap to 75, because all they had to do is steal one item from Matt. So any amount of bonus steal was very useful for that. Yeah, Skewer Sam. But there's Skewer Sam. It's not Son of a Bitch. Yeah, I forgot about him. He's right next to Old Two Wings.
Ridiculous fucking names.
There's some great names in there, man. I mean, you got Leaping Lizzie. You've got Valkyrie Emperor. We've had some of these before. I mean, look at Eureka. Eureka has a lot of versions of them.
Yeah.
So, yeah. It was also +1 dex, +1 agility. It was really good for that reason, too. You would use that until like the mid-30s. Rabbit Charm was like 1 million gil, but it was useful also at level 70 for that. And then they go to Horley's Peak, which is at the top of Gelsba Outpost. And from the trailer, we saw 3 bosses. We saw Camelot, who I predicted.
Prince Tryon.
No, we did not. That didn't happen.
I thought we saw...
Nope.
We didn't see
So in case you're wondering, Alzal is dressed like Prince Tryon. So you see him all throughout. Yeah.
Okay.
So I actually, a lot of people pointed out that they are wearing the exact, almost, not exactly the exact same armor set. Camelot, his brother, who looks to be the final boss, Eldmarsh. And then one I should have saw coming and never called it. The Omega Ultima encounter from Chains of Promethea. Mission 6-4, the airship fight. Probably the single most notorious story mission ever in Final Fantasy XI, in terms of the amount of grief that it caused the player base. And for those who don't know, it is a 3-phase fight with a 45-minute time limit. The first phase has you fighting 5 mammoths. They're just these dudes in like coats. Then the second phase is against Omega, and the third phase is against Ultima. And they all suck. Every phase sucks. Chains of Promethea made all of their fights suck extra hard because all of them had items that you could farm to make them easier. So they balanced them as if every person brought each item. So when nobody did, you would sometimes be like, oh, who has the item? Oh, we have 2 of that item. Be like, well, then what the fuck are we doing here? Go get you lazy motherfuckers. Go get your items. If we have 6, we're just going to roll this shit over. They wouldn't. This one really sucked to farm, too. You had to go to Soja and farm like 3 different chips, which was not great to do either. I assume the mammoths right before will be the trash bowl for that. But that's literally one of the most iconic story missions in all of Final Fantasy 14. It also continues the trend of one fight being from the expansion after the enemies were fighting. Interestingly enough. So the first raid, the Archangels were from Rise of Xylar, but the Shadow Lord and the other fights prior are all from not that. Boyana Tree is that is a Rise of Xylar area, I believe. But that being said, it's really not associated with it like Sky is. And then this is from Chains of Promethea, and now we're fighting the Rise of Xylar bosses. So it's interesting that they keep kind of doing that, where the final boss is from the expansion before the boss leading up to it. Which then just tells me the next boss is going to be it's going to be Promethea at the end. As much as the Lady Lilith enjoyers want to believe they're going to get some titties, it's going to be Promethea.
It is.
Yeah. Everyone's like, I wonder why Lady Lilith is so popular. And everyone's like, yeah, I wonder. We are getting some armor sets that are pretty interesting here, though. They're going with popular characters for the armor set for this. This one. Mm-hmm. Oh, also, I totally skipped the point. Let's go in order. We didn't know who the final boss. We didn't know who the fourth unshown boss was in the trailer. They showed 3.
Right.
It turns out they stuck Tyrion in Horley's Peak, which is not where he belongs.
4 lords. Yep. So like the mechanics include the other lords too. So
Yep. We saw him summon Seiryu, and we know Byakuya, Genbu, and Suzaku will all be there as well. Kirin being the main boss. I didn't see that coming. I should have. He is the game's first original, like, big super boss, I would say. Mm-hmm. Some may point to, like, King Behemoth or Nidhogg as the original kings, but I think Kirin really holds... Kirin really holds that he's, like, the pinnacle boss of a piece of content. He's the first pinnacle boss, I think is the right way of describing it. So, yeah. That was a big surprise. That, in case you're wondering, you fight Kirin in Sky, which is where we fought... Which is what led up to the Archangels. You fight him in the palace, but you still technically was there. So yeah, we know all 4 bosses now. And yeah, looking good. Like it. The armor sets were also exciting. Much better than the Archangel sets, I feel.
Everybody's raving over the Dancer.
Yeah, I want to make a small correction. I hadn't looked at the exact details of that set. I kept calling it the Dancer AF. Mm-hmm. It almost is. It's actually specifically Lilith's, the protagonist from Wings of the Goddess. It's actually her exact set. There are some small differences that are precise to Lilith's armor. But her armor is very closely derived from the Dancer AF. So, yeah. That's a big one. We have Shantoto's outfit, which comes with a little ribbon in the hair. That's going to be the Black Mage one, of course. Then you have Prish, who's going to be the striking set, of course.
Yeah.
And then we were wondering. So then we saw the healing set was the Errant set, which is not technically Domina Shantoto, I think, is the one that uses that exact set. So kind of still similar-ish. I have to go back and look at Domina Shantoto's actual armor set. And then there's a version of Lilith's armor that's the Relic set. She never wears that, but it's still based on her set, and it just has the Relic set covers. The last one is Zaid. Mm-hmm. The Tank and Dragoon set is Zaid's armor with the helmet over the head. We saw it on the special site today. And Zaid's a favorite of mine, so that excites me. I definitely want that armor set, so I'll probably be focusing on picking it up first. I'll probably go Tank in the early weeks to try and grab that one. But I think all the armor sets actually translated and look pretty good. So I'm very pleased with what they went with instead of just the different Archangels like last time. Oh, I'm sorry, not Domina Shantoto. Domina is the dark one. Sorry. What's the good Shantoto? The good one. We still fight them. But the better one. the less evil one. It's not Domina Shantoto. I can't remember the other one. No, Domina Shantoto is like the major villain of Shantoto's like individual add-on scenario. Somebody's got to remember it. I mean, to be fair, it's one Google away. I just don't remember if she uses the errant set or if she uses another set that just is white.
Bell Shantoto?
What Shantoto?
Bell?
Belle? Is that really what she's called? Is she wearing white?
Yep.
Then it's got to be her.
But a staff?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Belle Shantoto. There you go. Yeah. At the very least, there is a version of Shantoto that does wear a more white-ish robe. But yeah, no, much better armor sets. It makes me really curious for the last set, man. The last set, I know what I want for the last set.
What's that?
I want the Homam set. I want Homam. It's probably Homam, but I always called it Homam.
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 Okay.
That's definitely a big one.
I had to do a double check when I heard it. What set?
The Homam and Nashira sets are two that I definitely want. They actually come from Omega and Ultima, funnily enough. So those are two sets that I actually really want to see. And since we have Omega Ultima here, it's not, I guess, too far-fetched. We got Prish before, and then Prish's armor here. This is another one of those raids where there's really no way they can put enough armor sets in to please the 11 players. There's just... The funny thing is they're not even using, like, traditional 11 sets that people wore in 11. They're using iconic sets from characters. So it's a really tough middle ground. Yeah, Homam gear did have the nipple on the top of the head. That's a little unfortunate. But, we could use some nipple helmets. Yeah, all right.
Now I'm looking this up. I'm looking this up.
HOMAM Final Fantasy 11. You'll understand the nipple hat.
I see.
Yeah, that's a nipple hat.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Let's call it that. Sure.
The nipple helm. It definitely stood out. Arciela does also have a very good... Here's the thing. There are some other sets from the other characters. I think Offmau's set is pretty decent. Arciela's set is very good. I bet a lot of people would like Arciela's set. I think Aldo's set would also probably look really good. There's a bunch of decent ones. Here's the thing. Final Fantasy XI's main villains often wore stuff that the character couldn't wear in any capacity. Whereas some characters like Shantoto or like characters around the cities often did wear things we could get or something close to it. But, yeah, so maybe that's why they're going for it, because they're actually a little bit more standoutish. But yeah, otherwise looking good. I mean, it's a 24-man raid at the end of the day. Like I'm trying to enjoy it forever I can. Reminder, in case anyone hasn't done this already, the currency from the first raid, the Ordell coin, that plus the currency from the new one is one free tome upgrade every week. So if you want to get a head start and farm a few Ordell coins before the new one comes out, if you didn't save any from before, then you may want to try to go back and get some ahead of time. I'm going to be doing a run of each. I'm going to be doing Juno and Sandy every week because that's what I do for the Alliance raids for the first couple months so everyone can get gear and I get some Orchestrion rolls and whatnot. We'll see. Speaking of Orchestrion rolls, they are making a change to the drop rate on those. It's going to now be per Alliance, and there's going to be 12 of them per full clear.
12 of them.
Yeah.
So 3 from the second boss, 3 from the third boss, and 6 from the final boss.
Yeah. So there's going to be it's going to be a lot better. We also did see a new feature that's being added during this. Cast bars. The cast bars are now for bosses. There will now be cast bars under the names on the target.
Now, how did you feel about this? Because I thought this was more of a non-issue for me.
I mean, having more options is always a great thing. Very specifically, World of Warcraft has this. It's a very common thing. You're already looking at the target you're attacking. Instead of having to look anywhere else on the screen, looking at the target you're already attacking makes a lot of sense. So it's one of those things where I've gotten used to the way 14 does it. There's no reason not to have this. You can turn it off if you don't like it too.
Yeah.
It's also useful still if there's a lot of multi-target stuff. You still use focus target, still use the aggro list. All the options you're used to are still there. It's one of those things. There's no reason not to have it. So, and I'm sure there's somebody already had it as an add-on and somebody died for this. Get your Grand Slam at Denny's. The usual.
Thank you.
There you go. Yeah, I'll do my salute. Get your Grand Slam at Denny's. So yeah.
So yeah, after all that, after they showed the Sandoria gear, there was one other piece of gear he showed real quick before he moved to this is what I like to call the John Cena glamour. Like, you take away the jacket, what do you have? You take away that like baggy ass jacket, what do you have? You literally have John Cena.
I was gonna say that looks more like some Kingdom Hearts ass outfit right there. That's some.
That's John Cena.
That's some the world ends with you shit right there.
All he has to do is just, and I'm like, yeah, that's my boy. That's my boy.
But wait, Sly. Why is he holding a blank white sheet of paper then?
I hate you. I hate you so much.
What do you mean? I mean, I don't get it. But then, if he wanted to show us the armor, why is he holding just a blank white sheet of paper?
I hate you so much.
Do you still have my Christmas card around? Where is it?
yes. It's in the attic somewhere, but yeah, I still have it.
All right, good. It was weird because they didn't show all of the armor. They just didn't show Zayd's armor set, but then they just showed this, and they're like, oh wait, that's for PvP, and then they moved on.
They moved on to PvP.
Damn.
So yeah. So PvP. Series 9. Not Season 9, Series 9. Series 9 will begin.
Change the name.
We are getting some adjustments to actions. Added items for exchange. Trophy crystals.
Hey, Sly.
And of course, what's up?
You know what else they could do with trophy crystals? Let us exchange them for tomes.
Yeah, I knew that was coming. I walked right into that one. And then, of course, the new arena, the Bayside Battleground, which they kind of got into a little bit after this. They did talk about the addition of the Omega and Ultimate tiers. They talked about that the last live letter. They are now adding the ability to register for casual matches with a duo party.
Yep. They're starting with just two.
Really good.
They said that they may increase the amount because they've seen requests for more than that. So they're like, let's start with two and we'll go from there. And good luck with that. What's interesting is that they seem to think the new ranks will improve matching for later down the line. That would imply that the Omega and Ultimate tiers will probably queue in with potentially Diamond and High Platinum players. It's still... So, I don't think that's going to... Maybe a slight extension, just because people are not going to stop grinding at Crystal. They're going to grind up to Omega and Ultima, more than likely. So, they're forced by nature of their desire to reach the highest rank to play longer. Thus... extends the life. I don't think it's going to help for as long as they think. And I also think the bigger problem is getting out of bronze, silver, and gold and into those higher ranks more so than that. And I'm not saying, listen, I'm going to be honest. If you're stuck in bronze, silver, or gold, it can't always be. I say this with every game that has a ranked system. You can't always be your teammates are bad. That's not the sole reason. All right. It's not helping. But there's a reason why some people make new characters in games and climb out ultra quick. It's because they play really good. Just saying. But I actually think that's the bigger problem is that and keeping people in bronze, silver, or gold isn't tempting enough at this point. That for me is the toughest thing. But it'll help a little bit, at least for the higher ranks, mostly. I think that's all they care about. Fuck it.
another small/medium/ quality of life. The timer, there's now a timer for when the medicine kits appear on the field. So instead of just waiting around and hoping and praying for one, you now see the timer for when it will reappear.
Yeah. Good visual clarity.
Pretty decent. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, you can play around the timers more easily. That's always a good thing to have. You want people to feel like they can make more informed decisions without add-ons. There were add-ons that were tracking the timers on those, just so you know.
They also made a change to Purify. The recast time has been reduced from 24 seconds to 4 seconds. The MP consumption has been increased to 2,500 from 0. And the resilience effect duration has changed from 3 seconds to 2 seconds.
It's a very significant change.
Yeah, they said they wanted to change the balance with this one.
Yeah, that's a pretty huge thing. Purify going down effectively is a giant kill that person button at the moment. Mm-hmm. You know they can't save themselves. Like, at best, they purify into a guard, and that's as good as it gets. This actually may give you hope, but the exchange is that you're effectively giving up 1 heal every time you purify now. So you can't purify and then heal. To be fair, you didn't usually purify and then heal 4 times. You purified, immediately got killed, and didn't get to heal a single time. More often than not, or you purify, resilience goes off, and now you get mobbed and killed. So this isn't a be-all, end-all. We're going to have to see it in conjunction with the actual action changes. But this should mean there's at least more opportunity to counterplay getting CC locked, which is the #1 biggest problem, especially for newer players in Crystalline Conflict. And that's overall, that should provide a healthier experience overall. But it is in isolation. It is not enough to save that potential outcome. Other skills do need to be adjusted to make sure that that's not a constant issue, especially amongst new players. So we will see.
Yep. We'll see. And then for newer players who weren't really used to PvP, they've added some persistent visual effects to some statuses: Undead Redemption, Nebula, Cheetan, and Wreath of Fire, and Wreath of Ice.
Yeah. Visual clarity. Honestly, all I cared about was Samurai's Cheetan. I'm tired of getting Zantetsuken.
That was a big one for me too.
I'll be honest, they're gonna do it, and I won't even see it. This is the problem. They're gonna do it while I'm like.
You're gonna hit a button anyway. You're gonna hit a button anyway. Yeah.
Well, it's not even that. It's that they're gonna like stand next to somebody else who I'm hitting. I'm gonna hit them with like fucking like Bioblaster or something, and then I'm gonna hit the Samurai as a result, and then I'm gonna get fucking Zantetsuken.
What was mine? What is it? Horrid Roar for me.
Oh yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah, that'll do it.
That'll fucking do
it's
it.
just not. I mean, it is it damage? I think it is slightly a little bit of damage, isn't it, on the Horrid Roar?
Yeah, Cheetan might be the one skill I actually don't like in PvP. Let me rephrase. I don't like how it works with Zantetsuken. I'm honestly, if I see one change, I might just want them to get rid of the whole Cheetan Zantetsuken thing. That might be the least fun I have playing against in any PvP. It's really fun to do, and it's almost funny to die that way. But it might be the one thing that if I said, if you could just rip one thing out and get rid of it from PvP, it might be the Cheetan Zantetsuken thing.
Oh, I fucking hated Zantetsuken from the start. Like,
yeah,
I said that with my whole.
Chat brings up a point. If it didn't proc off AoE, it would feel a lot better.
Yeah. 3K on Horde Roar. Okay, that's why. Yeah, slight fucking damage on Horde Roar. So yeah, it procs it. Like, yeah, I'm just doing this just to reduce damage. Nah, fam. You're doing this to die.
You know what else reduces damage? Not being alive anymore. You can't take damage when you're already dead, Sly.
Oh god. So yeah, pretty much after all of that, they kind of went in to the map to kind of show it off, and it's probably, in my opinion, the best looking map so far.
It's a really good looking map. It also doesn't have any. It's a plain Jane neutral map, very much like the Palestra. it just has a different layout of the walls and everything. So I think it's a really good looking map. I think it's going to be a lot of fun to play on. So
Yeah.
I keep saying I want to do another climb, but man, there's always the PvE content. Because the PvP doesn't survive well enough on its own standalone patches, it's very rare that I feel like I have... Like, because if I'm not there the first day, I genuinely feel like I've already should not bother for anything other than the series.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, with the addition of Omega and Ultima, I don't know. It adds a little bit more. So, I mean, I'd say I give it like a couple of days before I would just give up the Ghost.
I give it up almost immediately. I feel like if I'm not...
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm still recovering from waking up early the other day. I slept like a fucking brick last night. I still like... if it's on its own like a 0.36 patch where there's nothing else, different story. I feel like if I'm going to hop back in and actually do another climb, it's going to be there. Mm-hmm. But not like the on patch like this. It always feels like I'm always going to be PvE first. And unfortunately, 14 PvP. I actually really like it. I've done a bunch of shoutcasting for it. I've climbed a crystal in season 1. I actually think it's a lot of fun. But I will always be PvE first, and it doesn't have the livelihood for me to do it past that point. So yeah, I always feel like I'm missing out every single patch. I almost wish they would delay the start of a season to like make sure it's specifically off patch.
Season or series?
Season. There's no series isn't a competitive one. I know the terms.
Yeah. Just making sure.
Yeah.
So yeah, after they show off a bit of the map and a bit of the visual changes, they brought back the gear. So they showed, and I have interesting names for each piece of gear that they showed off. So of course we got John Cena first. And then the next one I like to call Goth Girl Hooters.
Okay, I think that's going to be a favorite, Goth Girl Hooters.
Yeah. Goth Girl Hooters is going to be a favorite. Now, the next one was, you kind of have to be into the sports ball for this one, because this is definitely
it looks like a cheer. Like the colors I immediately recognize from cheerleaders.
A Dallas Cowboy cheerleader. Thank you. So you don't really have to be in the sports ball. He got it, and he's not in the sports ball.
Literally, the only cheerleaders I know what their outfits are the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, they're iconic. And when I immediately saw this, I'm like, that's a Dallas Cowboy cheerleader. Holy shit!
Yeah, it's more like an idol outfit, but it's like it's like if the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders became a K-pop band.
Yeah. And speaking of K-pop, the next one, I kind of feel like they've been watching K-pop Demon Hunters, and this is what we got. For that last one, so that is definitely K-pop. Yeah. For the last one. So yeah, these are some interesting PvP outfits. Will I buy them? Probably. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so they add it's implied these are trophy crystal rewards. I'm also assuming, this is not confirmed, that Series 3's rewards. Caught myself. Series 3's rewards were probably also added. Because they added Series 1 and 2. And I'm assuming they... here's the thing. They either added Series 3 now, or they're adding Series 3 and 4 in 7.4. One of the two is definitely the case. Yeah, I don't know. PvP sets are weird. I always expect more armored, like kind of edgy PvP sets. It's just down to personal taste. This is the kind of stuff I would expect to get from like treasure maps more so than something like this. It's not like there's anything wrong with it. It just isn't. I don't care about glam much as it is, but if I was going to get something, I wouldn't get these personally. Just because it just doesn't appeal to me quite the same way.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's done.
Yep.
Then we get into the treasure dungeon, Vault Onerin, also known as Vault 1 Iron.
1 Iron?
Yeah.
I'm glad we agree on that.
Yeah. I would prefer Vault 9 Iron. Happy Gilmore 2 out today, by the way.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's on Netflix today.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. So I'll probably give that a watch. I have the house to myself. Might as well. But it is slots, as predicted. It is a slot. It is slots. Machine.
Oh man, he just had too much fun in Vegas. Like any night after FanFest, the one time I saw Yoshi P in Vegas on the slot machine, he was like cocooned in a, I want to say like a cover or something, because it's cold as fuck in those casinos. And this was like years ago. This was when it wasn't in the summer. And he had his shades on and a cigarette in his mouth, and he's just fucking pulling slots. So yeah, he had way too much fun in Vegas, and so he wanted to put that in the game, and that is what we have with the one iron.
Yep.
So
I've been saying that
he did
a new treasure map like this anyway, and I figured slots was probably a good one. All the same.
Yeah. So, I kind of got tired of Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah, I really just didn't want to do Wheel of Fortune a time. Here's the thing. Yeah. I'd be okay with skipping Doors as a whole too, and just doing 2 completely new ones.
Yeah.
I'm not saying Doors in place of the roulette wheel. I'm saying just do 2 new ones. The question is though, what do they do next expansion? Because do they now just do slots again, or like I think they are going to replace the Doors and then do.
Okay. What else? What else is in Vegas? Because we have a roulette wheel, we have slots.
Dude, I'm waiting on Pachinko. I'm telling you, man.
Plinko. Oh yeah, it has to be Plinko. Yeah.
I'm waiting on either that or a fucking crane game. I don't care, man. Just.
Oh God.
Yeah. Uno. No, I don't think it's going to be Uno.
No.
Squid Game. There you go.
That
would be a weird treasure map.
It would be interesting. It would be more like, I feel like that would be more like what's it called in the Gold Saucer? Your game in Gold Saucer.
My game? Leap of Faith?
Yeah, like Leap of Faith. There'd be some Leap of Faith bullshit, and then you had to do something else and do some red light, green light, and some other shit. Yeah,
still waiting on Air Force One and Extreme. Still waiting on it.
Huh?
Every time I do it, I'm gonna pull up my old Nelly CD. Just stomp them in my Air Force Ones.
We did kind of have Squid Games in the form of fucking Fall Guys.
Yeah, that's probably coming back at some point in the near future. I imagine that's coming back soon-ish, but we'll see. But yeah, so
yeah, he did a few pulls. He did a few pulls of the slots, and he said, "Let me show you the kind of luck I have." And like first pull was I think I can't read the translation, but I guess that
he got a small. Yeah.
And then he does a few more, and then the last one, he's like, "Yeah, like no, this is real. I didn't do anything. I didn't have any God mode on. This is real." And he gets the large. The large.
So to be clear, it looks like there is small. That's actually medium, I think. So these are the same symbols that appear on the roulette wheel. I think probably to keep it so people understand it a little bit better. So there's the small, the medium, which is the triple diamond. There's the large, which is the big diamond. So he actually got a medium with the DJ Dragora. I'd assume the treasure chests are either the exclamation marks or the silver equivalent. And I don't remember what the other symbol was.
Of course, the one where you get kicked.
And the one where you get kicked is the crystal torn in half.
Yeah.
So interesting thing about this is there are at least 2 M6S / Final Fantasy IX monsters here. In the trailer, we see golden gimme cats, which is going to be the like gill one. So it's gimme, gill, meow. As soon as I see them pop up, I'm like, gimme, gill, meow. And then we also see the friendly ghost from Final Fantasy IX in one of the monsters that he kills. Now, because of that, I think I know where one of our mounts is coming from.
Yep. That is correct. Yeah, I would say here. I would definitely say here.
Yep.
For that.
So yeah, I think it's gonna be going to be where you get 3 of the item and then exchange it, kind of deal.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
But I'm almost certain that's coming from here. Now the glam is strange from this. It's
prom?
Yeah, it's like prom outfits. Which, you know, as long as people buy it, I guess I don't really give a shit.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind throwing a prom in game. Yeah, that'd be nice. Have everybody dress up and look all schmancy and fancy. Yeah, well, I'd do that. Just to make a use for the fucking glam.
I'll sell it for Gil, so you know that's all I really give a shit about. I don't really care for it at all, but some people might.
Yeah. And then he showed the crafter and gather pieces. To be fair, like the current ones, the current, well, I say the current ones, but I guess
the previous tier of craft, the what before this,
the alien loader looking ones. Yeah, I fucking hated those. So these look so much better. Yeah, I'd say these look so much better.
This looks like some Bloodborne shit right here. This is what my hunter would have dressed. In Bloodborne. They got the coolest looking set so far this patch.
Right. And then the gatherer, I guess, which is on the bottom, looks like the merchant from RA4. What are you buying? What are you selling?
These are great sets.
These are just
great sets. The biggest criminal thing about these sets is you can't glam them on combat jobs.
Unfortunate.
One day.
Gotta
believe.
One day we will have a. Yeah.
Yep.
And then for that was pretty much it for like the first part of the live letter, and then we took a break. We got some good morning la exercises going during the break and whatnot. And then come back with some new deep dungeon.
This was the wildest part.
What? Oh yeah. First of all, Haps, what is deep dungeon?
God,
I'm not sure.
I knew they were going to.
I'm not sure.
It drives me crazy every time they do it. Like I oh, sorry, I accidentally closed it very briefly. It's yeah. So here's the thing. Let's rewind. Mm-hmm. At the start of the live letter, they very specifically said there's a lot of changes to Deep Dungeon. So we're looking forward to talking about that part. And I'm just like, okay. Like, I was ready to be so lukewarm about this, not because I don't think I'll have fun doing Deep Dungeon, but because after Eureka Orthos, I was more weary than excited going in, because Orthos had a host of problems, so many,
and that's fair.
Issues. Yeah, but he actually started this kind of fundamentally discussing the problem with their content design. Which was not expected.
Yep.
As per the translations, basically saying, we've been working on this game for a long time. We have we like to do things a certain way. We do alliance raids on odd numbered patch, savages on even numbered patch. Then we added ultimate in. But basically, we were just deciding that, this content's for this specific person. And if you're not that specific person, then this content's not for you. And so they basically said we predetermined who gets to enjoy what, instead of trying to make things so that there's a little bit more appeal. So he even said something I've been saying for years now: if you're not a Savage player, then even numbered patches suck.
Suck for you.
Yeah.
Suck. And we've had this conversation so many times. Hell, it's been a recent conversation of ours, like in talking about where, there's something for everyone to do, but certain people right now, a certain demographic, eating real fucking good. They've been eating real good for a long fucking time. And that would be hardcore players.
Yeah, and keep in mind, eating well relative to the fact that we've had a lot more content targeted at us. Not necessarily that we've spent a lot of time. Like Criterion, for example, a lot of people cleared it once and didn't do it, or didn't do it at all. So even though they released
Right.
it for us, it still missed the mark, and they did it 3 times, which is rough.
Right.
Chaotic, I'd say mostly worked out. It has over 100,000 character clears. I haven't checked what the number actually is as of late, and I suppose I could. But not as successful as I think it could have been. I think, again, I said it when Chaotic came out, the body checks shot the target way too high, and thus it couldn't appeal to the same demographic that Extreme Trials did. But yeah, I'm actually kind of curious. But yeah, there's been a lot less content that's generally for every player, or at the very least might overlap with more demographics. It's why I said like Occult Crescent coming out in 0.2x when you've now had a Chaotic, an Ultimate, 2 Savage tiers. Like, yeah, you put Cosmic out a month before, but you waited until this patch, until there was basically anything to do if you weren't a raider, or if you weren't achievement farming, or doing fates, or like working on one of the like longer term things. And that's why they need to move things like that earlier into the expansion. That's why I thought Chaotic coming out when it came out was not a good idea. Even if I did like it, I just didn't think it was released at a good time. And I still stand by. Yeah, I see 114,000 character clears with what looks to be like 60,000 players who have at least some progression on it. Something in that range. So, yeah, this point kind of is basically saying like, yeah, a lot of it. He very specifically states like, if we had 10 new types of content, you might have like one person likes 3 and like another demographic likes 3, and some people are gonna like 4 to 6, right?
Yeah.
You very rarely have someone who enjoys all 10. I'm probably one of the closest demographics to someone who enjoys all 10. Now that I've done crafting and gathering with Cosmic, I'd say I've come a lot closer to that. Now that I've done big fishing a little bit, I'd say I'm probably closer to that. But not there all the way, but closer to it.
You're getting there. You're getting there.
Yeah. He says there does need to be extremes. There needs to be super casual or ultra hardcore content. He's not saying that everything should be for everyone. He's not saying, oh, ultimates, we're going to add a fucking normal mode. He's not saying that. He's saying that fundamentally they want to make sure that if there's 10 new types of contents, they can aim for somebody to want to do 7 of them.
Right.
And among the remaining 3 is like ultra hardcore or super casual content.
So, all that being said, when you said all that, and there's the slide talking about Pilgrim's Traverse, and the statement is a deep dungeon for everyone.
Oh, that was a
slide. We just said all about like the design philosophies and everything, and how, you know, not everything is for everyone, and that's fine. When he said that, when he put that slide up, I'm like, we've gone through this. We've gone through this so many times. Usually, when you try to put a piece of content that is for everyone, it usually ends up being for no one. Everybody fucking hates it. So that kind of worried me when I saw that. I'm like, oh, fuck. Okay.
Yeah.
So where's this going?
Now,
so where is this going?
Where is it going? Well, I was immediately thinking like, here, I'm so afraid for people who are dedicated deep dungeon players. Because here's what I was like, okay, everyone was going to go in, going to do it. I feel like a lot of people were going to, like, before we knew anything, my thought was, okay, whatever they're doing, a lot of people are going to try it. It's going to sound really good on paper. A bunch of people are going to do it. When they're done doing it, it's not going to be fun for the deep dungeon people anymore. Now no one's doing it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That was my immediate thought.
Yep.
That may not be a problem. They may have figured it out. We'll need to see the results. But given what they said, they may have figured it out. So they keep going and explaining what a deep dungeon is. They do that so they can point out what they're doing differently here. Like, oh, you know, you start on a floor, and then you go to the boss on the 10th floor, and then you exit, and then you do the next 10 floors.
Stuff the majority of the community knows. And I guess more for that reason, and then for, I guess, the newer crowd who hasn't seen a deep dungeon yet. That's fine.
Yeah.
They
showed off some bosses. They showed off a Pride Bush. They showed off, Trio Mega, who's looking very
Trio Mega.
upset. Yeah. And they showed off the Dark Souls boss, a priest who hits the gym at least some days for Arm Day, at the very least.
Sorry, go. Wait. Going back to before all that, they kind of, go over, the layout of floors and everything. And as far as the requirements, it still kind of pisses me off that it still requires floor 50 a POTD.
I hate it. I literally soloed to 450 on a fresh character like today to see how it is, so I can make a video to help people with this because it's so stupid. I don't know
It's the
what.
dumbest thing.
I have a theory. I came up with a theory today.
Okay.
For why they do it.
Okay.
So the common logic would be, well, Palace of the Dead 1 to 50 is your tutorial, effectively.
Right.
I don't think that's it.
Well, 1 through 31, that's the story, essentially.
No. Palace of the Dead's 1 to 50. Palace of the Dead is 200 floors. It's 1 to 50 and then 51 to 100 for the two stories. My theory is that when they made every deep dungeon after the first set of Palace of the Dead 1 to 50,
so HOH,
they used the code for Palace of the Dead 51 to 200. And because that code requires Palace of the Dead floor 50 to be completed, that requirement, they never removed it from the code. Which I think, if that were true, would be very lazy. It's only a theory, but I find no other logical reason for that requirement to be there at all. It doesn't make any sense. Right. It's just such a barrier for entry that does not need to exist when Palace of the Dead... Okay, let me say this. If you go back and revitalize Palace of the Dead 1 to 50 in some way, I understand it more. But you haven't done that. There's now 3 extra deep dungeons. So there's no reason for that requirement to be there. Please stop.
Please. And then after that, after seeing like all the bosses and everything, they kind of explain the Aether Pool gear, which is back. So the Aether Pool gear, the arm, stuff that you get within Pilgrim's Traverse or Deep Dungeon, and you level it by finding stuff through the chest and whatnot. And get to a certain, if you get it to a certain level, you can use this outside of Pilgrim's Traverse. And we did get a shot of the Pilgrim's Traverse Aether Pool arms.
Best looking deep dungeon weapons by a fucking
They look too churchy. They look too churchy. I don't like
It's a church. Of course they look churchy. It's stained glass.
I understand that, but they look too fucking churchy, and I don't like them. I don't like the painted glass kind of look on them. Like, I don't know.
I want to slap a motherfucker with stained glass, man. All the
hit somebody with some stained glass shit.
All the other ones, they just stripped all of the texture from it and made it glow. I was like, what the fuck are you doing?
I mean, I felt like they could have did a little bit better than Church.
I really like these. Obviously, we still have to see the rest of them, but I'm a huge fan. And I'm also glad they actually designed weapons and didn't just strip them of all their features and then make them glow. Because I was okay with that the first time, but when every deep dungeon just did it with a different base model, I was like, well, I'm never using that. So
yeah,
I might use that bow. That bow's on fleek, son.
Wow.
What?
Yeah, have fun, Church. Of course, with this one kind of like Heaven on High, the first 30 floors are the story, the initial quest for the Pilgrim's Traverse. After that, you are pretty much at the point where you are farming to get to the end. So normally, after floors 30, 1 through 30, you could only go in with fixed parties. So floors 1 through 30, you could do with a match party. You could do like anything you fucking wanted to. After that, you had to go do a match party. no matter what. With Pilgrim's Traverse, either or, we're all 100 floors.
Yeah. I had such huge concerns when I initially saw this.
Why?
Bro, I would crash out so hard if I wiped on a matched party on 91 to 100. If it worked entirely like the old one, the crash out would be next fucking
oh my god
level.
Here's the thing. Like, it's already been ingrained to my system for 31 through 100 that like I need a fixed party probably every time. Fuck, I'm just gonna do this with my community anyway. Again, like it's kind of like, I mean, I guess it's kind of like doing a daily. It's kind of like doing a daily. You get matched up with somebody and you don't know these people. So again, I have trust issues. So I'm probably just gonna do this with my fucking community anyway. So this is, have fun. If you want to do match parties, if you want to risk it for the biscuit, by all means, feel free.
I'd rather just
by all means, feel free.
I'd just rather solo. Having three extra pugs is not a. That just makes it harder for no
Pretty
reason.
Much.
Now keep in mind that's how I felt before we saw the rest of the slides. Not how I feel now. Because that was not the only change that they made.
Right. So of course, like from T31 onwards, like you get the bosses every 10 floors, and it increases with difficulty, kind of getting towards savage difficulty towards the end, I would say. If I wouldn't want to compare it directly to Orthos, but Heaven on High POTD, I would say it's safe assumption. So we see some other bosses. We see a Sabaton, a fucking
that Sabatender.
blinged
I'm
out.
calling it the Yoshi P Sabatender because it's blinged out like Yoshi P would be. That's what his
blinged
fucking
out,
wrists.
yeah.
That's what his fucking wrists look like half the time, right? He's got gold gems, a mustache, all of that. Just
and then what looks to be a really fucking yoked out mind flayer.
It's Cthulhu Rot.
Cthulhu Rot.
That's Cthulhu Rot.
Now, huge change. And I'm kind of curious to hear your opinion about this one. So from 31 onward, if you had a party wipe or you just died solo, you would had to start from either floor 1 or 21.
Yeah.
After a party wipe. With Pilgrim's Traverse, we now have breakpoints after 1 and 21.
Yep.
So you can start from 31, and then you go up, and if you go past to like 51 to 60, and you wipe there, you will start from 51. You can start from 51, and then after that, if you make it to the 71 to 80 and you wipe anywhere higher than that, you can start from 71.
Now the matched party thing doesn't make me want to crash out.
But okay, so the big question is with this in regards to the achievement, will you have to do a full clean clear with no restarts, or will it take this restarts into consideration?
For solo, it's implied that you do. Well, it's implied you need to start from 1. So scoring runs,
that's what I'm thinking.
Scoring runs, they've already said you have to start from floor 1. Now, to be clear, for a scoring run, as soon as you die, your score is calculated and reset. So if you were to wipe, your score is like you just give up and start over. While they don't outright say that you need a flawless 1 to 100 run, the final slide they show basically is saying that the solo challenge run still exists, which would imply that if you actually want the Necromancer / Lone Hero, whatever equivalent title, yes, you do need to flawlessly do 1 to 100 and start over if you die. So while you could checkpoint if you just want to solo in general, and checkpoint if you want to practice a set of floors, which is a really important bit, then you can do that. And also, that would mean that stuff that's on the 100th floor, like, you know, there's usually like an item that you can then exchange. That, you know, you just need to get to 100 to do that. It doesn't matter how you get to 100. So that item is still going to be sought out. There's probably a mount from reaching it a certain number of times, etc., etc. But yeah, the only reason why we used to need to be clear to everyone, the only reason we needed restarts before is because if you wiped after floor 100 if there was a game over, a KO flagged on the save file, you could not continue above certain floors. Now, even if there is a KO, you can just go back to a checkpoint that's like 10, 20 floors back.
Right. Now, I just see this as a good way to practice and get knowledge, usually for, I guess, the guide makers, usually for this, that like it takes a bit of time for them to get the knowledge. This, I mean, easy practice. You can kind of see what everything does, and, you know, because like the higher floors usually have a lot more stuff that can literally one shot you. So it's good to kind of get the practice on the higher floors and not have to go all the way back to floor and start from floor 31.
Yeah, like if I wipe on 71 to 80 here, I'm not gonna immediately start over from 1 unless I've been like if I've been to like floor like 96, 97 to practice, and I really need to practice that, I'm going to want to practice that more and more. But if I wipe on like 76 and I've never been to the 71 to 80 floor set before, I'm just gonna go in again and try again. That's the big difference. And no, there was never a mount locked behind soloing to floor 100. It's only ever been a title. The mounts are just for getting to the final floor, or like they come from gold sacks and stuff like that. So yeah, it's always just been the title, and the title only required flawless because you weren't allowed to do the whole thing unless you flawlessly did it.
Yeah.
It's implied that there will be a flawless 1 to 100. So, yeah, as soon as I saw this, I was like, oh, never mind. The match party thing makes complete sense. Now there's no crash out. Now you have the same level of crash out as if you just don't get a good pug in like Savage PF. It's the same level of crash out at most.
Yeah. So, what awaits you at the 99th floor? I'm guessing this is the 99th floor boss. The final verse.
Yeah.
And you pretty much unlock this at floor 99. Once you reach floor 99 for the first time, you unlock it. And you are able to, you know, challenge it freely as much as you want. Yeah. And this can be done with a party of between 1 and 4 people. And it may drop some valuable rewards as well.
Yeah, we know those rewards occurrences. We'll get to it later.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is basically a practice instance for the floor 99 boss. It's the equivalent as if Excalibur from Orthos had a separate instance. It can be done 1 to 4 people because it's the exact same boss as it is on floor 99. So it's effectively another means of being like, instead of climbing 29 floors to practice a boss again because you wiped on 71 plus, you could work your way back a little bit faster so that you could actually check it out and do it. But now you don't even have to do that. Once you've been to this boss, you can just exit, go into the final verse, and then practice it until you're confident that you can do it, and then go back into the deep dungeon and finish it up. So,
yeah, I agree. As a hardcore raider, how do you feel about the pretty much all the accessibility they're adding on to this? Because again, the challenge was, like, you know, with Heaven on High, with POTD, yada yada yada, you fail and you just go back and do all the work just to get back up there again and fail again and just keep doing it until you get at it. How are you feeling about the challenge / difficulty with, the fact that, there are so many more breakpoints, I guess, or, fallbacks now, versus in previous iterations of Deep Dungeon?
So I think it's a little bit, it's hard to have this discussion without having to consider how this would function everywhere else in the game. So for literally a decade, people have asked if we could get the ability to practice bosses from their phase percentage. Like, oh, this phase begins at 60%. Oh, I just want to practice that phase. They don't want to have to pull and do the first 40% of a boss over and over again to do that. And I've always been against it there because I feel like you need to prove you can do the whole fight in one go. And that when you just practice only one thing, you then start to slacken the other locations either anyway. So I've always been against it there. It's also because those fights are, 8, 10, 12, up to ultimates being 20 minutes. So
yeah,
it didn't really make sense to me there. This is like 6 hours to get back to a prog point, to even see it, to then potentially get RNG fucked in the ass. This is the standard for Deep Dungeon that should be set going forward. There's absolutely, this should be this way. The time investment is very high for anybody who wants to do an actual full run of Deep Dungeon. Even if they just want to do a casual run with 1, 2, 3 friends, attempts or whatever, the time investment's really fucking high. This makes it so that the time investment for any given player can be done in smaller chunks. If you want to say, oh, let's just do 31 to 40, 31 to 50 right now. We'll worry about 51 to 70 another night. We wiped on 48. Well, we have enough time. Let's try to get up to 50 again, and then we'll worry about 51 another. It's not like I just lost 6 hours of prog, and now I need 6 hours to get back to it again. I think everything about it makes every other part of what Deep Dungeon was going to be or was before better. I don't think there's a single reasonable downside unless you're just unless you really enjoy gatekeeping the progress of players who aren't committed to doing the entire thing. And I know that same argument could be made about how I feel about raid fights in practice and practicing specific phases, that's why I've never been a big fan of the what is it called? The sim. Never been a big fan of it.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Also just because it's janky as fuck and it aggravates me using it every single time. It makes me use it. I also don't enjoy going to the turn 4 arena and practicing mechanics there either. I'm very much I just want to talk about it and then keep pulling the boss, when we have a strategy kind of person. But that's just me. But everything about this makes every part. If you're someone who wants to go for a solo 1 to 100, you have no reason not to consider doing a climb, accepting wipes, but not starting over, going in, practicing the floors, getting good at them, understanding what the threats look like, what can actually happen, how things can go wrong, and then cooking and going back and doing the 1 to 100 solo. If you just want to play with friends and you want to make slow progress, you can do that. If you just want to match part of your way up to the top just to try something a little bit different, a little bit harder, you can do that now. And you'll get checkpoints along the way, and you may eventually be able to work towards the higher floors. I think literally every part of it has a benefit, and I don't see an actual tangible downside. So, It's a win across the board. It might even just make if you want to match part of your way all the way up to 100 while leveling a job, I think that could be torture. I think most people will probably stick to 21 to 30 if they just want to level still, and I think that's smart. That's basically the leveling floor set. But yeah, no, it's a win. I literally I don't see a real downside, in all honesty.
So pretty positive for I guess hardcore raiders and who are looking for a challenge in whatever regard.
I'm not even thinking about me as a hardcore. I genuinely think this is the gold standard of something that should get people into wanting to do Deep Dungeon. And they even said they might retroactively go back and do it to the old ones.
Yeah, I saw that too, and I feel like that'd be better. But I mean, that would get a lot more people clears on, I guess, POTD and Heaven on High, who had done the content at its inception, but never really went back to it because other shit came out, myself included, and I still haven't finished Heaven on High. Hell, I still haven't even gotten the Palace of the Dead achievement yet. So I would hope they do that, honestly.
Yeah. No, I genuinely don't see any downside to doing that. And honestly, it's funny because this is almost exactly a discussion we had on State of the Realm about a completely different type of content. When we did our Fork Tower episode, we discussed why don't they just checkpoint you and -1 life. If they're going to give you 3 lives, they might as well let you use it. And I was like, I don't see any reason why that doesn't make sense to do. Even if you're hardcore and you like the challenge of it, having 2 extra, everyone dying with 3 lives and then having 2 lives but getting ejected just doesn't make any sense. All it does is make it more daunting for players who are that afraid of dying to screw up and die. And I still want them to go back to Fork Tower Blood and make that a change. Add a checkpoint after each trash pull, after each boss, that if you do wipe after that, you just go -1 life and then can still pull the boss again. I'm still so in favor of that change.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, we'll have, and I'll also say this, for Fork Tower Magic, while we are seemingly going to have a normal mode, I still think they should do that for the Savage.
That's completely fair.
Yeah. I just think we need those. Final Fantasy 14. Raiders have been saying it for a long time. The gap that you need to close to go from not doing raid to doing raid is too steep. And I think even though this doesn't clear the gap for that same gap kind of exists for Fork Tower and exists for a lot of content where it's going from not doing it to doing it is a chasm, or it feels like one. If you add these little like markers that tell people it's kind of okay to go as you please, or like get them in. And the chemist cheese is not interesting. Yeah, the chemist cheese is not a fun or interesting way of doing that, where you have the one chemist die with a res so they can. There's no reason for it to be that way. Just add a checkpoint, -1 life for everyone. And if you do get res in the middle of a fight, then minus an extra life. Like, yeah, you could get ejected earlier that way. Honestly, I wouldn't even be against foregoing the overall lives and just giving you 3 wipes. Like, you can res as many times as you want in the fight, but just giving you... I'd be okay with that, in all honesty. If they really want some sort of limitation on the amount of times you can do pulls, I'd be fine with that too. And I think this is literally that same idea, but in Deep Dungeons, formatted to Deep Dungeon.
Right.
It's so weird how close to it actually is.
So again, the whole illusion of chasing 2 hares and getting none in regards to this, making something for, I guess, pretty much everyone this is probably the best inception or the best way it's been implemented so far, is to make as far as making something for everyone.
Yeah.
Okay. That's fair.
Yeah. I will still say one thing, and this is, I'm going to keep beating this home as long as we need to. I wish there was some... Okay, actually, well, I'll wait till we talk about a later part. It'll make more sense when we get to the later part. I also really like that they added a challenge log objective to each set of floors. Yeah,
that was good, and that was where I was going next. So, yeah, like each specific set of floors have certain rewards. For the 11 through 20 floors, you get luminous oil, which can be exchanged for rewards. In 21 through 30, you get pieces of the Blessed Horde, not the Accursed. The Accursed is still there. The Accursed Horde is still there. But these are the pieces of the Blessed Horde. And then 41 through 50, more luminous oil. 61 through 70, more pieces of the Blessed Horde. And floors 91 through 100, luminous oil, which, to be honest, I honestly thought they should throw on a little bit more for that last one, for the 91 through 100, but like, again,
I mean, we don't know what
I'll have to
luminous
see
oil
what-
is used for yet.
Yeah,
But
we'll have to see what it
that
does.
was the only one that was a bit. I almost just wish, without knowing what luminous oil does,
Yeah.
other than it can be exchanged for rewards. I almost wish it was
Yeah.
just 5 pieces. I wish it was just more accursed horde, almost in a sense. Or if I wish
Yeah.
the luminous oil was 60.
I wanted to
70,
add
and
that on with the luminous oil. That's what I was saying. Like, so yeah, just more because it's the last one. So naturally,
Yeah. So yeah, but no, there's a weekly challenge log for it. The actual value of these rewards, unknown. We don't know if they're how much you would really care about doing your challenge log. Bare minimum, I could see people who really like doing the Blessed Horde trying to lock in for a 21 to 30 and a 61 to 70 to try and get those done. They would pick up some luminous oils along the way, but that wouldn't be too surprising at the bare minimum.
right. And so, right after that, we'll kind of get back to something related to Pilgrim's Traverse in a few. But he shows off a few of the mounts. We have the Pride mount, Pride Bush, the Omega Tree Omega. We have a chandelier mount, and then Yan.
Damn right.
Yan.
Yeah.
We knew it was coming.
So we cover each mount specifically. Pride Bush from Luminous Oils. Tree Omega from getting to the 100th floor a minimum number of times. This would be the equivalent to the Eternus mount, where you had to get to the final floor. And remember, you didn't have to solo. You just had to make it to the final floor and actually do a full clear 4 times, even if it was with a group. I assume that's what the Tree Omega is going to be. The third mount, the Chandelier, unknown. That could just be from the Blessed Horde. I wouldn't be surprised if that's simply from the Blessed Horde. And then we saw the Hoverboard, which is Cosmic Exploration without a shadow of a doubt. That's the board that you ride when you're going between the things. Then we saw the Yen. Now, earlier in State of the Realm, I mentioned that there were friendly animals inside of the treasure map.
So yeah, you're gonna need 3 pieces from treasure to combine to get the actual Yen mount.
Well, we don't know that. But that would be my best guess.
Yeah, I'd agree with that guess.
Yeah,
that's what I would think.
I mean, it could be Fox Hollows. It could be mount tokens from like Gathering or something else. It could be something else. I'm just gonna say there's no reason to say yes, it is that. I just think that's most likely. That's all.
Okay.
Yeah,
that's true.
I like that when they revealed it, Foxconn went like, "There it is." So I have a question for you.
What's up?
Do you think this was planned as a reward in 7.3 all along, or they saw how popular the Yan was in 7.2 and went, "Oh, we need to fucking add that ASAP"? But it's like numbers are going down, guys. Break glass in case of emergency. Give them a Yan mount. Hurry the fuck up.
Little column A, little column B. I feel like most people know the Gimme Cat. Most people know the Yans from
Final Fantasy
9. Excuse me. Yeah. Most people know him from 9. So the nostalgia, a bit of the nostalgia's there. But yeah, after the reception of us getting our asses completely murdered by Yans, sure, I think that would do that. Like the PTSD would do it a lot more. So yeah, I'd say it's a little column A, little column B there.
I'm of the opinion they had no idea Yans were going to be this popular, and they have expedited all Yan related adventures to reap the profits. Because I think they also are doing like Yan stickers and everything too. They had like that sticker. Like they just locked the fuck in on how popular the Yan was with everyone.
Oh, it's only a matter of time.
They're going nuts.
It's only a matter of time before it goes to the actual Square Enix store and we get our Yan plush.
Oh yeah, no, Yan plush 100%. Like every single thing you can imagine with the Yan is gonna get cranked the fuck out.
Yep. And it's got to be a big Yan plush too. It can't be. It has to be Fat Cat sized. Remember the Fat Cat? Yeah, the Fat Cat plush. It has to be that size.
The Fat Cat wasn't even a plush. It was a bean cushion to sit in.
Yeah.
So it's maybe a giant Yan cushion.
Yep. And then,
What if we
of
get
course,
Yan
after the board.
masks in game.
Oh, no.
Oh my god, at
Like what,
FanFest, they're going to give out Yan masks.
They're going to give out Yan mask, kind of like the Tataru mask that you still have it? Yeah.
I'm sure I don't have mine, but I'm sure she has a mask. Yeah.
Yeah, after that, we see a Sin Eater Beaver minion.
That is also from Pilgrim's Traverse. We know that.
Pilgrim's Traverse.
They even read the description of it. They actually like highlighted it and said, a mysterious creature from the Pilgrim's Traverse. What happens when a Sin Eater and a giant beaver meet? Which one becomes which? There are many mysteries in this world if you think about it, and this minion shows that.
But going a little bit more deeper from Pilgrim's Traverse, we had the final verse, but there's another version of the final verse Quantum.
Man, they said Quantum. I'm like, just fucking call it Savage. Why would you come up with another name? That was my initial reaction, was just, this is fucking,
okay.
Why the fuck do we need another difficulty category? We have Chaotic, we have Savage, Ultimate, Hard, like, come on. And then they explained it, and I was like, oh, no, never mind.
Yeah. So what happens with the Final Verse Quantum is the quest that you get from reaching floor 100, you get something called offerings. Mm-hmm. And there are 5 different types of offerings. Now, one thing I did really kind of like about this is that the offerings are not used unless it's a successful run. So even if you wipe, you still keep the offerings. You can go back and challenge whatever you wanted to challenge. This is a 4-member fight, 4-party fight. Mm-hmm. This cannot be soloed. That's what I'm naturally assuming, but someone will eventually try later on down the line. You need at least 15 offerings to do Quantum.
Yeah.
But you can offer as many as 40.
Yeah.
And another good thing about this, you can find more offerings through the Accursed Horde. And these things can be sold, baby.
Sly, I saw that, and my brain immediately... So, do you know about one of the worst achievements in Final Fantasy XIV?
What's that?
20,000 Accursed Hordes. 20 fucking thousand. Do you know what the strategy is for obtaining 20,000 Accursed Hordes?
Fucking bang your head against Deep Dungeon?
No. What you do is you go into a set of 10 floors with an intuition in your inventory, pop the intuition. Mm-hmm. If there is an Accursed Horde on that floor, you find it and then leave. If there isn't one, you leave immediately. Now, keep in mind, for that strategy, you don't get to keep the horde. You're simply revealing it to count for the achievement. So my brain immediately went to that, not fully think, because the Accursed Horde, the achievement itself doesn't require you to actually exit. It only requires you to uncover. This is it's gonna be funny because you can't really do that here because you need to bring the Accursed Horde out with you in order to actually get the offering. So it's gonna be interesting seeing how many people try to overlap that 20,000 Horde achievement while actually maybe making a little bit of gil. Because intuition runs are gonna be wild.
But yeah, I see dollar signs with this one, so I'm kind of happy about that.
No, I'm happy.
Either way, again, there are 5 types of offerings. There are sacramental spirits, spices, grain, light, and lilies. Up to 8 of each type can be used for the total of 40. Now, what these offerings do specifically is depending on which type you use, and how many of which type, it changes the boss's stats. So not just, it doesn't just make it like an HP sponge. Yes, HP will increase on a certain offering, but things like physical damage, light damage, dark damage, and fire damage will also be increased depending on which ones you use. So you could potentially set yourself up to do a more, balanced fight to kind of practice, I guess. You could lean towards one bit of damage, or you could, just completely fill out all the entire, pentagon, which they showed, and make the challenge the hardest it could be. Now, again, not only do you change the stats, but you change the mechanics as well, and that's a good thing too, because I didn't want just have just a stat change based on however many offerings you use. That would have been boring. So yeah, just like seeing different mechanics with those offerings is good too, and I like that they did that.
Yeah. Got a couple of things in chat before we go forward.
Okay.
Number one says you can just farm the final versus normal for Blessed Horde. It is not guaranteed to drop off that. I think that's an ill-advised way to do it. Is not in fact, they specifically said it is a rare drop from final versus normal.
Yeah.
So I definitely wouldn't want to do that. I also don't know if the Blessed Horde counts as an accursed horde. Unfortunately, we don't actually know that, so we don't know if the offerings are in the. I would assume they are, and that the Blessed Horde has that. I think it would be silly not to. But accursed and blessed are two different things.
The way, so. That's the way they, they have a slide specifically for the Blessed Horde. So I'm thinking that they're two completely separate things. If I had to guess,
that's what I'm thinking as well. Because they are, because they made a separate slide for it. I do feel like they are different. The other thing is somebody wishing that more offerings would weaken the boss. The problem with that is then offerings have less skill value because players don't need to collect them to make the boss stronger. In theory, I'll be honest, most people who are planning on 40 offerings are probably just going to do the 40 offerings from the quests they get. I'll talk about this later. I don't see them doing the lower offering bosses after they've beaten it. So I have question marks about that still.
I mean, again, it's just, I feel like the lower offering is, like we were talking about with the floors themselves, practice. You're you will see something completely different from a lower number of offerings versus what you would see on the highest amount of offerings. Yes, I get that, but it's kind of like normal versus EX, I guess, in that regard.
Yeah. It's going to be really interesting to see because I'm curious if most people who are planning on progressing ever bother with the lower offerings in the first place. Because I don't know if the incentive to do the lower offerings and not just see the boss in its entirety is really there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
When you mentioned the slide with the accursed horde, with the blessed horde. The Blessed Horde comes from sometimes Final versus Normal and from the challenge log. And then you gain Blessed Hordes relative to the number of offerings given to the boss from Final versus Quantum.
Yeah.
What would motivate the player specifically from the Blessed Horde to farm offerings to do Final versus Quantum to get more Blessed Hordes? We don't know the answer to that. But I'm not optimistic that the Blessed Horde is enough of a reward from Final Verse for anything, because at least for Final Verse 40, you get a title. People will probably want to help with it, I imagine. Like, people may beat it once and still want to do it again. They know they can get Blessed Hordes. Maybe they'll get something that makes a lot of gil. We don't know. That's the question I have is the reward for doing anything that isn't 40 offerings. Is it sufficient enough for people to really want to engage with it?
Well, I think you have to kind of weigh the options in terms of the challenge itself too, because I kind of skimmed over the fact that he did say, Yoshi P said, with the 40 offerings, this is more difficult than a fourth floor Savage fight.
Listen, I want to believe him. That's really hard to believe with only 4 people.
And yeah, the fight length is shorter, but some of the mechanics with 40 offerings will be ultimate level.
Okay, so honestly, the only way that works is debuff vomit.
Yeah, that's what I'm
there has
to.
there
Debuff
has to
vomit,
be an insane
debuff
amount
vomit,
of debuff vomit.
body checks.
Well, I mean, I expect a body check, and there's only 4 of you, so if you fuck up, like
Yeah.
I can't. There has to be body checks with 4 people because you can't let people make mistakes with only 4 people.
Right. I mean, although you say that, but Criterion bosses were kind of forgiving too in that regard, and
No,
things
they
like
were
that
not.
in the past.
No, they were not. Criterion bosses had tons of body checks. There was usually some things that weren't, but there's tons of body checks throughout all of Criterion. So like, this is a statement I won't believe outright.
Okay.
Only because with 4 people, there's so much less you can do. Unless, again, you are really debuff vomiting hard. Yeah, reminder that I cleared Criterion Savage when I was dead for 90 seconds on Alo Alo. I was murdered by Kyo, and then they finished the boss without me.
Yeah.
I was in the right spot to make sure we didn't wipe, and that was about all that mattered.
Yeah.
Oh, that one was brutal. But yeah, I don't know. My biggest concern with Quantum is reward structure. I don't know if the Blessed Horde is a valuable enough thing.
That's been the concern with pieces of content like this and Criterion. It's always been a concern, and I kind of figured it would be a concern here as well.
Now I will say this: I think the 40 offering will see a lot of people doing it. I think anyone who is a raider, especially people who really like Ultimate and they like teaching, I 100% see the 40 offering thing being something that is not a one and done for a lot of people. Especially because I think it's a lot more manageable. So by the way, we do have additional information. Mr. Ozma is the developer for this fight. He has confirmed it on Twitter.
Yes, he is.
And he has confirmed it is approximately the length of like a Savage-ish fight. It's about 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Yeah.
I think that alone is going to mean it's a lot more doable. It's just anything under 40, I have a hard time imagining is going to see that much life. Because I have no optimism the Blessed Horde is valuable enough of a reward to get people doing it.
Okay, this is what I say. Like I say for, people, because again, this is for everyone. So I say people who are, just getting into, Deep Dungeon for the first time, people who are kind of, weaning themselves into hardcore content at first. Yes, it'll be there. Like that will probably be the demographic that does lower offerings before they start kind of working up towards 40. So once they, and I get what you're saying, because once they get to 40, they probably won't want to do any of the lower offerings anymore too. So like at the very start of this content, there will be some that, do the lower offerings. Depending on how many offerings you get, do you kind of have to weigh the option of, do I have enough to do 40?
Yeah, because that's the other thing. If you do less than 40, from when you complete the quest, you start with 40. But as soon as you start spending them, you have to go to get the Accursed Horde or buy
the other. Yeah. So do you do less than 40, or do you just keep farming until you have enough? And what is the limit on how many offerings we can hold?
I'd assume that they have just 999. I'd assume that it's just the regular item limit.
Okay.
I wouldn't even be surprised if it's just a currency that only shows up in the tabs here. Like, I don't think so, because
Yeah.
I don't think the Accursed Horde would add to that, but like, yeah, no, they'll definitely let you stack them up pretty high. Because the 40, well, you can offer up to 8 of each. Like, it's pretty flexible how many you can do as long as it's between 0 and 8. So, if anything, yeah, what people would do is what Vivi said, what Fury said. They would put in 10, practice until they are sure they can kill it, then wipe, and then go to 20, practice, wipe, go to 30, practice, wipe, go to 40. Like, they wouldn't bother clearing. They would just do that.
Clearing, yeah.
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 And honestly, I think that is going to be the most common case for people who want to prog but don't want to jump right into... I just think they just won't bother clearing.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you can't put currency on the market board. I'm so fucking stupid. Of course it won't be currency. You can sell it and buy it. Of course it won't be.
You can sell it, yeah.
Yeah. I'm an idiot. So, yeah.
We
also don't know if it uses your ether pool or if it just uses whatever.
That is true.
Because it's a trial
Quantum?
outside of the deep dungeon.
Yeah.
I don't know what to assume on that front. There's no way to know for certain. It would be common sense that it uses ether pool, but is it common sense?
And I'm thinking if they're like, even if it's not like what I level what it's synced down to, or sync, you know.
Yep.
Yep. Something to ponder.
It is something to ponder indeed. Well, they said open the chest. We don't know. We just know in order to receive loot, the offerings will be.
Yeah.
For all we know, Accursed Hordes could fall right into your inventory without opening a chest. We don't know that. All we know is that in order to obtain loot, that the offerings are only obtained when you obtain loot. So
Yeah.
we don't know if you could kill the fight and then choose not to open the chest and not to use offerings. In fact, actually, it varies. Oh, end opening the treasure coffer that appears. It does say end opening the treasure coffer that appears.
Yep.
So in theory, yeah, you can actually clear it, not even open the chest. Which is weird. I guess it's going to send the Accursed Hordes into everyone's inventory when you open the chest. I guess that makes... Oh, no, you know what? It's probably a personal loot coffer. That's what it is.
Yeah.
It's a personal loot coffer.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind. We solved the mystery. There you go.
We did it.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I've already got a group for this. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to fucking go. We're going right in. We're gonna clear. And we're gonna go right into FV40.
There you go. Kind of after talking about the Blessed Horde and whatnot, they kind of had a slide to at least let you know that yes, you can do this solo. You can do not Quantum, but you could do Pilgrim's Traverse solo.
Yeah, they should have
0 to
put that
100.
before talking about Quantum. That was probably a weird thing to throw
like
after Quantum.
You can do this solo. No, you can't. No, the fuck you can't. Good luck though.
Yeah.
And then of course they went in. Was that Seto or was that just
No. So here's the
Amaro?
thing. I don't even know if these aren't just placeholders. For example, because as far as I know, Seto's the only Amaro that talks. So
Yeah.
since this Amaro is talking, one would assume it's Seto. There could be a new Amaro
Yeah.
that talks, but isn't this one too small to be Seto?
Yeah.
I didn't translate the name over his head. Also, that would be the most fucking common
Me
sense
either.
thing to do. Let me just do that. I want to know if it's placeholder text or not. Translate and come on. What does it say?
It's kind of hard because
I think the cursor over
the arrow. The
arrow
cursor over it's kind of blocked.
is
Yeah.
disrupting. Yeah. Yeah, it's not gonna give it to me.
Nah.
I guess it's just. Yeah, I think it's just another Amaro.
Okay. So yeah, like you interact with the Amaro and Ilmeg, and that's how you get into the Pilgrim's Traverse. And so we see the first few floors. Kind of going over everything. I'm kind of.
Well, Sly, let me stop you right here, because while they're going over the first few floors, we learned something incredibly important.
Which is?
They're not HP sponges like Eureka Orthos. Thank God.
Yes. Yeah.
He has no ether pool, and he is killing them in a few GCDs. That is how it should be.
Of course, at the higher floors, like you'll have a little bit more, but yeah, on floors 0 through 30, yeah, that was a problem with the Orthos, and that's kind of what I remembered, and I hated it. And then of course he kind of highlights a few things, some treasures, some traps. Like, I'm going to literally, I mean, of course with traps, your one thing is to kind of hang out around the wall and kind of hug the wall, do the things. I'm gonna immediately hate the grassy areas in Pilgrim's Traverse for traps, even though like I'm so used to seeing like hard floor in every POTD that we've done just seeing a grassy area. I don't know. It kind of makes me feel uneasy a little bit. I don't know. For traps.
Uneasy? You'll be fine. Don't be a baby.
I'm just saying. And yeah, like I said, he got some treasure boxes which do the blue ones will enhance your Aether pool.
Yeah, it's all the usual deep dungeon stuff for
all the usual stuff.
Yeah. The big thing is that there's a couple of new actual mechanics in the deep dungeon. Mm-hmm. One of them is the Vodiv, I believe is how it's pronounced.
Yeah.
It basically is a Gamba candle.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. You go.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. It like you said, it is a Gamba candle, and you can get some positive effects. Now, it's only positive from 0 to 30. From 31 on, there's a potential for a negative effect as well.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah.
This is kind of the same as like the other deep dungeons. You can get transformed into a monster, like the Chimera from deep dungeon from POTD. Excuse me. You could get a region. You could hide the map. You could increase the number of traps. So
increased number of traps I'm terrified by, but
oh yes,
I wonder by how much, because it's gonna just am I gonna have a site commander open and just see like a wall of fucking traps in front of me? But here's the thing.
Yep.
What's nice about both of those negative effects is they can actually be played around. So gambling can just be a matter of, do I have the commanders to gamble in case I get something bad? We also know at the very least one additional beneficial effect. When they use it, he actually gets a life steal on the following floor. But this is the first new map icon they've ever added to Deep Dungeon, and it's a very roguelike feature. Most roguelikes feature some sort of like, oh, if I use this, I could get something amazing, but it could also kind of brick my run. So this is really nice. And for anyone leveling, it's just going to make it faster. So again, for the average player who needs another leveling method, 91 to 100, this is great. Whether you're doing it solo or doing it with a party, you should do leveling with a party. But no, it's a really good, fun way to make the first 30 floors feel even better, which is, again, one of Orthos's weakest points. So thank goodness for that.
Yeah. After that, we see a few other things, and then we see something kind of similar to the Magicite from HOH. He uses Feo-Ul, and that is a straight floor clear.
Well, all of them
and
are
what's
Feo-Ul.
funny,
all of the incense are different Feo-Ul effects.
Yeah. And what's funny about it, it's a floor clear, but you know, when you use a Magicite, like it comes and then goes, right?
Yeah.
Feo-Ul stayed. Yeah, I'm wondering why.
I'm wondering. So this is actually something I wondered about all of them. So these are called the Juniper Incense, and what each of them has a different effect. One of them was basically a super Serenity. It wiped all beneficial and negative floor buffs. It revealed the entire map. One would assume it also got rid of all the traps, and then she sticks around and follows you. The floor wipe happened, then she sticks around and follows you. And then the last one, I think was a massive... What was the last one? I can't remember. The last one I think was like a big like buff or whatever. Oh, increased max HP. Yeah, it was basically a big buff to the player. But then she follows you. We don't know if her following you is supposed to be reminiscent of the Eureka Orthos equivalents, which would follow you and help you kill with a few various attacks. Oh, the first one also immediately opened the exit as well. So yeah, no, those they're all a little different. There's one that's of course like the Magicite, and then the other two are a little bit closer to the Eureka Orthos, but they all have very different effects. I just want to know, is she following you because she's going to help you with something? Or is she following you because she just wants to spend time with her little branch? I don't know which it is. Yeah. But no, I thought it was cool. That was fine. We need more information, but that's a good one. And then... And then, yeah, we just, they go over. Oh, we're getting a glam. A lot of people were confused by this glam. They're like, why is this glam in here? You know what that glam is, right, Sly?
Ankthong.
That's Ankthong. Yep. That's the frog's glam from Don Meg, the last boss of Don Meg. Yeah. Good place to put it, actually. Really good place to put it. And a nice glam to boot. Yeah. Solid motivation. Now, what's interesting is that comes from Illumed Aetherpool glass fragments. And then we see the Pride Bush and a Feo Ol minion from the Accursed Horde.
From the Accursed Horde.
What the fuck are the luminous oils used for?
Oh, God. If it's only fucking materia, I'm going to be so mad. Because I know there was a... Yeah, I know.
Tomes?
I don't know what else
Can I exchange them for tomes? That'd be great. I can work on the relic while I'm in here. Actually, to be fair, you're going to get tomes from doing this. But if I get more tomes...
Yeah.
What if you can use them on the relic? It's a light step, luminous oil. Hello? They said exchanged for items. But maybe the item is the same item. A weekly challenge log for Relic Prog, totally welcome. I'm shocked there's no challenge logs that give tomes.
We'll find out.
Yeah.
We'll find out. And that's pretty much it for Pilgrim's Traverse. Again, they went into major detail about it, which we're so glad for. Next up were some system updates. They start out with some blacklist improvements. Great.
Yeah, they made a post on the Lodestone separately about there is a warning there. They are going to reset like the mute list again and do a couple of other things like remove notes for anyone you have. So that was a PSA for some changes they're going to be making.
Yeah. Next up, Phoenix Down changes.
This is the surprise. Every patch we get that one surprise quality of life that comes up out of nowhere.
This was it.
Yeah, you haven't thought about it, and God fucking knows how long, but then it finally pops up. You're like, oh yeah.
Oh yeah, we have Phoenix Downs. Last time we could use Phoenix Downs was what, Boss Jet, I want to say?
I mean, you can use them anywhere. You just won't. Because why the fuck would you have a Phoenix Down on you in the first place?
Because the game gave you one in the beginning in ARR, and you just kind of held on to it or put it in one of your retainers, and it's still been there.
I used it in Orthos when we were doing our 4-player climb.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. You could use it in Orthos. So Phoenix Downs can now be used in combat in the following duties: Deep Dungeon, Instance Dungeons, Treasure Dungeons, Guild Tests, Trials, 4-player only. So I'm guessing what they mean by that is MSQ stuff.
Sly, you know it's a 4-player trial? Final verse.
Huh.
Yep.
And variant dungeons. Huh. Okay.
Obviously not Criterion because they have res restrictions there. They have that action. That's limited. Yeah. So not there.
So
I've
given
up on this ever happening, to be completely fair. So I was very surprised when they put this slide up.
So you'll be able to buy them from vendors. You will be able to hold a max of 999 or stacks of 999, and they will have a 360-second cooldown upon use.
Yeah, 6-minute cooldown. I had given up on this, so it just didn't even come to mind. But I have had a lot of instances as of late, especially since Dawn Trail began, actually, where a healer just fucking dies to the first mechanic on a dungeon boss, and I'm like, please let this tank just be healing enough. Just please give me some, dude. Sky Deep Cenote's final boss. The number of like early Dawn Trail nightmare stories I have from that fucking boss, man. Jesus Christ, my dude. This is a big win for a lot of reasons.
Okay.
Number one, already, again, in irregular ass dungeons, roulettes, whatever, especially even in Mentor, if you get a 4-player dungeon in Mentor, being able to be the mentor with a fucking Phoenix down, big ups. Treasure dungeons never hurts, especially if you only brought one healer and they just got clipped by something and things get a little out of hand. Guild Hests, hilarious. Trials 4-player, like I said, Final Verse, because like Rathalos is the only other like real one, but you just get carded.
You can't really, you just cart and you fail if you cart too many times. Yeah.
Ascian Prime also, Etherochemical Research Facility has had a lot of issues, even on Ascian Prime. Yeah, it can be bad sometimes. I've seen that one be a big problem for people. But this is just going to be nice. Honestly, I would like to extend this to... I would prefer if you could also do this in field ops as well, as long as a res is allowed in an area. I think field ops would be another great place for this to be a thing. Hopefully they maybe open it up to that in the future. But yeah, I had given up on this, so I just didn't even consider. So when they started doing it, I was like, you know what? Yeah, fuck that. Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, good job. All right. And it's stackable up to 999 as well. So.
Right.
Yeah.
And then of course we get some G-post changes for our G-posters out there. Big on the G-post?
I'm not. You know. Look at me.
Don't really use it. Yeah. You can rotate the screen 90 degrees at a touch of a single button to do portraits. You can rotate stickers. And they also added chromatic aberration.
That's a boss from Expedition 33. Collaboration confirmed.
Yeah.
Did you see that the Expedition 33 people were at the Square Enix office just like yesterday or the day before?
No.
Yeah, they were. No. They were meeting some of the direct. They had an exchange of ideas summit between some of Square Enix's lead devs and the Expedition 33 crew.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Exchange of ideas.
Just saying for anyone out there who didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they met Kojima while they were in Japan too.
Oh,
that
nice.
would be a fucking wild collaboration.
After that, Dome and Mahjong voices added. We're getting the Dawn Trail crew. So Wakamat, Kwana, and Bakul Jaja. After that, something in regards to the graphics itself, character display range increased.
Yeah, this just means that, like, have you ever been flying over an area, but you're not flying close up to the ground, so nothing loads?
Yeah.
It effectively is really only useful for that, because it doesn't allow you to see more things than the limit. It just allows you to see the limit from further away. So they show, like, oh, this is with it off, and this is with it set to wide, and this is with it set to maximum. And they have the same character limitation the entire time. They can just see things further away. Hunts aren't really going to change because you're probably not going to load A ranks before getting any. So S ranks already prioritize rendering, so you can already see them from the entire map away. You can be literally on the other side of the map and see them. A ranks, on the other hand, won't benefit from this because you still have to load all the other players. So in reality, this doesn't really change those scenarios. It just makes it so that when you're flying over the world, it seems a little bit more alive. When you're exploring the world, it seems a little bit more alive because you can actually see things from further away and not when you get kind of super close to them.
Yeah. And then last thing for the before QVC was chat bubble. Chat bubbles.
Mm-hmm.
You excited for chat bubbles, Apps?
No. It's off by default, and it's going to stay that way.
Oh, even with the myriad color settings that you could do with chat bubbles and
that
everything?
really matters to me. We all know how much I fucking love colors. Huge color fan.
Oh my
All the
God.
colors. That's why I call it Warden
All
of
the
7
colors.
Hues.
Oh, and this was requested for a long time, but yeah, it's coming.
Oh yeah, there's plenty of people who are going to use it. I'm just not one of them.
Yeah.
Go nuts. Have fun. Just isn't for me.
Good luck, old and Limsa. And that was pretty much it. We got the QVC.
Yeah,
of course.
you're
We
going
got
to
some
talk about how
standees.
chat bubbles don't work in combat? I thought you were going to at least ask me about that.
No.
Because that's like, here's the thing. World of Warcraft, their DBM uses chat bubbles over people's heads to like auto call out mechanics. I think that's actually why they're not allowing it. It's because they've seen that and they just don't want that.
Yeah.
So, I wouldn't have liked it. It would have been mandatory most likely for a lot of raid groups. And I don't know. Doesn't matter. Generally with debuffs in 14, knowing you have one is A, really easy, and B, if you have one, there's like when you have 25 people and 3 of them can get a debuff, and then there's 3 other people getting a separate debuff, and you have like a second and a half to run to a spot with said debuff, or it's an instant wipe. I understand
Or I'm
why
trying to
WoW
think of-
has it a lot more.
Something like Dad Critting through where you have to like, where you usually jump or something, and you can just, I guess, you can just macro something to just say, hey, I have a clone, something like that.
It would be like that. Like, I'm tethered. It literally would
Yeah.
pop up over your head. I'm tethered to lightning. I'm tethered to fire. I'm tethered to fire. I'm tethered to lightning.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think they actually want to straight up avoid
Prevent
that
that.
stuff. It's really I just think they actually wanted to avoid that.
Yeah. But yeah, that was pretty much it. And then after that, we got QVC. We got some acrylic standees. We got the Jobstone ice tray. Okay. I mean, I would actually kind of be interested in that Jobstone ice tray to make some 14 drinks. Not gonna lie. We did get a deluxe edition of the Pulse remix album. And yeah, here's the thing. Yes, so this is a digital deluxe edition that comes with 5 new songs. Why don't you just release the songs?
They fucking better just to give me my god. I do not want to buy the deluxe edition just to get these 5 new songs.
Just release the songs. Just release the songs.
I just want to buy
let
these
us
5
the
songs, man. That's all I want.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that'll be October 17th.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry. Wait. Also, am I crazy, or does it say it'll be September 24th for Japan and October 17th for? I'm just buying it from Japan, man. I ain't waiting those extra 3 weeks.
Release date 9/24, scheduled for October 17th, 2025.
For in North America and Europe, it says.
In Europe, yeah.
So it looks like there's like a 3-week in between.
Next up is a collaboration between Final Fantasy 14 and Lit Bath Apartment Apparel. They're doing some Loperate shirts, Loperate DJ shirts, which actually look really cool.
And also, let's also be clear. While it says X Lit Bath app, Yoshida also specifically says it's Square Enix's own brand, and 14 is just the first like wave.
collaboration.
So
Yeah.
I'm curious. So no. Lit Bath app is Square Enix owned. It's not another company. They say right.
Yeah, it's
presenting Lit Bath
A new
app,
street
a
casual brand.
from Square. Yeah, so
From
even
Square
though it's Final
Enix.
Fantasy 14 X Lit Bath, it is their own brand. It's not like some
Brand.
other company
So they're
that
gonna
already existed.
So 14 is the first one they're kind of collabing
Yeah.
with, and they'll probably venture out and do some, I don't know, Dragon Quest stuff or whatever.
Yeah, Final Fantasy. It's
what have
literally
you.
just an in, but and it makes sense. They have done so many collaborations with other brands. And also, okay, there's a lot of things to this. The logistics of doing apparel I'm not. Maybe they have enough experience with merchandise, but I don't know how their actual merchandise logistics work. And I think some would argue they don't. So having an in-house brand, I'm worried about logistics. So curious to see how that goes is I guess what I want to say. Because I don't know whose fault it is for other issues they've had with their merchandise in the past. It's kind of a toss-up whether it just goes really smooth or you get something that's obliterated when it gets to you. But I've seen a lot of stories, and so while with the clothes, it's maybe a little safer. I just don't know logistically if having an in-house brand is better than working with a company that has. I assume they'll make more money, and that's the main reason. Is because now if it's in-house, they don't have to pay a company whatever, and then do like licensing fees and all that. It's like I'd assume but I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know anything about this, so I'm just a little nervous about the logistics of it. But if it means we get a first party clothing brand, that's cool.
Yeah. And then, of course, you get the patch that's reading on Tuesday, August 5th. Nothing, out of the ordinary. And that was pretty much the live letter.
Yeah. So funny thing, the patch will not be 24 hours. And of all the days for this patch to not be 24 hours, it might be the single most important day.
Why?
Cinder Surprise has 3 windows that day, and it might just get to keep one of them. It was going to have 3 windows that day, so if it was a 24-hour maintenance, 3 Cinder Surprise windows were going to get devoured by the maintenance. Now maybe one of them survives. Maybe 2, even if they're lucky.
Big fishing been treating you well, man?
I've got like 100 something fish. It's been okay. I haven't done it in all this week. I've been doing Guild Wars 2 and I was doing Deep Dungeon today, and I've been doing a mix of things. So it's going all right. I got Warden of the Seven Hues. I figured I can't see color. Let me get this one out of the way.
Oh,
yeah, I wouldn't even be
quick,
around for that, but it's still painful knowing that Cinder Surprise was going to have 3 windows. And I think Cinder Surprise is gone for a month after that. It's like almost a full month before the next Cinder Surprise window, I think.
While it's on my mind, one thing in regard to the live letter, TARDIS housing was mentioned. Yep. It is not ready, so I think it's pretty safe to say that they're not going to do it in an off 0.3 patch.
They really should.
I think
they really should.
They should, but if they're not saying anything about it, they're probably going to wait till 0.4. That's my feeling.
So, Deep Dungeon showed a desire to innovate their gameplay content experience. And I will say that with Fort Tower, they very specifically mentioned that they need to be better about releasing important updates outside of major patch windows. So I want you to take that lesson and apply it to the TARDIS housing, or apply it to almost anything that you feel like is worth releasing during an in-between window. And this is a pretty important one, because originally we wanted this was expected a while ago, and it's not here yet. So if you can have it done before then just release it earlier.
But again, have we gone into detail about TARDIS housing? Has this been a part of a live? Well,
it was part of a pre 7 point. It was actually in a live letter. I want to say the part 1 live letter for 7.2, where they said they were aiming for it, and then in part 2 said it wasn't going to be ready in time. And then
so do we have it
again? And then they said they were going to show it this live letter, and then it wasn't ready.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So do we have enough and already have enough information? Do they need to show it before if they want to put it out within the 0.3 patches, or
just patch notes it, man?
Just put it out.
Fine.
This is something that's acceptable as an email, like kind of meme. Like this should have been
have
an email.
Intern throw together like a 4-minute video. All right, just make an intern do it real quick.
Wow. Alongside that, raid planner.
Well, they've already said that was aimed for 7.4 at this point. It's been 4 major patches since we were told about it, but
yeah.
It's been just about 13 months. Actually, I'm sorry. It's been just about 14 months since Final Fantasy 14 months since we found out about it. So, we're getting there.
Nice. But yeah, that's pretty much it. And that's a live letter.
Yep. Definitely some of the points that don't really matter as much to me are disappointing. Like, I'm tired of seeing the TARDIS housing thing just keep getting pushed back. It's like I was tired of seeing the raid planner get pushed back. I don't understand why, and I feel like they need to they need to explain why. Raid planner, they said that they actually could have released it, but it would have just been useless to most people. I just want to know how it took that long to get to that point, and it's kind of the same with the TARDIS housing. Why isn't it ready? I want to hear the explanation why. Just telling me it's not ready is not good enough. I need to know what is the problem that you have run into in development. I think most people do too, because when you just say it's not ready, that's when the whole it's vaporware memes begin.
Yeah.
Oh, it's never happening. It's like Square Enix
to be fair, we did say that.
Reputation of announcing things too early.
Yeah, we did. We said that for the longest time about Eggy Glamours.
Yeah, the Eggy Glam thing was that before. Like, it's one of those things where you need to keep us like kind of in the loop a little bit more about why it's happening, and why it's getting pushed back. Just because you talked about it so long in advance, so far in advance, that everyone only knows you were thinking about it, that it was in development way before and was maybe aimed for way before. And now it's simply not here yet.
Yeah. That's
it. We just don't know. And you quell a lot of concern when you tell people things. When they announced that there was only going to be male Hrothgar and female Viera, I specifically just asked why. That's it. We just needed to know why and to express interest in the other two. That was all that needed to happen. And everyone felt a whole lot better after just seeing why. And it's the same here.
The real reason why, except for not the cooked up reason why, the real reason why.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's it. We need a why. We need to know why the TARDIS housing isn't ready, not just that it's not ready yet.
Yeah.
So that's true about anything about housing. Why is the item limit not ready yet as well? Or is it because you're trying to do both simultaneously? Do you need to stop and focus on one? Would that benefit? Why? Is it just because of the memory and you haven't figured out how to do that? Okay. But you need to say that. But also, here's a Yan.
They're distracting us with Yans.
Yeah, communication's important. So, why?
Why?
Overall, though, the quantum thing, obviously, exciting. I'll be doing the Cosmic again. We have to remember that this Cosmic, they're supposed to be taking into account feedback of not enough reason to do it other than working on the tools. Reward structure. There's a lot on the line with this Cosmic update as well, because they said they applied a lot of feedback. We've seen a lot of what they said about Fork Tower and other parts of Occult Crescent. Get that feedback kind of incorporated already. So I'll have my eye on that. That'll be important.
Yeah.
We shall see. But that's it.
Yep.
That's it for Stay of the Realm.
That is it.
Yeah. So, Sly, we will not have Stay of the Realm next week because I will be in the Caribbean.
On vacation. Yeah, you'll be in the islands.
I'll be getting a tan. I got a pretty decent tan when we were at the beach for like a weekend. So now in the Caribbean for basically a week is I'm going to come back looking much darker. A little burnt.
Yeah, you will.
Yeah. So yeah, we will not have our usual patch note State of the Realm. I may bring my laptop and record a patch note video, but we are not doing.
Oh
State
my
of the Realm
God!
on
Enjoy
the
your
server.
fucking vacation.
I will enjoy most of my vacation. I may do it. Dude, it would be wild if we did State of the Realm and I was on the beach, right? That'd be crazy. Just think about the memes, though. You can hold State of the Realm with somebody else if you want. You can invite Garrett and Kyle on.
No.
I'll send you all the things. You can do a show. You've done a show without me. You've officially been on more State of the Realms. You've done 2 or 3 shows
I've done
without
one
me.
show without you. Yeah. So no.
Just think about beach State of the Realm now.
I'll give it some thought.
I mean, you don't have to give it thought. I'm going to be the one telling you if it's happening or not. And I'm telling you, it's 99% chance not happening. It's only funny to think about.
Good.
Beach of the Realm. I'll just literally be out on the beach connected to the Wi-Fi, just fucking running State of the Realm with a fucking margarita in my hand. Oh, I'll be turned. Don't get me wrong. I'm not just showing
of course
up
you will.
sober.
Of course you will.
Come on now. I'm from Costa del Sol. Here I I would only.
You gotta get one of those. You gotta get one of those girls to like fan you with the leaf too.
Yeah, well, I'm not in fucking Hawaii. I'm in the Caribbean, but I understand the sentiment. And then you can wear like a straw hat and like a fucking dad beach shirt.
I still have my dad shirt, the purple dad shirt, the Southern Seas.
There you go. Yeah, you get your Southern Seas shirt, and I'm actually on the beach. It'd be pretty funny. It's not happening though.
Yeah.
Like 99% chance
No,
it's not happening. But it's really funny to think about. That's the fun part. All right.
Yeah.
Well, with that, let's start signing off because I'm hungry, my cats are hungry, and I think they're gonna kill me.
Hungry.
I think they're gonna win in this hunger war right here.
Oh boy.
So thanks everyone for tuning in. Sly, why don't you do your little outro for Stero?
Yes, you can find me at twitch.tv/Sly, aka Gray Fox. You can find me on Twitter at Sly, aka Gray Fox. Bluesky, Sly, aka Gray Fox. Really kind of just, waiting on patch. In between now, I'm just playing a lot of Mecha Break because Mecha Break's awesome. Few other things. Always doing bourbon content. It is Friday, so it is Bourbon Day. By the way, thank you, Shakur, for getting my old Dominic, which I'm going to be trying tonight. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Same old. I do stream. Yes, Sly does stream. Twitch.tv/Sly, aka Gray Fox. That's where you can find me. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So again, thank you so much for coming out. And if you come to the stream, thank you for coming to the stream.
Yeah, he streams.
I stream.
Yeah.
Hi, I stream.
Hi. Hello, I stream. I'm Mr. Happy.
Hi. I know you're Mr. Happy.
Damn right. You can find me at Mr. Happy 1227 all over the place. So I've been doing a mix of things as of late. I did my big fishing stint. Did a bit of Guild Wars 2 this week. Just a few like little stints with it, but I'll be jumping back in for a little bit more probably over the weekend. Other than that, I'm just kind of doing chill stuff. 14 Mobile hasn't really had anything happening as of late, so waiting for updates on that. Was really surprised we didn't get news about a Western beta or even a FanFest announcement during this live letter. I figured one of the two, at the very least, was
Not really shocked.
probable,
Not really,
but
not really shocked.
not guaranteed. If we don't get a FanFest one after the next live, like during the next live letter, then I'll start being concerned. This one was kind of a toss-up still, but from the next one on, it would be very surprising. It would be considered out of pattern to not have one out from the next one. So yeah, I'm just doing my usual, just keep my eye on everything, doing my usual content, and just kind of chilling. It'll be weird being not live for the day of a patch for the first time pretty much ever.
Yeah, that is going to be weird. Like, people are not going to get their happy fix. I mean, I will be doing the Breakfast Club. Yes, I'll be up at patch. So if you want to come watch some stuff. If you don't give a shit about spoilers, yada yada yada, I'll be doing it. So
I couldn't even meme about doing it from the beach because that's the day I fly back. So it's like I couldn't even pretend like, oh yeah, I'll just play the patch from the beach too. I'll be on a plane like early that morning on the way back. So no, and I'm not after traveling all day. I'm not going to be, you know, I'm not going to get on the evening. I'm just going to wait for the next day. Come back burnt and turnt, as we like to say, as the kids like to say. But yeah, no, I'm just going to be focused on the vacation. Like I said, the only reason I will do anything on that laptop is a patch note video. That's the only consideration that may still happen. But other than that, just expect to be a little bit dry video-wise during that time. The videos may be dry, but I'll be very wet. Thanks everyone for tuning in.
He's in rare form.
Sponsors on Patreon.
He's in rare form.
Thanks. I prefer medium rare, but you know everyone has their thing.
Oh boy. Thank you.
Listen,
Thank you, everyone.
These
Thanks
puns. That pun was pretty well done. You got to admit. All right, you know.
Thank you to the patrons. Thank you so much. Thanks to Still Series. And thank you all in chat for watching. And thank you for future YubTub people for watching as well.
Yeah. And with that, Stake of the Realm has come to an end. So we will see you next time, which will be after the patch, 2 weeks. We will be doing the patch review because I will still have had a few days for that. So we will do that on 2 weeks from today. So thanks everyone for hanging out, and we will see you next time. Until then, I bid you adieu. Bye-bye.
Take care. See you soon.
All right. And we're good. Since we went way over, I'm dipping immediately. My cats are going to actually kill me.
Don't die.
I'm trying not to. I am trying not to die. Yeah, I got some stuff to do around the house too. So, yeah, I'm going to get going immediately. But I will talk to you later, my good sir.
You have a good one.
I will. You have a good one, too.
Later.
Bye-bye. All right, everyone. I'm heading out. Stay of the Realm will be on YouTube tomorrow. So, tomorrow, probably Guild Wars 2. Most likely. Whether I'm doing World vs. World Rush or if I'm just doing my personal story. Either way, I'm probably just going to start with the personal story and stuff like that. But yeah, we'll be doing that tomorrow.